We're harmless. They're probably just.
What, sleeping?
No, everyone's here. Did he boot scoot?
Yeah. It's like, oh no, someone spoke to me.
I'll come in here and talk if no one else is talking, but as soon as our people talk, I'm out of here.
He's afraid to talk to the flat earthers.
Oh no, he come back. He might have hit the wrong button by mistake.
Oh, he's not afraid. Good, yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome. We don't bite in here. We're very gentle creatures, folks.
That's not what they say about me. Don't worry,
Want to talk
I'll
about
get
Earth?
through the screen to bite ya. Think about it. Anyways, Midnight, how's it going?
So,
Expectations. Top half of trees. Sky. Ah, yes. So what do you reckon, mate? You might be able to help us out. Have you got any proof of curvature?
no.
No.
No, I do not.
What kind of baller are you? No proof of curvature? How can this be?
Maybe he knows.
Oh. If you know, you know. Are you a flat earther, Midnight?
I mean, I guess not. Technically, no. I'm just
Just another guy?
a skeptic.
Just kind of
Oh.
flat curious.
Sure. Yeah.
Skeptic. So which bit don't you like? The ball that doesn't have a curve?
Is it some of the retards in the flat earth community?
No, I haven't really engaged with the flat Earth community, so I don't really know. I've only been in here a couple times.
Do you like math and science?
Uh, yeah, to a degree. I'm not like mega educated, but it can be interesting. I must say I don't really care for the flat Earth society people. They seem a little unhinged. It's more chill in here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
flat
they're
Earth society,
crazy and
not cool.
retarded.
Yeah, if you look at one of our rules is this is not the Flat Earth Society. We have to preload that because some people come in here thinking it's a Flat Earth Society and they're very angry at the way they were treated or what some Flat Earth Society members have said.
Hmm.
You know how Flat Earth Society pretends that Earth is a snow globe in outer space, like a gigantic asteroid?
Yeah, yeah,
It's
don't.
not. It's it's not what we think at all. We think that's silly too.
Like an upward moving disc. That's no one here is advocating for that. There's a guy
Oh.
called Dell. So mostly what we do here is that you got questions. I'm sure like you have you talked to a flat earther? When's the last time? Did you have any questions? Are you curious about what flat Earth is? Like, ask anything.
Yeah, I've talked about it a little bit with the one guy, the one with the dog picture. I can't remember his name, but I think he's a mod in here.
Yeah, Cyclone.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, it's a wolf, dude. It's not a dog.
Oh,
Yeah, what you think of that?
Yeah, I really like his picture. He's had that for a long time. Like a wolf wearing a suit. I think it's pretty cool. Oh wait, you're talking about the top.
So we get people that come in again and again and again. They follow us everywhere on the internet, and they say they're not flat earthers, but we know they are.
Who says they're not a flat earther?
Well, the anti-flat earthers, they are flat earthers. They say they are, but they keep coming in again and again and again for a reality check. They just want to make sure that they're not crazy, so they have to do a sanity check.
That's funny, Sporadic.
Yeah, I think it's true. The topic just sticks with them, and everywhere they, no matter what they do, they experience and see a flat Earth, and they just can't accept it. But they know it's true, so they have to check in with us to make sure they're not going crazy.
I definitely agree with you where you say they know they can see it's flat, but they won't accept it. There's something there that won't let them turn around and actually go out and do an observation to actually see that there's no curvature. Forget everything else. It all boils down to, is there curvature or not? You can talk about all the other things, but they all rely on finding curvature according to the model.
I mean, you don't necessarily need a flat Earth model to see flatness.
Yeah, just gotta look at your girl, bro.
Models are generally called a logical fallacy when you use a model to explain reality and then say this model isn't the model anymore. It's actually reality. It's called a reification. It's a reason why globalists love to defer to models, because they need their logic to be fallacious for them to even move one iota of their talking points. Like laws of non-contradiction or laws of identity. Curved is flat. So this is why you'll see them never talk. They'll talk about everything other than the surface of the Earth to describe what the surface of the Earth is. Like, look at that black hole, that planet, the moon, the sky, this model. They run shit scared from the surface of the Earth.
Oh, man.
That's right. The only way they can make their version of reality match what they experience is to come up with fantasy mathematics. You call it a model.
The reason why they do the model, too, because it semi-invokes this concept of science, which they think has some robust power behind it. And normally it does. And still they start adding some kind of agenda to it. This globalist agenda.
It only got the model tag somewhere 2014, 2015, 2016. Before that, it had the tag theory, heliocentric theory. And then all of a sudden, the word model just magically appeared out of somewhere.
It's almost like they're taking a step backwards, because usually theories come out of models that are tested against reality, are shown again and again to be reliable, and that produces a theory that people use to explain what they think is happening as a result. So when they backtrack from having a great theory to just a description, then they're kind of conceding that maybe they don't have reality figured out, but they don't know that that's the case. We had that young kid earlier, Nez, who seemed to insist that a hypothesis was an explanation. As if like the theory came first and then the hypothesis came later.
That's a definitely interesting deal because they got to flip it. They got to change what science is. They have to change what explanations are, what hypothesis is. These words have to be very ambiguous to the point where it's almost user defined. What do you mean by explanation? Well, I mean hypothesis. Well, what's a hypothesis? It's really just a guess. So really it's not a cause and effect relationship? Oh no, not at all. Well, how do you test it? Easy, barely an inconvenience. You just find who agrees. As soon as you get 51% to agree with your guess, it becomes fact. You're like, well, that sounds like Warhammer 40k orcs. Or who do you want for prom queen and king?
Yeah, popularity contest, yep. It makes you consider that their moral compass in life is also fixed to the same rule set. So if it suddenly becomes popular in society to start stoning people in the public square, then they're completely okay with it because everybody agrees. It goes back to what we say all the time, that what prevents these anti-flat earthers from crossing over is the social pressure that they think they're experiencing as a consequence of it. It has nothing to do with whether or not the information's factually correct. The anti-flat earthers have accepted that the information is factually correct. And it's so impactful that they have to keep coming back again and again every day to check to make sure they're not going crazy because they know it's true. And they're coming back again and again repeatedly because they're facing social pressures in their own lives, considering the consequences of what'll happen if my friends know that I'm a flat earther. So whenever they do come in, I would see it as an affirmation for us that we know we're right. They wouldn't be coming in like this if that wasn't the case. So it's like I have no problem with what an anti-flat earther is. I have a problem with what they end up doing.
Yeah, it's like interesting because they think, oh, I can apply social pressure to this person and they'll change. No, thank you to your social. Like we live in society. Yeah, I don't want to be part of whatever you're selling. If I can't even have the free speech to describe a flat surface as flat, whatever you're selling after that, hard pass.
Yeah. So you brought up what is user defined, right? True things in nature are not user defined, but how they interact with people absolutely is. So, they do have that choice to give us a hard pass on societal acceptance. But what they don't have a choice is in the matter of regards to the laws of nature and how nature behaves when they're observed. I kind of wonder if there's some kind of ego going on here. They are upset that nature's not user defined like everything else can be.
Oh yeah, that sort of yeah, just read an article about this. I can't remember. It was some science magazine outside the office in the waiting room. And like this thing about biophobia versus biophilia. People who are scared of nature or people kind of like who embrace nature. And kind of like the mix between the two. You like where people like who like go camping and whatnot and have like a respect for nature and want to be like unplug and get away from society or like not unplug, but decompress. Like, go to your cabin. And then the other people who like when they go, anytime they go outside, they got hose themselves down with bug spray. Like everything's dirty. Like it's got to be wiped down. And cleaned and disinfected and.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're trying to user define nature.
Like humankind is outside of nature. Like they've got like you when you're walking around in your meat suit, like somehow you're not part of it.
Meanwhile, their meat suit comes from nature, right? Isn't every single element in the periodic table of elements present within the meat suit?
I don't think all the elements, mate, just some of them.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Like, I'm not quite sure. It
It's
seems.
mainly carbon and a few other elements, but it's not like uranium or plutonium and other stuff like that. It's just there's like maybe like 12 different elements, maybe 20 that we're made of, not 100.
I've heard they're all there, just in minuscule amounts. Could be wrong.
I don't know, because how would they even distinguish that? I mean, what are they going to do? Like melt everything down and go element by element? Is that even possible to do? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of gold in you somewhere.
Exactly, it just sounds crazy. Like there's a bit of plutonium in me. Look, there's 0.0001% is plutonium. Like, get out of here, you know.
Alrighty. What's the score, Cartesian? You think you live on a ball tard? You posted up that it's obviously a globe. So what's so obvious about it? Or not?
Yeah. It's like that last guy who's like, it's so obviously a globe because it looks so flat.
I'll tell you what was funny with that kid when you convinced him to go back to his bendy pictures. So it helps his argument as opposed to the China one. Oh, shit.
Dude, yeah, that could have gone in so many different directions, and I didn't know which path would be the best for comedy. Like
Yeah, I'd look
he's
at something
thinking
like that.
because
That's good.
you tilt the camera down a little bit and you see curvature, or up a little bit and you see curvature, whereas before you didn't. Therefore, Earth is a globe. You can change the curvature by changing the camera angle, guys. That means you caused Earth to be a globe. It's like, I know that you can't see curvature from that height, but if we tilt the angle just right, you can see it, and that's how you know it's a globe.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It looks flat and it looks curved in these competing images. But the fact that I see a curved one means it is 100% curved.
It's amazing how they think like that. I see the two images, and my non-biased side goes, okay, my biased side goes, yeah, I'm a flat earther. The other one's bullshit. But if you had no idea what the shape of the ground was, you're just some, I don't know, we've plucked some random dude out of the jungle who's never seen photos before, and we show him, check this out, this is photo 1, this is photo 2. Logic would say something's not right because if they're both from the same height, they're showing different things. Like, they both should show something similar, whether it be flat or whether it be curved. But because they're showing different things, you should look at that and go, well, something ain't right. But,
Which one of these is the fake one? Oh, it doesn't matter. They all show curvature.
he didn't get that. They just showed curve,
Yeah.
therefore good.
And
Actually,
then I
you know
told
what
him
we
they're
need?
all fake, and then he said it doesn't matter.
I was just thinking, remember years ago on Sesame Street, one of these things is not like the other. One of these
Yeah,
things
that's
just
exactly.
isn't the same. We need that tune so we can just play it.
That'd be good. Add it to the soundboard. Now, here's the secret. One of those images was claimed to be taken from the ISS. The other 3 were made in Terrajet. But I asked the Glober which one of these was made on a computer. It's like a double blind test, and I know for a fact that they're not going to be able to get it correctly.
If I was to have a guess, I would pick the flattest one of the lot of them is the actual photo, and the rest are the ones that are CGI'd.
Yeah, that's the smart choice. You see that flat one there? It's the flattest of them all. You tried to trick me, flat earther.
That is what I'd go for, but knowing what lenses can do, just throw a dart, hit one, and pick it. That's, yeah. Yeah, I noticed with our little Nez mate, he didn't like talking about anything ground related. He did his best to make sure he stayed away from it.
Yeah, he really couldn't comprehend what was happening when he himself presented contradictory evidence of curvature. It's funny, we showed him, or old dude showed him, how the Chinese space station footage produced a flat horizon. And he's like, oh yeah? Well, I got that too. Here's the ISS showing a flat horizon as well. Yeah, that's how you know it's curved.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, anyone with half a brain would have stood back and went, hang on a minute, what's going on here? It's supposed to be curved, and now there's a flat one. Who messed up?
You think you're so clever, flat earther? I can be clever too. It's like Bugs Bunny, right? I know you are, but what am I? I know I am, but what are you? He started flipping the script on himself. Oh yeah, flat earther. Well, I can come up with flat horizons too. I got more flat Earth horizons than you do, flat earther. That makes it a globe. Oh, dude, I'm so glad we had that recorded. If there are any intrepid people out there who are into clips, you could go ahead and clip that entire hour and a half segment. I mean, it's kind of like what Daza was doing in chat, basically agreeing with me on gas pressure, as if his agreement with me somehow mitigated my initial claim from the beginning, just because I'm a flat earther. Just as old dude presents a flat horizon from the Chinese space station, and old boy over there goes and grabs flat horizons from the ISS and says, see, I can do it too. I just got to wonder, like, these people, I have to assume, have jobs, professions, whatever that may be. Is this the kind of work that they turn in to their supervisors and bosses or clients and customers? If we're unveiling a thought process that's deep within inside their brains, if this is how their brains are operating, and we can apply this to all things that they do in life, is this really how they're getting by in life? So Level Earth Observer has this great video on fake flat earthers. He's absolutely right. He was ranting about all the stupid fake shit that's pushed into the flat earth arena in order to make us look stupid.
One thing I have noticed with all these Professor Daves and all these other clowns, I've never yet heard them say anything about 24/7. I might have missed it.
I was thinking that the other day.
I've heard them whinge about Oakley quite a few times. Dave Weiss, Jaron, I've heard them all cry and carry on about all of the YouTube personalities, but I've never heard any of them turn around about 24/7. Oh, they said this, or they're doing that, or anything at all. Like I said, I may have just missed it, and not noticed it, but yeah, if anyone has got one and this is them whinging about XYZ, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I've never heard.
Yeah, you and I both know why that is. They want to promote dumbass flat earthers and fake flat earthers as the cream of the crop. And they want to pretend that we are the ones who are irrelevant.
Yeah, promote the dumb ones and just put the rest in the same box. They're flat earthers. They're stupid. Just look at these ones. That's all you need to know. That's yeah.
Yeah, they need to build a channel, and the way they build their credibility is by showing how good they are at globe smacking flat earthers. I do reckon they'd have a bit of a trouble doing that with us, so they stay away.
I love it when they come in here and one of their proofs is, like earlier on, 7 proofs that you live on a globe. Proof number 1, climb a tree. Wow.
Dude, and that's from like Princeton's astronomy department.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's so bad. And then they're like, given Earth's radius, you could do the calculation. I mean, once again, showing that they have to presume a ball in the first case in order to convince themselves they live on the ball. And then they have to discount the effects of perspective scaling and optical resolution limitations and things like that. Just as the Earth curve calculator itself does not address perspective scale. And this is like a website for citations. So, like people, PhDs in mathematics and who understand optics are providing this information to the public, and they're denying both. In one case, they're using models to reify reality, which is something mathematicians should be keen on. In the second place, they deny optical effects. And those are 2 critical fields you need to get into to do astronomy.
So are y'all waiting for globe earthers to show up to debate them?
Oh, there's not much to debate, mate. We're actually waiting for Globers to show up and bring forth their evidence so we can point and laugh at them. But either.
I see.
It's pretty hard to debate measurements.
Well, the whole education system here in the United States, I mean, I can't speak to anywhere else, but you look at the history here and it's like, it's all been like basically a government operation on the mind of the American public. Um, I was I was watching like a really old film from 1942, and that was Fantasia by Disney. When they released that, they were basically propagating the Big Bang Theory and that whole Genesis, that version of the Genesis of creation. And when you think about just fallacies in general, the appeal to authority has been the, I guess, the foundation of the education system here. So it's like if you appeal to authority, you automatically get rewarded in, many different parts of life. So it just feels like that is like where most globe believers are just appealing to authority and, like, looking for their cookie, looking for their reward. So most people haven't looked at it critically, and they're just kind of looking to their buddies and their peers to back them up when they point and laugh at the concept of a flat earth. But yeah, there's no doubt that the measurements speak for themselves, but they're never looking at the measurements. They're always looking at all of the presented evidence, the authorities presented evidence. It's like you can't afford to do what we do. We're the government. We have like this unlimited budget, and you guys can't afford to do these experiments. So,
Yeah, man, it's so bad that even if Earth is a globe, the public is so ill-equipped to defend it properly. And that's the outcome, and that's the intended purpose.
exactly. That's exactly where they want everybody, in a position where it's like, all right, well, tell me what I should believe in. They're looking to the authority to let them know, like, hey, what is truth? I can't figure it out for myself. I need to look to y'all to let me know what's true. And that's just the wrong place to be when you're dealing with untrustworthy beings. I try not to look at it as an us versus them um, type of situation. It's difficult when you have so many globe believers, um, just, I guess, like just ruthlessly ignorant and trying to be, um, trying to put people down for without having any basis for their belief system. They feel like they have all this ground to stand on, and the more pieces you pull out from their fake foundation of reality, the more they get angry and just want to hurl insults. But and it goes both ways. I mean, there's plenty of flat earthers that are just fed up with the just fed up with the mistreatment of others and the mistreatment of other flat earthers. So it happens. But I feel like we need to be able to stay as civil as possible with these with these individuals, just because, like, everybody's been there that hasn't thought critically, or hasn't been gifted with somebody with some sense to teach them, like, hey, there isn't any curvature measurable. And I believe most of my peers that I grew up around, no one was there to let them know, like, hey guys, you ever wonder why you could see so far, or why there's no evidence of curvature? You ever look into that? And Most people would say no. You know, they've been fed
No, they don't.
that
In here,
globular
they don't.
model.
You ask them about that, and they'll just go, yeah, because it's a globe. Seriously, that's what happens. They, like you said, they haven't looked into it. We know they haven't when they give answers like that. Yeah, because it's a globe. That's why this happens. That everything to them, their default answer is it's because it's a globe. Ships disappear bottom up because it's a globe. Doesn't matter what you tell them, you can prove that all these other things are happening. Nope, it's because it's a globe. They've had that drummed into their heads, so that's the answer.
That it also points to this, this meeting of the minds that must have taken place at some point in history, right? Where a bunch of powerful individuals were like, okay, this is the narrative, we're sticking to it, and it's going to be such a great deception based on X, Y, and Z. They had to have had um, a grand plan before kind of, unveiling this thing to the public and then just sticking to it and just waiting for people who knew better to just die off and really just take over the children's minds, because our grandparents have been being programmed with this stuff. If you think about it, if they started pushing all this stuff in the early 1900s, then I mean, it didn't take long for everyone to get to a point where people are like, no, we've known this for thousands of years. We've known this for thousands of years. I mean, I feel like that's the biggest kick in the shorts for people to have to come to terms with. It's like, once you understand, okay, well, if they're lying about this, that means there had to have been this great plan to do this, like not just in one country, but in so many countries. It's unfathomable for a lot of individuals to think of a conspiracy that big.
But that means all the scientists and all the school teachers and the dentists too, they're all lying. Oh, that's great when you track the conversations. Excellent. So you've understood you've been lied to. Very good. Let me guess. Why did they lie? Maybe they just didn't like you. They didn't lie to anyone else, just you.
Oh man, I'm rolling. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm glad you're laughing at it because it is funny. That's the norm around here. Well, anyways, mate, I'm going to love yous and leave yous. I need my beauty sleep, and like I've said before, if you've seen my head, you'd fully understand why. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on where on our awesome plane you hide, and I shall catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Good day, all. No current globe defenders around at the moment, does it look like? I mean, I don't blame them. It's kind of hard to defend non reality, but anyway. Yeah, everybody knows or thinks they know it's a globe, but nobody can tell you how or why. Kind of weird. People joining, anybody got anything to say? Hello? Anybody think it's a globe? Tell us why. I'm assuming my mic's working. Because everybody's busy. Everybody have a good day. Empirically, factually, testable, it's not a globe. And it's not our fault. We're just the people pointing out reality for what it is. Peace. Right back at you, Flat Lloyd. You're actually the legend, but I appreciate it. Sorry, somebody else talk. Go ahead. Guess not. Well, I got time to sit here and look at this screen. Let's do a quick roll call of all these globe believers that are in here. I get to my screen. All right, we have a Get a Grip, Captain Midnight, Dank.o. Hello. Crit AI. Good to see you're in AI now, so you don't have to worry about actually being here all the time. We have Dez Studio 68, DJ, a fervent globe believer, correct? Dr. Jordan Peterson, Elbow TV FR. What's the FR stand for, Elbow? Just can't talk. FE Batman, always here, legend. Flat Earth Ranger, knows his stuff, good dude. I am the Lex, hello, feel free to talk. We have Migo Wigo, Newt W, Over Fences, Quiet Noobs, Shabazz, I think is formerly known as Sasha, if I'm correct. Sporadic Echo, he changed it just from sporadic E. I get that. Legend knows all of his shit. And finally, the ultimate flat Earth final boss. Now, assuming my mic was working, one of you people have something to say. Go ahead.
What was your question?
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
No. You asked me what stands for?
Oh, then it just used to say elbow FE
Oh,
or
it
no?
used to be Elbow TV FN.
Oh, FN. Okay, my bad. What's going on, man? Thanks for piping up. Hope you have a good one.
Yeah, man, doing good. How you doing, Dave? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the background listening most of the time. I mean, I kind of like know all the information. I'm just not great at arguing with these guys, so I'll let you guys do it. Anyway. They keep arguing against reality every day, don't they? They don't
Oh
know they
man.
are, but they think they're arguing for facts, but they're arguing against the real world, man. It's crazy, ain't it? We all live here. And they got all these people fooled into thinking it's the exact opposite of whatever it is, what it actually is. Crazy. Anyway. If there's anyone listening on YouTube, you just stumbled across this, you think we're a bunch of crazy people, come in here and actually talk to us and listen to what we got to say and then make up your own mind. So if anybody else wants to jump in, feel free. All right, no pressure to talk, but live from Iceland, we've been joined by Drace AI, who's also a legend since at least 2015, 2014, whenever I first met him online.
Hey,
Even in
Dave.
Iceland, they know they're not on the ball, don't they, Drace?
That's true, although I can't speak for the rest of my countrymen.
How's the weather, real quick? Shitty?
Yeah, a little bit. It's meh. It looks a little rainy.
Yeah. It's actually a rainy day here in Kentucky, USA, too, so we're even there, man. The rain is free showers from God, or whatever you want to think, wherever showers come from, it's free. But who knows what's in it, right? But yeah, good to hear from you, Drace. Thanks for piping up, man.
Likewise, good to hear from you.
Yeah, back in the day, I wrote a parody song that was recorded by Drace. It's still on my channel if anybody wants to check it out. It's a Collective Soul song called The Globe Just Don't Check Out. It's going platinum here soon, right, Drace?
Yeah, that hurts me because I'm not a great singer. I'm not a.
Did good.
No, I'm really not, and I don't know how to produce the songs well enough, or especially back then, I didn't know how to produce at all. So it was really bad.
I know. I mean, it was. I mean, I sent you a horrible recording for you to work with, and then you didn't have much to, as far as the music studio. So it's all good, man. It was good times though.
Yeah, I had fun making it.
Yeah. If somebody actually professionally produced that song, it would be a good one to have out there. But anyway, the Globe really does don't check out. If you actually go to check it out, it don't check out, man. I'm sorry. It's not our fault. And we can't tell you why they're lying because we can't pinpoint who they are, but somebody started this shit somewhere. That's all I can tell you. Somebody got together and said, hey, let's tell everybody it's a globe. And everybody else said, okay, let's do that. Where that room was when that meeting took place, I can't tell you. But anyway, I'll shut up.
Well, it's always a pleasure to hear you.
Likewise, Jason. Enjoy your day there in Iceland. Do something productive today, hopefully, if you want to.
That's the plan. I'm just getting ready for the day, and that's why I'm chilling here with you guys.
Yeah, I'm having my morning coffee and get ready to start work in like an hour or so. And I'm looking at the rain, so I'm not ready to start work yet. But I'm looking outside, and I'd like to report that it looks pretty still. I don't see any motion going on, not even wind. And we currently do not have the sun apparently in the sky because it's a cloud cover. But none of it, anything I'm looking at is telling me that I'm on a ball.
What do you think the sun is again? My bad, man.
I think the sun is something that's the source of whatever, and that's about all I know about the sun. What do you know about the sun?
It's pretty hot. That's all I really know about it.
Yeah, I mean, honest people that actually try to regurgitate or report factual information, they wouldn't give you 100% answer about whatever the sun is. But all I know about the sun is it's part of this system that was created by something. And if it wasn't there doing whatever it's doing, we wouldn't be here breathing and talking. Back to you. My bad. I wasn't muted. If anybody heard any cats meowing, I'm feeding my cat. Muting now.
Did we run out of numpties?
I said to J.E. Barrington.
Hey, good morning.
How's it going? We still need to get a Kentucky meetup.
Not terrible.
You're still near Kentucky, right?
With his wit. Yep. A matter of fact, I was in Kentucky till about 5 minutes ago. I'm just getting off 265 now, actually, believe it or not.
You didn't go across that Ohio River, did you?
Oh, yeah. Yep, I'm back in Indiana now. I was in Kentucky to go to the dentist.
Well, I hope the dentist took care of you. I just did the dentist last week, so I'm 63. I just got a full set of uppers. It's working out pretty good. Hopefully your dental issues are minor. Anyway, how does dentistry work on a globe? Do you know? I think it can only work on a globe, maybe. Dentists can only work on a globe. No, that don't make any sense. Well, real quick, while I'm talking, if there's anybody listening out there and you really think you live on a globe, come in here and have a little dose of reality, maybe.
Yep, many of them have tried. That's for sure. They try.
It's an impossible task or a fool's errand to try to defend something that doesn't actually exist. I mean, I know they don't know that, but you know what I mean.
100% it is. There was an umpty on here this morning whose whole entire argument was backed up upon that it was said on a .gov website, so therefore it's true. It's been checked, it's been verified, it's been validated. There's no need to question it. You can, only because that's your First Amendment right, but other than that, it's true because it's on a .gov website.
Oh man, that's a good point. How could it be on a government website if it wasn't true? Oh man. I'm being sarcastic in case anybody's wondering. Anyway. The appeal to consensus, smart guys figured it out. We've known for thousands of years we're spinning around the sun. Nobody can tell us why or how or anything approaching what we actually experience. Crazy, man.
%.
You know, a lot of people think, well, what does it matter? It doesn't affect my life, blah, 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 right? I mean, I understand that the globe is like a little mind worm. It's always in the background and started when you were 5 or 6 years old when you first saw one in the corner of the classroom, and it's just reinforcing you're an insignificant speck in the middle of nothing. That's what they want you to think. Anyway, just my opinion, but doesn't it really matter where we actually live? You know, where we're trying to operate these meat suits and do whatever we're doing. doesn't our environment and what it actually is, isn't that important? Come on, man.
Yeah, it's interesting that the numpties come in and they spend 20, 30 minutes trying every way they can to defend the globe, to show how the concept of flat Earth is stupid, and they do it time after time after time after time after time after time, and then they end up, well, it doesn't matter anyway, even if it is flat, it doesn't matter. It's okay, well, doesn't matter. Why did you just spend 30 minutes going through every portion of your brain trying to pull something out that wasn't there?
Yeah, there's so many of them, Jay, that they'll say it doesn't matter, but in their actual true self, they're saying it's got to be a globe. It's got to be a globe. There's some reason I can't figure out why it's a globe, but it's a globe. Damn it, it's a globe. Come on, man.
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. And they're just redirecting because it does matter, and they know that it's important. So, they don't have to convince us whether it matters or not. We know whether it matters or not. They're trying to convince themselves by saying it doesn't matter.
I agree with that 100%. They fight against the notion that they got deceived on this grandest scale in their mind. I mean, I understand that when I first looked at it in 2015, that was one of my first instincts was go to the grand scale. Everybody's lying. There's no way that they fooled everybody. But they didn't have to fool everybody. They just had to teach everybody the opposite of reality. And that's basically what they did, right?
Well, and all you have to do, it's not really magic. It's not really anything else. All you have to do is take a subject that requires more than, say, one or two steps of thought, and you can pretty much then say anything about it you want. Because at the end of the day, most people can't even tell you what kind of car they drive. They can't even tell you, very simple, basic stuff. When I was in the world of pharmacy years ago, people didn't even know what they took medicine for. And my point of all of it is, so it's just very easy. You just turn it into an oral tradition of science fiction, whatever else, and then they'll believe the science fiction because they want to believe the fiction. It's kind of like that poster that was on the office there in X-Files that said, "I want to believe."
Yeah, that's a large part of it. People want to believe. I mean, hardly anyone wants to do like we do and shed belief or try to minimize belief or whatever individual is doing. But, belief is the enemy of knowing, some famous guy said. So not enough people want to actually know what this place is. They just want to believe what they think it is, what men made up about it. It's crazy, man.
Oh yeah, it's really it's beyond belief because I think a lot of them also. I think a lot of people just also just don't even care, and they care about so little, but they're just more interested in getting back to find out uh, if the Wildcats are winning or not.
I think they've been trained to not care because we have all the answers. The scientists have all the answers.
That's correct. Smart people figured it out, but I have to mute for a minute. So somebody else join in there. Go ahead. I got to mute up, but good to hear from you, J.E.
Yes, sir, Hank. It's always good to hear from you.
I'm constantly confused with Hank, but I'm not Hank. I'm Dave in Kentucky, but it's all good, man.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's what your name used to be. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I know you're Dave. I know you're in Kentucky, and we've talked a bunch, but I thought you went by Hank at one point.
Now that's Larry, formerly known as Hank Hill, and he actually had the Hank Hill icon.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You know what? Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, no, I know. Yeah, you and I've talked a bunch, but
It's all good. We sound similar. I know. But whoever piped up there, go ahead if you want to. I got to mute for a minute.
you have a good day, Dave.
You as well, and everybody else. Do something productive today if you can in your life.
Hello? Anyone there?
Aloha.
Hey.
Oh.
Is there any Globetrotters here?
Just you.
No, I'm not Globetrotter. I'm a flat earther.
Oh, great.
So why would you go with such an accusation? Then there's no need to try and call me out on something that I'd never done. Know what I mean?
No, you're right, bro.
Not really, because if
Whatever.
you mean you've never done. Everybody here has been a globe target at one point or another.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean he needs to come out swinging. You know what I mean? So where the Globetards? I'm curious. I bet
They're
you
still on
decided to let.
TikTok.
Huh?
They're still on TikTok.
Oh, of course. Okay, so since it's no Globetards, I'm just curious. When did everyone here start, reading into flat Earth and all that?
Oh, okay. You first.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of asked a broad-range question to. You don't really answer a question with a question. You know what I mean? But sure,
So when did you
I'll
first become a flat earther?
I mean, I haven't been flat Earth for too long. I think I've been maybe a few months.
Okay.
I mean, my main thing is that everyone tries to
What
say
was
it's
your
not right,
pivotal?
but
What was the pivotal moment in your understanding of the world?
I can't
In that regard?
see a horizon.
But there must have been a moment where it struck you that you remember.
Well, I mean,
No.
well, yeah, I do remember. I remember I actually came in here a few months ago talking about it, and then someone told me, okay, go out to the horizon, do this little experiment thing. Can't remember exactly how I did it, but it was something
Black Swan.
with I think with a couple of cups or something. And then I did it, and there was no curvature. I couldn't see any curvature. It's just flat. Like the only real question I have that I don't think I've been able to resolve yet is what's at the edge of the Earth? Like what happens? What happens then? I don't know. Like, do you just fall off?
At the edge. Don't know.
Yeah, like the edge. Yeah,
Couldn't
like
say.
you. And one thing is, I was on a plane the other day, or I was on a flight the other week, and like they really really want you to believe it. They want you to really believe it because it was like with them it had like the plane going up and then down and not straight, just adding more time.
You didn't look out the window?
I look at the window, it just looks flat. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying when on the little screen it showed like them going up a little thing like up and down. And of course, they have a globe model on the little screen.
I remember the screen just using a flat map, pretty much.
So what about you?
So yeah,
When did you discover?
me?
Yeah.
some dude, like someone I knew for a long time, told me that it was flat. Long time, like 1995, and then came out on the internet in 2015.
How old are you?
55.
55, yeah.
Mhm.
God damn. You're really getting there in age.
Well, I hope you make it this old, dude.
Huh?
I hope you make it this old to this age and longer.
Oh yeah. I'm not singling you out or anything. I'm just saying that's definitely an age. That's it.
Yeah, 55 is an age. Yeah.
Yes. So you're 55. You're 10 years off retirement. How's that feel? Got one more decade.
Retirement?
Yeah, you got one more. You got 10 more
I'm
years.
I'm just getting started.
What?
Just getting started, dude.
What? You're already retired?
I don't plan on retiring.
Yeah, no, I'm saying in 10 years you can retire, get super.
No, okay. I'll be like that guy Monet, and they found him dead, leaning against his painting with a paintbrush in his hand.
But they found your mate dead.
Monet, painter. I think it was Monet or.
So anyway, who told you the others?
What's that?
So who are you talking about this? You say someone told you the Earth was flat. Then
in the mid-90s.
Yeah.
And I kind of understood straight away when he said Earth's not a ball, it's a grid. And then when it came out in 2015, I was like, what's this bullshit? And then when I watched the video, I was like, oh man, these guys are serious. Mark Sargent. And then I watched 200 Proofs, Earth's Not a Globe. Eric DeBay. And that was it. I was like, wow, it's fun. And then I went into some streams and stuff, watched some videos, started debating talking to people in the comments and all that. And I was talking I noticed all the Globers were going kind of apeshit, making up stuff. And I would be like, gee, I can just go to Google in 2 minutes and debunk what you're saying, bro. So there's a bit of that, and then it's like, you're a spastic and all this. I'm like, oh, okay. So there's a bit of action from the other side, from the Globers. They were really wound up and triggered and stuff. So I thought this could be fun. And started to learn about it from a few flat earthers.
Yeah. You know, how I say it.
But there was a pivotal moment there in 2015.
Like, I would
You don't
say,
seem to have
though,
one where you're sort of like, oh, someone told me to look at a cup, and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm a flat earther now. It's kind of a bit lame.
Yeah, so it's just because I don't generally like to just go off someone's word, same as, going off the word of someone saying the earth is a globe, right? I like to at least have some sort of evidentiary proof of whatever you're saying. I just don't go off someone's word. That's why generally I'm not. Look, I'll say I'm part of the flat earth community, but I'm not really the biggest fan of a lot of these flat earth YouTubers because I feel like people kind of do put on a pedestal a little bit too much. But they're not the arbiters of everything. If you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, I can see that in a few of the other mainstream kind of, I guess, flat earthers.
The one
Dave.
Flat Earth Dave. Yeah. Oh, What's the other one? I forgot it. Wait, do you mean Professor Dave or Flat Earth Dave?
Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah. So I forget his name. Forgot his name now. He's a British fella.
Simon Dan.
No, not Simon Dan. No. He was on. So he was on Vice.
Don't know, dude.
Zach.
So you understand the Black Swan argument then?
Give me a sec. There's 2 seconds. Just trying to find this. Just trying to get his name for you. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Nathan Oak.
Yes, what about him?
Yeah, Nathan. Yeah, what about him? I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen some of the stuff that he's done, and he does kind of come across as a bit of a twat, to be honest, in some of his streams, if I'm being completely honest. I know a lot of people like him, but honestly, I think he's a bit confrontational for my liking. I
seem to remember
is at least not super duper confrontational. Like, you don't need to be fucking, cursing out literally everyone that talks to you. I'm just not a fan of it.
Just cursed.
Yeah, no, but there's a difference in cursing. It's like yeah, I said like fuck. It's like, but so there's a difference between saying fuck and fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, would you agree it's a bit of a
There's
difference?
no need for fucking unnecessary swearing. What are you talking about, bro? Well, I heard you on Nathan Oak get shreds torn off you.
No,
I remember that a couple of times. I know, it's probably about a year ago. At least you were on Nathan Oak when you tried to debunk the. You're asking about the Black Swan, and you're acting all, like you didn't understand it. And then Nathan just started tearing strips off you, slapping you around a bit, and then you went all like,
I've never met the guy. But I'm just saying.
No, you spoke to him in this stream about 3 times. What are you talking about? When? I said about a year ago, maybe a bit longer than a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't been in the server for about a year. I know when.
There you go. Yeah, so.
I'm in the server. Does he come in the server?
No, you went to his YouTube channel and tried to debate him on the Black Swan.
Yeah. No, I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember which one. I'm just saying from what I've saw of him, he just comes across as a bit
the
of
way
a
he
twat.
talks pretty unique. So it was definitely you.
No. I don't. Look. All I'm trying to say is that he's a bit confrontational. Like, you don't need to be you don't need to be going and like cursing out everyone just because you have a bit of a different.
How would you know? I thought you'd never been to his stream. What are you talking about?
No, I've watched him before. I haven't talked to him. That's what I'm trying to say. I watched him.
You spoke to him a bunch of times.
No, I haven't.
You go, Nathan, what's going on with the Black Swan? What's that? Where's the horizon? And then he tried to explain to you, and you were just, I don't know, impossible
Look,
to
if
teach.
I talked to him before, I can before. But I doubt I've talked to him. I doubt it. I very much doubt it.
He started yelling at you. Rightly so.
Yeah. Look, all I'm trying to say is,
got to remember that.
And look, I mean, aside from being confrontational, I don't really like the fact that he's hit his daughter. So
it's not that's unnecessary slander.
I mean, it's not necessary to hit your daughter. I mean, especially like 2 years old.
I'm just going to mute you because you're being a dickhead.
I'm being a dickhead. I'm just simply letting you know my opinion.
Slander. There's no need for that.
I mean, I just said I'm not the biggest fan of Nathan Oakley because he's a bit of a twat. That's it. And then you kind of got really, really defensive for no reason.
No, I didn't.
Like, I mean, I don't mind Flat Earth Dave, but I'm just not the biggest fan of Nathan Oakley. That's it.
Yeah, because he pulled strips off you. He humiliated you on his stream.
He pulled strips off me.
Yeah, it turned you into a stuttering retard. Couldn't answer a simple question. Yeah, I remember that.
You're saying I'm slandering him, then you're slandering me. Of something I never did.
That's not slander.
You're accusing me of something I never did, and then you're saying I'm a retard, which is slander, right?
There is I mean, I can find the show.
I mean, if you want to go find it, but I doubt I've met him. If I met him, I might have made a comment here once, and then I might say, "Hey," and that was it. But I can't recall. That's literally the only vibe in the only direction. But I can't recall. I do remember seeing him on this server once, and I came in, but he was just leaving. So anyway, can you just hold up? Like I sort of said, I'm part of the community. It's just that I just don't like everything happening. Like that.
What?
I'm saying I'm a flat earther, but I don't like everything inside. Like I just don't like the glorification of all the YouTubers. That's it. I mean, we talk about how
YouTubers. What are you talking about?
I mean, you know, the globetards glorify scientists, but also glorifying YouTubers, right?
Don't know.
I mean,
yeah,
you
the
kind
Globers
of
have their
take
priests,
the word.
like. Well, at the Globers, yeah, they've got their priests like Professor Dave, Simon Dan.
But then I feel like I feel like though that kind of hypocritical we call them. They say they have priests when we kind of do have priests ourselves. I mean, I mean, you know, Nathan Oakley and you know Flat Earth Dave and all those people. I feel like people take a lot of what they say and just kind of regurgitate their points, but actually trying to seek out their own answers. Same as Globetards do with you know, Simon Dave and Professor Dave. Right? I think that's a fairly reasonable thing to say.
No, there's a difference between parroting and understanding an argument and then repeating it to someone else.
I mean, you could say the same thing reverse.
Well, the Globers say, you know, when asked for evidence of the globe, they'll say moon shadows.
Well, I mean, I'd also say,
you know, and then they don't really know anything about moon shadows. They've just heard someone say moon shadows as a debunk.
I will say though, they've also heard the same point that Nathan said, that Nathan isn't actually claiming anything. He isn't saying the Earth is flat, nor it's a globe. I've heard many people in this Discord thing say it. Like other people say it too. That's apparent.
Flat Earth is saying that they're not sure whether it's a flat or globe or not.
No.
Get out of here.
Nathan said, let's say, right, I've heard times when people say, okay, how does he prove the flat Earth? He's like, well, I don't believe that there's a shape of the Earth. I'm not claiming anything. It's on the globetards to prove that globe exists, which is true. But then I come in here and I also hear
overall shape. The overall shape that we can't possibly see. So the God's eye view, yeah, we don't know that shape.
Well, yeah, that's what he basically says, and then I hear a bunch of people here parroting it.
Flat's not a shape, though. That's just a fact, isn't it? We don't know what we don't know what it is entirely.
Yeah, and that's what Nathan says, right?
So we don't make any claims about it.
And everyone, yeah, he said he isn't making a claim about the shape of the Earth, right? I've heard it before. I've heard it by other people. I've heard other people in this Discord thing say it multiple times before. They're literally parroting his point.
It's not parroting because people understand it. What he's saying.
Okay, then you could say the reverse. I mean, you could say globetards are not parroting; they're just understanding. I mean, like, I feel like you're kind of not really being fair in your how do I say, your conclusion to this?
Apparent refraction, don't know what that is. There's or gravity. Without having the slightest idea what it is. So the dumb parents.
Wait, hold up. Say again. I couldn't hear you. You lagged out.
I said the globe is, say, gravity. Yeah, just a one-word evidence.
Yeah, what about
gravity?
What about
moon shadow?
Yeah, and I mean, I would agree. Those are some pretty bad points. But I've also seen philosophers, make the point saying, that since we can't see the Earth being a curve, therefore it's flat. Right?
Pretty good start, dude. I mean, for a ball Earth, you need to see some curvature. If you're claiming that boats disappear over the horizon when you're at the beach, then it should be measurable, hey?
I mean, I would say if you just look at it and then say that's your evidence, I wouldn't say that's a very good point of evidence. It's like what you call it, God, right? Like, people believe in God, but no one sees him. Right? Are any of us here Christians? Religious people?
Are you playing God with curvature? Saying that
No, I'm not.
You can't see him, but he's there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I'm not exactly saying that, but possibly. That's how flat earthers would say it. Flat earthers, sorry. That's how globestars would say it.
Curvature is just like God. Can't see him, but he's really there. It's wonderful.
And I would
So the
say
difference
though,
from
like,
parroting is. Go on.
Look, all I was going to say is that, like, one of the reasons why I've kind of singled out Nathan Oakley a little bit is I feel like Nathan kind of, how do I say, look, I mean, recently, do you remember that thing that guy did, the priest from fucking Colorado or something? The final project, whatever it's called. They went to Antarctica.
Right. Oh yeah,
I was gonna say, I feel like Nathan didn't even try. He just didn't even try and even make an effort to even try and go there to represent our side of the point, right? He has basically said, I'm not going. So I feel like I just feel like he isn't trying to commit to actually having his viewpoint. Like, I mean, realistically, we don't really know his true motives. I mean, he could, or we know, just be doing it.
To go there?
He literally said
he'll pay for go there, you moron.
He said he'll pay for him.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He did.
He said that. He said
yes,
that, but he's a liar because. Yeah, but Nathan never got a call. Nathan never got a call or a letter or anything. Didn't even get a phone call, email, nothing.
Yeah, because Nathan's rejected.
But yet he goes on a stream and says, "Oh, I asked Nathan," but he said no. He turned it down.
So then, why they call him if he turned it down?
He didn't. You can call him at all.
He rejected going, and my thing is here, like, no, he literally rejected going. He said he's not going. He said it on his live stream.
Too expensive. It's too cold and too expensive. It's about $50,000 to go there.
Yeah, he said he'll pay for him. He literally said he'll pay for him.
No, I know he said that, but that was never Nathan was never offered anything. Yeah,
because he rejected it. Because he rejected going from the first place. So what would be the point of even trying to offer him? Like he said that we'll pay for you. He said we'll pay for you to go. He said we'll pay for you to go, and then Nathan said, "Okay, I'm not going anyway. Don't care."
No, he didn't. He wasn't offered.
No, they offered to pay for him. No, I offered it,
didn't hear
rejected
anything
it.
from them. Because he knew that
He
if
declined to
he
go.
actually contacted Nathan Oakley, that Nathan would have torn shreds off him and told him that the whole thing's bullshit. And
So
that
what?
it's a total toss-up.
So what?
So there's
we're
no
just
way he was going to offer. He was going to offer it to Nathan. In reality, he
Okay.
might have just mentioned it on one of his live stream.
No, he
But
literally
no,
said
he
he'll
didn't
pay.
offer him Jack.
He did.
Didn't. No.
I mean, like that. I mean, he offered other flat earthers to go, and they went. Right?
Darren Whitsett.
He literally offered other flat earthers to go. Like not only that guy, but some random flat earther too.
Oh, some hot chick.
I mean, I just feel like his whole thing about this. I just feel like he didn't make an effort to actually try and represent our side well. I think my opinion is he actually did us more of a disservice than actually a service and trying to actually help our case.
He actually did a lot of work about it before the actual event. I mean, he had everything pretty much covered. I mean, the thing was a joke to begin with. There's no way it was going to prove anything.
Okay, if it's a
And
joke, then go there and prove
everyone,
it's.
all the flat earthers were covered on it before it even went. So it was no surprise. There was no surprises over here.
Well, if it's a joke, then why don't go and prove it's a joke? Like it's pretty simple.
They did prove it's a joke. We don't have to.
What? Okay, Nathan said.
We don't have to go any further than saying that they don't know what experiment is. Final experiment.
But Nathan is right. Nathan, right, said back in the day that you know, a 24-hour sun will prove that the Earth is a globe, right? And now since that he's retracted that statement.
No, he never said that.
Yes, he did. 100% he did. There is video evidence for that. And right now, I just feel like you're lying. You are 100% lying.
He said, and
Okay.
Base said, and a few other people said, "Shut up, shut it."
This is why people think you're stupid because you don't actually try and make an effort to actually try and talk. You just continue blah 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 blah. Like, come on, man. But this is why people turn away from flat Earth. You're literally just denying reality at this point.
So you fucked off. Good yourself.
Second one I've been in. So yeah, it was odd because technically we're supposed to be in the middle of a plate, but and they're not supposed to happen. But one of the reports was that there was a one of the drilling companies that are out that way where it happened. So it was like 8 k's underground or some ridiculous ground. They claimed that there was a mining company drilling there, and their diamond bit got shattered with whatever they hit, and that's what the cause was. So some people say it was uranium and all these other stupid things. It wouldn't surprise me if the military were testing some kind of underground explosive. But yeah, there's just speculation. So
yeah.
But every man and his dog went to it. So as soon as it went off, police, fireys, ambos, military, you name the group, they went out there to check it out. So must have been something important.
There's all kinds of stuff, man. We have no idea what's going on. It's
yeah.
So back in the mod chat, I'll explain for the audience. I don't have access to copy and paste in here. Speculation Sunday, as much as I hate it, but this is actually pretty cool.
Are we doing that?
Yeah,
I thought we're on hiatus for speculation.
Yeah, we're on hiatus.
Oh, okay.
We're on hiatus. So this isn't speculation then. This is reporting space and science news then. Because it's actually space and science news. Michio Kaku is describing what took place when a bunch of researchers got together and started decoding some Voyager data from deep space using AI. And what they found is it started to produce a face.
I'll post the video up for you.
Started to produce a face. Yep, and not just one face, but bunches of them. And some of the people that were doing the decoding were kind of freaking out because they saw what they thought was some of the likeness of the people doing the decoding in that face. Yeah. And then they mentioned that this whole thing is tied in with all these deep underground bases and Antarctic listening posts that are also doing the same thing. Basically, what the part that NASA doesn't like to talk about is the SETI stuff. They didn't disavow SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. They've always been doing that, but in different ways. The SETI project itself was turned over to public endeavors. But they've always been doing this. In fact, they've been doing this since the second International Polar Year in the 1930s. Call me crazy.
Number cruncher for the SETI project. When I was at home, I used to have my computer running before all Bitcoin and all that. I had probably had my hardware running for them for 5 or 6 years, easy.
Yeah, I was doing that in the 90s too. I loved it. I'm, grabbing blocks and hashing them and whatever. The point is in this. So for those of you who don't know this, I'm taking a tangent because it's on point. The International Polar Year endeavors were a series of worldwide coordinated expedition projects. It was kicked off by the Habsburg Empire, actually, by the Habsburg Emperor in the 1880s, who funded all these Germans, Russians, Americans, Brits, and Canadians, and Australians to go to the poles and figure out what the heck is there. They were also doing scientific ballooning in the 1880s, and they were setting up research outposts. And they were also, I think, sending up some early rockets as this project continued to the early 1900s. So Konstantin Tsiolkovsky was a Russian mathematician and engineer who developed what's called the rocket equation. We're not talking outer space rockets. Like Konstantin Tsiolkovsky did not envision an infinite vacuum of outer space when he developed this stuff. That's also an interesting note. So that ended. A bunch of data was collected. Then they kicked off the next International Polar Year in like the early 1930s. And you had the Germans. Guess what they were at that time? You had the Germans setting up Antarctic research bases and Arctic research bases. You had sounding rockets shooting up all over the place. You had balloons, you had sled dogs, you had boats, you name it, the full 9 yards. But what they started to develop at the second International Polar Year was something called World Data Centers. The first computers were coming out. And because they already had like telegraph wire all over the world stretched from place to place, they said, we can hook computers up to these and we can like automate the signals going back and forth and basically send a lot of encoded data using computers that are much better than telegraph typers. Does that make sense to you? So they set up what was the precursor to the DARPA net. Everybody thinks the internet started with DARPA, but it started actually at the second International Polar Year in the 1930s with the World Data Centers. And guess what happened? They set up all these bases in all these austere environments. They collected all this information, and oh dear, World War II, all the data was lost because of World War II, because war and chaos. Very generalized. They don't go into detail like what was lost and how. I mean, there's a very little like written history on this, but this is actual history. You know what the third International Polar Year was? It was called the Space Race. Not even joking. That was the third one. And there was a fourth one that took place in 2008. Fairly recently. So these have been going on, right, for over 100 years now. During the second International Polar Year with the World Data Centers, prior to that and leading up to it, they discovered that they could hear what they thought might have been some kind of patterns in the noise of the background radiation static that people have been picking up on radios, on telegraph wires, and other things. So one of the things they decided to do was tune in and listen closely, and they thought that some people thought they were picking up intelligence. Literal, like, we hear, like, intelligence like spies. Well, they were picking up it seemed like intelligence.
Tesla did too. He thought.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Glad you brought that up. So in order to get better and better resolution, to find better data within the noise, signal within the noise, they dug deep underground bases and set up data centers there. They sent up high altitude balloons with radios and started picking up stuff there. They even claim that they've got satellites like Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 listening and processing all this stuff, processing noise. So this has its origins a long time ago. And that's kind of my point, that this what they're picking up right now is nothing new. But what they were able to do now is process some of that noise, and it produced in this one case faces. Now, are they just like, is it like pareidolia, right? Is there so much random chaotic mess in the noise that you can find anything in there, including the works of Shakespeare? Or is there some kind of actual intelligence going on?
Right, but should they question the method that they're using AI? Like we know how AI can be
biased,
a little bit, and misleading and make mistakes and all that.
Right.
I suppose they're using the best of the best stuff, though.
Yeah, and I got to think that these statisticians, these mathematicians, computer scientists working on this stuff, they should know better. I don't know for sure, but for whatever reason, for the past 100+ years, it seems, people have been intensely focused on this stuff. And it's kind of hush-hush. It's still public. Like, I don't think they classify any of it. You can't like make natural discoveries classified. That's actually public law in the United States of America. Natural discoveries, scientific discoveries in nature may not be classified. And it kind of makes sense. I mean, how could you? How could you classify a discovery that anybody can go out and make? You can't come up with an OPSEC pretext or cover story for something that anybody can go independently verify. That'd be stupid. But what you can do is not classify it, but craft public narratives around certain things to mislead people potentially into thinking things that they observe are one thing when they're actually another. And hence what some people speculate is the propaganda efforts by NASA. Not speculation. NASA was directly created out of a propaganda program called the Operations Coordinating Board under Harry Truman. It was a PSYOP board. They called it the PSYOP board in their own correspondence to each other, colloquially. Yeah. Crazy stuff. So yeah, not speculating here on anything. I think I walked that tightrope carefully. Just reporting on space news.
No, that's fine, man. Yeah. So no speculation Sunday then?
Nope, I think that's been relegated to the home server. And you know what? I kind of agree with that. I like the idea of speculation Sunday isn't bad. I have derided it, but I think for our purposes here on these public forward-leaning outposts of our community, we need to run a tight ship. And plus, Speculation Sunday, if we actually promote it, can draw people back to our home server. Like, why not? Why not at least one day a week we can get a racked and stacked, fully packed VC going on back in our home server? And so what if it's Speculation Sunday? And we got 3 places that we have high activity. And something like that could kick off a more organic growth approach to reseeding interest in our home server again, which I would personally love to see. I'd love to see more people coming back home. So I kind of think of it as a win-win. Yeah, anyway.
No, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I've been neglecting the home server. Something shocking.
Yeah. So I want to maybe bring up something I was talking about in the home server. Let me pull up a post, and I'll go through this for the audience so they don't have to pull up Discord and scroll through text. All right. So yesterday I was pinged in the chill chat. Okay, the subject in chill chat was regarding the moon, and specifically in this case, the moon tilt illusion. I know you guys are aware of that, but for those listening, the moon tilt illusion is the illusion of how the terminator line from the moon, the terminator line separating the shadow from the lit part, is angled as such that it doesn't appear to match the sun's location. This is a known phenomenon. It's true. It is, in many cases, way off. And somebody posted this. A guy named A exists. He's got the Flat Earther tag. He said, assume standard model. Premise 1, straight lines do not curve from any perspective. Premise 2, there is a straight line path from the sun and the moon. Yes, we agree that's the case. Premise 3, the lit moon should point towards the sun on that straight line. In other words, the terminator line on the sun should be perpendicular to the rays from the sun.
Yep.
Right. Premise 4, an object pointing towards a different object has the same angle as a straight line between said objects. Conclusion, the lit moon should appear to point towards the sun, but it doesn't. Contradiction. All right, so DJ tagged me. I wasn't here in VC for that part of the conversation. I replied to him this morning. I said, regarding the moon tilt illusion, this is actually what Globers claim is evidence of parallel light. I'm going to steelman their position for sake of discussion. You know how we already say that if you're on a globe, you're always on top. We say this in the context of describing how we relate to globe curvature, which should be curving down from you in all directions as if you're standing on the summit of a big hill. If you're standing on top of the moon in the same fashion, like you'd be standing on top of the globe, you'd be near the terminator line as the image shows from the camera. So they took a picture of this, okay? And the guy who took the picture was in twilight, was taking a picture of the moon. And the terminator line did not have a direct path to where the sun appeared to be. So I said, this is just like the location from which the observer took the photo, who is also near the terminator line. Are you with me so far? So we've got an observer at the terminator line. So I said, now for the critical examination, the observer standing on top of the moon could drop an astrogeodetic plumb line that extends from above him to your center of the moon. All right, so let me post the images in question here. So I'll post real quick. I can't describe this. Sorry, listeners. You're going to have to bear with me. I'm posting the image from the post in question. And what it is showing here is the cameraman. It's twilight. The tree line is in shadow. The sun is setting on the horizon, and up above is the moon. And the terminator line is completely vertical. And if you were to extend a line from the perpendicular of that terminator line, it shoots way out into outer space and doesn't point at where the sun is. All right, so I'm going to post my image next, and I'll continue reading. So imagine you've got an observer, right? He's standing on top of the moon at the terminator line. He'd be able to drop an astrogeodetic plumb line. That is, imagine a plumb line going from straight up above your head, light years away, all the way through the crown of your head, through your feet, and terminating it in the center of the moon. Right? This plumb line is parallel to your astrogeodetic plumb line while standing on the globe as shown. So we know that because we see where the observer is, and he's in twilight. A twilight observer is also near the terminator line, correct? Visually, we can see how this would be the case as evidenced by the terminator line and the suggestion of the globe and the distance to the moon with respect to the immense and distant sun. Therefore, geometric proof by Euclid, light from the sun is perpendicular to the parallel lines as shown both by the moon and presupposedly the earth on which the observer stands. The glober would conclude that the illusion is caused by a combination of perspective and a vast distance between earth and moon by geometric proof. The illusion is consequential from how we see it from our vantage point, but inconsequential relative to the distance and size of the sun, hence the illusion. They have explanations everything, don't they? So how would we handle the situation from a flat earth perspective? I would offer a rebuttal by pointing out the affirming the consequent fallacy, which attributes the explanation to a single cause without regard to other potential causes. Next, I would strengthen my rebuttal by offering flat earth measurements and ask for curvature measurements to keep the burden of proof where it belongs, with them. Does this mean the moon tilt illusion favors flat earth? Not really. We can reproduce this illusion at scale to demonstrate the globe side of the argument. This is fallacious, but it explains. We all know just how much globers love explanations. They're addicted to a good con game and are probably more susceptible to suggestion to things like hypnotism than we are. So a critical question for you, flat earthers. Can we reproduce this illusion at scale to favor the earth side, flat earth side of the argument? Can we show the moon tilt illusion under a flat earth cosmology, right? So I posed that, and Logress, our friend Loggy, he put the cringe face emoji underneath that, right? And I replied and I said, well, the answer is, guys, we don't need to. We don't need to do this. Our lack of creativity does not weaken our argument. Globe curvature has never been measured in the first instance. Descriptions and explanations in lieu of actual evidence are not evidence. Keep the burden of proof on them where it belongs. Then I said, in closing, we should acknowledge how good the Glober's explanation is, quite honestly. Give them the credit. It's ingenious. So give them all the credit, and then point out the mental gymnastics. Point out the space magic they invoke to make their fallacious reasoning hold. Point out their lack of direct first-hand verifiable evidence for anything, and watch them as their worldview collapses. That's it. Yep. Hope you enjoyed that.
No, that was good. Yeah, that was like a speculation, posing, reporting. Yeah, it worked well. And that's kind of what we're talking about, how we want Speculation Sunday to rotate to more stuff like that, rather than people just saying things and then,
You know, we could probably reframe what Speculation Sunday is. Like, move it away from ice walls and giants living in Agartha and stuff like that, right? Maybe move it more towards let the Globers speculate with us. Globers, bring your speculations on Sunday. What do you think Flat Earth is? And let's hear their strawmans. It could be potentially hilarious. So let them do what Flat Earthers, like the bad ones, do with their bad speculations. You know, let the Glober say, I heard you guys believe in like a toroidal ether thing. Oh, really? So we could be like, tell me more. And just let them go on. And then we bring down the hammer of reason, logic, and empiricism. And that gives us an opportunity to demonstrate that we are not those kinds of flat earthers you find on TikTok.
I saw a video where this chick was saying that we're in an eyeball. We're in an eye in the firmament. Or I've heard stuff where this is Atlantis, and that obviously the waters above and below surround us. We're at the bottom, surrounded by water. That's Atlantis, right? Atlantis sunk in the ocean.
I've seen the eyeball thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like the black rock. That would be the cornea, like your black pupil.
Yeah, you've got the dome and everything, right?
Yeah, that'd be trippy. The eye. Yep. They say our third eye is just like our eyes.
We're on the pupil of God, looking out into whatever he's looking at.
The Earth eyeball thing came out of a German forum. If you've seen the artwork that was produced out of that, it shows what looks like the moon map, and it relates it to the eye. And you know what that forum was? It was a forum full of speculators who grow psychedelic mushrooms and share their growing their setups with each other. Like, that was the main point of their server, of their Telegram server, was getting high on shrooms and helping other people grow shrooms. And one of them produced this, might have been a group of them, and said, hey man, check this out. They put a lot of effort into it, and that's how they related the moon map to flat Earth and the eyeball.
The moon map. Is that true? I was looking into it. I don't know.
I don't think so. Look, I mean, I could probably use Photoshop filters and show you Mona Lisa in the moon.
Quite good.
Like, the amount of liberties that were taken with Photoshop and adjusting levels and applying filters was off the charts.
But it'd be trippy though if it was. So it'd be like a permanent map when it's full moon. You just take your telescope and see the whole reflection. Because if the moon principle, the yin principle is more like a mirror reflecting the yang. Where was I going with this?
I know. Sounds like the mushroom guys.
Yeah, we live in a battery basically. They know it. Like, you know how Morpheus is like, Neo, you're a battery. Well, everything's dual.
Yeah, it reminds me of the dudes claiming to zoom in on the moon with the P900 and seeing a face right next to it, ominous looking face.
Yeah, I've seen those. They're like, "Oh, dude, there's something on Mars that NASA just showed. It's a face on Mars. Oh, there's pyramids too." When in reality, it's all CGI, fucking whatever. It could be a bottom of a pan.
I mean, the fact that there's polarity in our world, both in a metaphysical and physical sense, is undeniable. You know, I have no problem accepting that, and I think it's a feature of our existence. And I think it's a feature that our Creator gave us, hence giving us free will and choice to choose between polarities morally. You know, and in an analogous way, like in the sense of Plato's analogies, the metaphysical is mirrored by the physical, and we have positive and negative duality here. I also think that it's fallacious to believe that the middle path is somehow the most moral way to go about either case. You know, but you find a bunch of esoteric people who are like hermeticists, right? Hermeticists are like, you got to go up the middle pillar, man, between justice and wisdom, or between beauty and strength.
I think that's a tactic to weak us, man. So we're more subservient slaves.
So I'm going to say this once. I know we're live streaming, but I left Freemasonry as an ex-high grade Mason with a lot of orders and titles. I studied all that crap for years. Astrology, tarot, Kabbalah. Oh, yeah.
So I was just expecting Matrix to come in with the sound effects, so I just thought I'd do it for him. But...
Yeah, record scratch. I left that, and I actually spent a considerable amount of time helping others leave it and get out of the cult. I've shared a lot of these details with some of the folks in the panel, like Radwin here, Dr. Air Pressure. He knows.
I thought the silence there was more appropriate, T-Dub. Let it sit.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I got wrapped up in that thinking I was being a good Christian.
I mean, like, you know, I got doubt about all that, you know, like them being, you know, you get high up and they start cutting chickens' heads off and they want to sacrifice, yeah, all that stuff, right? Like,
no, it's very genteel.
Like, yeah, they actually do a lot of good around communities. I mean, like, you know, they got the Benevolent Society, right? Fucking
yeah. Listen, all that stuff happens in unaffiliated side orders that high-grade Masons join that aren't officially affiliated with Masonry. That's where you find people joining like these crazy sex cults. I've heard it described this way, that Masonry is kind of like Hogwarts. It's true. You get in after the first 3 degrees, and a whole bunch of doors open up to different side orders, appendant bodies, affiliated organizations. But also what opens up are people that belong to non-affiliated, non-appendant bodies who are into the weird stuff, the criminal stuff, the degenerate stuff. But that kind of stuff is actually pretty prevalent, unfortunately. So there's an interesting convent back in like the mid to late 1700s called the Convent of Wilhelmsbad. The reason this is important is it's when the atheistic humanist Masons from France went head to head with the Christian Masons from America and Great Britain and Germany. and they basically had a debate, like how's the future of Masonry going to be? And the Convent of Williamsbad actually upheld that, like, basically normalized Freemasonry would be fundamentally Christian. And so all those satanic humanist atheists who formed the Bavarian Illuminati and others were kind of ousted. Unfortunately, a lot of them became American founders. Yeah, so there you go.
I mean, my grandfather, like, high standing community member in his hometown, was invited to a meeting, right? Because they were offering him to join, right? And he declined, gracefully declined, but on the grounds that he was expected to bend the knee to a creator. He didn't want to. Yeah. He didn't want to do that. So yeah, he was considered himself an atheist. Though in his later life, on his deathbed, he was questioning. But yeah.
Mainline Masonry, I don't think is fundamentally evil or bad, although it is a big deception itself and misleads people. They do bring people to the Creator. They bring people to that, but they don't bring people to a specific set of theology. They kind of seem to be more interested in, and this is based off of all the degree work I went through. The point is to open you up to the idea of what's called perennialism. The idea that there is an ancient one world religion from which all modern religions have broken off from and have pieces of. And Masonry can help guide the individual upstream to that path that's pure to the source. Right, so they're the keepers of the Babylonian mysteries and the Egyptian mysteries and the Eastern mysteries too. They've got it all.
Hey, Peratic, look at what I put in text.
Oh, is that in Washington?
Omaha.
Oh, Omaha, yeah. Oh, yeah, Scottish Rite. So this is interesting, guys. The Scottish Rite actually has its origins in Roman Catholicism. And this blows people's minds. Most Masons don't know this because Masonry is seen by mainline Roman Catholics as a counterweight to the Vatican, and is seen by Protestants as a way to turn the thumbscrews into Roman Catholicism. But a lot of them don't know that the Scottish Rite had its origins in Roman Catholicism. And let me explain. I have to turn off the timer. Hold on. So the Scottish Rite came out of a man named Martine de Pasquale. He founded an order called the Ilu Cohen in France during the Jacobite Rebellion. This order was run under the auspices of the Stuart Kings. If you know your history, the Stuart Kings are ousted from England because they were loyal to the Pope in Italy. The Stuart Kings fled to France, got hooked into Masonry, and the two of them basically founded all these orders and started initiating kings and queens, princes and knights all throughout Europe to bring them under one organization to resolve differences and try and bring in world peace. So they did this, like Martine de Pasquale and his associate Louis Claude de Saint Martin were devout Roman Catholics. Martine de Pasquale had a patent issued to him by the Stuart Kings to found lodges. And Martine de Pasquale, a devout Roman Catholic, had a Jesuit priest as a secretary. And he operated with a letter from the Pope to give him permission to found Masonic lodges. This all happened before the Scottish Rite. The Scottish Rite developed out of the system that Martine de Pasquale and Louis Claude de Saint Martin proffered throughout most of Europe, which was called Martinism. It was a combination of the Ilu Cohen mysteries, like I mentioned earlier, something called the Way of the Heart, which is kind of a theosophical thing that Louis Claude de Saint Martin founded, and something called CBCS, which is an old order that goes back to the Knights Templar. So they basically brought these three together with the auspices of the Pope and with the auspices of the pretender clown kings of England, and started initiating royalty throughout Europe, and this included American founders. And it made its way actually to the Caribbean before going up to South Carolina, where the Scottish Rite was founded directly out of this strain of Martinism. They call it Martinism because you had Martinet de Pasquale and Louis Claude de Saint Martin, the two of them riding together throughout Europe, initiating people like a couple Martins. And so, yeah, the whole Scottish Rite system came out of that. And this is considered high-grade Masonry. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. So Martinism is the meeting point of Freemasonry in the Vatican. And both Protestants and Roman Catholics don't know that they're together and conjoined at the top. You know, at least the Protestants that think Freemasonry is a counterweight to Roman Catholicism. I could go on for hours about this. I know it's off topic, though.
That's an interesting part about you that I didn't know. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got credentials to show. Like I've presented it in private chats.
Well, there you go. There's a consideration, right? Instead of it being speculation, Sunday can be off topic.
Yeah, I like it.
Off topic Tuesday, Wench Wednesday. Oh, we could fill them all.
Freaky Friday. That's what I've been going for. It's where you bring in like the anti-flat Earth conspiracy theorist, talk all about why their conspiracy theory is being harmed by flat Earth.
So why did Protestants join Freemasonry? It has to do with the CBCS, actually, the Knights Templar, right? The Templar Knights were disavowed by the Pope. And their order, which is founded in like the 1300s, was actually an outgrowth of a Byzantine Rite order that was founded prior to that. And we all know what the Templar Knights did, and the head, Jacques de Molay, was burned at the stake and everything. So the Templar Knights have this love-hate relationship with the Vatican. They were kind of re-kickstarted by the progenitors of Martinet de Pasquale and Louis Claude de Saint Martin. So there's no real like direct link, but what's interesting is Martinet de Pasquale, the founder of the Scottish Rite, the Roman Catholic, who was gallivanting around Europe with his buddy Louis and the Stuart kings. Martinet de Pasquale's parents were part of the Spanish Inquisition. His parents had uncovered all kinds of saucy documents during their days in the Inquisition that were not very enlightening, not very flattering for Roman Catholics at the time. I mean, they uncovered all kinds of corruption, perfidious priests, and so on and so forth. They also uncovered a bunch of occult texts that the Catholic Church had hidden. And so he was kind of the keeper of that, because his dad was like one of the Grand Inquisitors. He was the keeper of all these texts and brought them into what became modern Freemasonry. And some of these texts were an outgrowth of Templar Knights who had recovered a lot of these things and kept them squirreled away. So that's kind of how the connection started. So Protestants glommed onto this, right? Because
No, don't stop. I was listening to that.
What happened?
That's, yeah.
Right? Why would he do that? Well, I don't think the Pope really knew who Martinet de Pasquale was, because the agreement to found Masonic lodges was given to the Stuart kings.
You cut out there, man.
Sorry, did I cut out?
20 seconds.
Yeah, we lost about 30 seconds.
Oh no. Okay. So why did the Pope give a papal? I forgot what it was called. Basically, a letter. Martini de Pasquale has a letter, and I've seen it myself, that gives him the right to found Masonic lodges everywhere. And I think it's because he didn't give it directly to him. He gave it to the Stuart Kings as part of the Jacobite rebellion. That's a big deal, right? He said, use these lodges in order to basically create an army. Like he basically wanted the Stuart Kings to be rebels in Europe and form loyalists to the Pope, that would form a counterweight to the rebellion happening in England, the Protestant Reformation happening in England. And they would use lodges as a secret network to organize their military efforts. So the Stuart Kings gave that to actually Martine de Pasquale's dad, who gave it to Martine de Pasquale. That's how it started. I don't think the Roman Catholic Church had any idea that Freemasonry would become what it is today and seen as the counterweight to Roman Catholicism, which it originally wasn't. I had a broader point to go back to, but I was cut out for 30 seconds and I'm now drawing a blank.
You were talking about the Masonic influence on culture and society.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Masonry obviously grew in America because the founders were Masons, and a lot of them were founded actually with York Rite Masonry, and then, well, I mean, what became York Rite Masonry. They didn't have that. That came later. Some of them glommed onto the Scottish Rite, which is the Roman Catholic version of Freemasonry. So in the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite, I'm going to blow it open for you. You watch a play about a guy named Constance, who's basically forced into a situation where this knight has to sacrifice his life to save the king and the empire. And his call out at the end is, "My hope is in God, my hope is in God, my hope is in God." And it's supposed to give the viewer motivation to put their hope into God. And the Latin phrase for this is like spes mea in Deo est, which is on the crest of the 32nd degree symbol. I might have to go. Hang on. So the whole thing is filled with like Templarism and, evokes images from the Roman Empire. And that final degree, I think, is supposed to lead people into wanting to know more. Like once you get to this 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite, where do you go from there? And the Mason is led to look into what's called CBCS, which is a French acronym. But in English, it basically means the Knights Beneficent of the Holy City. CBCS was created by a guy named Jean-Jacques Villamose, and he was a student under Martine de Pasquale, and he was a devout Roman Catholic back in the day. And he was part of that convent at Wilhelmsbad, where they met with the Satanic Freemasons, the Illuminati, and defeated them in a series of policy debates, and forever tried to cement modern Masonry as a fundamentally Christian idea. And the Satanic Illuminists became deists and French related, and a lot of American founders are part of that branch. So that's kind of how it all ties in. Sorry, I got distracted for a minute. Again, lost my train of thought. The reason why it kind of wove itself into American society is because America is fundamentally a Masonic project. Our founders were Masons. A lot of our early, industrialists were Masons and were members of offshoot organizations. We were founded as a Masonic project because Masonry at the time was all about the individual being greater than God, and God being somewhat deistic if he existed at all. I mean, you can see this attitude reflected in everything. And what they'd point to today is the results of the effort. America being the greatest, most prosperous nation has to be a consequence of the idea that man is basically God, if not better. These are ideas I fundamentally reject today. I used to not see this when I was involved in this stuff. Not like that. Like I said, when I first joined this, I thought I was being a good Christian and a member of my community. I mean, I got family members that were involved in this stuff too. The things I'm sharing with you are things that probably 90% of Masons themselves don't know.
Maybe they do know, they just don't want to make it out to be like the way you say it right now, because you're not involved.
I don't think they do, bro. I don't think they do. I mean, I've been around the block masonry wise. I've got credential. I've got street creds. I can share them with you privately. I've seen a lot of this. This stuff is really kind of at the top. Most Masons don't care to dig into the history. They don't care about this stuff. They don't care about even the esoteric concepts. And they don't care about the occultism. Like, they kind of look at Freemasonry as what you do, like, after church. And a lot of, Baptist pastors are members of the lodge, if not the worshipful master of a lodge.
Yeah. They like the titles and the power. That has a lot to do with why some of them are just pretty much big dummies. They don't really care about any of the other things. They only care about the benefits that comes with being a part of a club like this.
The titles. Oh, gosh, man. Here's another thing. Most Masons you'll meet are probably 32nd degree Scottish Rite Masons at a minimum. So the idea that you could be a 32nd degree to outsiders seems like an amazing achievement or accomplishment. But you can go to a seminar program and get 32 degrees delivered to you in a weekend during an encampment. I'm totally serious. Now, this doesn't mean the participant, the Mason, actually understood everything that was given to him, right? He's basically strapped to a chair like Clockwork Orange, has all this stuff flashed at him, and he'll spend the next several years, if not decades of his life, as long as he's in a lodge and has people to guide him, trying to unpack everything that was shown to him. In the meantime, he can hold himself out as a 32nd degree Mason who, in reality, doesn't know jack about anything that he looked at. Anything that he witnessed.
Sporadic, what do you think the end game for somebody that joins one of those? Like, what was your goal? What was the goal of anybody that joins this? Just to be a good Christian? Doesn't sound like it.
A lot of them are. A lot of them, I mean, they're like, my boss is a member, my friends are members, my families are members. These people do good work in the community. Majority are Christians. Why not? You go in, you see biblical themes.
Yeah, what I've known about humans, though, is that people are greedy, right? They want something that's going to give a benefit to them for anything that they do. So, I don't know, man. I'm still like, there's this idea that people are mostly good, but then, the idea that people want what, gives them satisfaction is the fact that they're going to be involved in a group that's going to give them some benefit in life. So, like, this group, some ways, if this group in some way says, okay, well, you're trying to work hard for that promotion. You know how you're trying to get to that, climb the ladder of success. We'll make it easy for you. This road is going to be paved in nothing but gold. Get to where you want to. You want to be a judge? Well, just put in a good word. You shake a few hands, and Bob's your uncle. So I think to them, it's more of a way to get to the top and hold power. Because these guys are all holding like seats of power, are they not? Am I getting that wrong?
Totally. Judges, magistrates. Listen, officially, the organization looks upon that kind of behavior you described as corrupting Freemasonry, but they all freaking do it.
Yep.
So let me tell you my story. I'm going to close the door here. My kids don't need to hear this. All right. And I probably don't have a lot of time, but we'll see. So, in 2019, I suffered a catastrophe. I won't get into the details. I had burns covering 60% of my body. The fact that I'm not disfigured at all, any way that you can see, is a miracle. So I got to wear like long sleeve shirts and pants, even though my face was consumed too. So I had a near-death experience. I was a high-grade Mason and proud of myself. Oh, crap. This is probably too deep.
Move it to a private call?
No, it's okay. It's okay. So it's a testimony. While I was having a near-death experience, I encountered the guardian of the threshold. There was I was in this world, okay? So imagine this. I did die, guys, like on the table twice. During that experience, I looked at my body and it was disfigured. It was like a half animal, half human, and I was in a cave system that was craggy and rocky and tore you up every time you had to walk anywhere. And it was desolate and I was alone. I felt like I was down there for years, combing the walls, looking for a way out, giving up. I had cycles of going to sleep out of exhaustion, waking up again. The passage of time was real. At some point during this experience, I encountered this guardian of the threshold. Okay, I call it that. You can Google that term. This smoke demon came to me in a large cave, in a large expanse that I discovered, and offered me a contract. Right? The contract was, he said, I will release you from this prison if you take my name and recognize my name and know my name. And he issued me a contract. During this time, like, I don't know why I didn't call out to Jesus Christ as a Christian. I don't know why. Normally in a crazy spiritual situation like this, Christians' first inclination is to call out the name of the Lord, Jesus, and these demons go away. I was unable to do that. I didn't even think to do that, even though I was going to church every Sunday, right? I was a good Christian and a Mason. And I didn't think to do that in this state. I thought I could outsmart this thing, right? So it thrust me the contract, and I'm like, this is no good because I don't trust this evil thing. And I said, you know what? I will recognize your name, but your name is only as good as it is down here. Your name means absolutely nothing above. Yeah, in a subconscious way, I thought I was in hell. And so I signed the contract, gave it the finger, and just then the ceiling broke open and a big arm reached down and grabbed me and lifted me up. And I was suddenly surrounded by angels. They debriefed me on the situation and basically told me I had to reprioritize my life and understand who I was and what Jesus means to me. So, after about a year of consternation, I left Masonry. And then I found Flat Earth.
That's an interesting testimony right there. But the place that you described is described in Enoch, by the way. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I do. I know. Yep, I know now. I didn't know then. Yep.
There's a location to that place, actually. I mean, there's a cave system that they described in that very specific way.
It's not quite hell, right? It's pretty close to it.
It's a holding place.
I was there.
What you were going for is a place where souls go when they await judgment. And so until then, that's according to Enoch anyway. I'm just relaying back what my understanding in the research of Enoch, what it describes is a holding place. So the place is the souls of men who aren't in the state of, having been following after the one who's been teaching everyone like what life is, which is Yeshua, Jesus. So when you land there, you're kind of disoriented. And that's kind of like the feeling that you had, disorientation, like you didn't know where you were, you didn't know like if up was down, and then you're trying to feel your way around. And so why didn't you call out to Yeshua after being in church this whole time? I guess
I didn't have a genuine relationship with him. That's why.
Yeah.
I did not have an exclusive relationship with Jesus because I was taught this perennialism.
Right.
Yep. That's fundamentally what it is. And, that's yeah, I mean, I could describe this place for you in detail. I have not forgotten it one bit. And
what have you changed in your lifestyle that makes you now follow Jesus' lifestyle?
I mean, so yeah, I can tell you as far as like the change I went through, besides rejecting Freemasonry and more, I actually gave my besides giving my life over and surrendered to Jesus fully. I'm now a member of the Eastern Orthodox Church, which is not Roman Catholicism at all. They're victims of Roman oppression and have been for 500 years before the Protestants.
Aren't they still following after some form of, isn't that like a derivative of Catholicism, though?
No, not at all.
Don't
the
they
true
have
history
statues
of the world is that the Roman bishop was one of 5 in the Pentarchy of the original church who broke away and became heretics and apostate. The other 4 bishops remained and remain to this day. Now, they're not as influential or as big as Rome at all, because Rome has been attacking them since about the 800s, since Charlemagne took power and usurped authority from the true Christian Roman emperor in Constantinople, not Rome. And they set up this whole parallel Christianity based off of Frankish paganism infused with Christianity, and proffered that as true, unbroken Christianity going back to Christ, which is the false church, the whore of Babylon. The Protestant reformers, the Protestant reformers tried to form a bridge to the Eastern Church during the Protestant Reformation, but you know why they couldn't? Because the Eastern Church was too busy fleeing from Islamic aggression.
Yeah. So what makes them unique in the Christian umbrella?
They've got the fullness of what Protestantism tries to be, plus the unbroken line to the churches founded by the actual apostles.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to the guy in chat. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, but not too sporadic. But that's what I was talking about. There's a lot more that you can get from other books, but definitely. It is talking about Abraham's bosom, but then Enoch describes 3 places that the souls of men go to. One of them is vacant right now. Used to be Abraham's bosom, but that's no longer the place. Ever since Yeshua rose from the dead, so that's was Abraham's bosom, but it's not. That's not that anymore. It's a bit detailed. Anyway, I don't want to get into much into that, but yeah. I was just interested because
the Eastern Church more embraces Enoch and Jubilees than the Roman Church or the mainstream Protestants. Like, I first heard about the Book of Enoch through my priest before I was a flat earther. Yeah, because the Book of Enoch was preserved by the Ethiopians who were part of the Orthodox body. not the Roman Church, not Protestants. The Ethiopians are kind of like on the side, but still are part of the whole Eastern Orthodox tradition.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are guarding the Ark of the Covenant today, if you didn't know that.
Right.
That ain't the fucking Ark of the Covenant. It is in the Bible, bro. What are you on about?
This is a huge red pill, dude. Like, listen, I grew up Lutheran, right? I'm like as mainstream Protestant as it gets. Martin Luther and all that. I speak German. I lived in Germany. I was a seminary student under the Lutheran Church at one point. And today I'm an Eastern Orthodox. Luther used to write letters to bishops of the churches in the East and didn't get much love because, like I said, they were trying to survive. They've been under Islamic oppression and Roman Catholic oppression ever since about 1054 AD, the Great Schism. And that's when the Roman Church in the West started falsifying history.
Let me ask a question to the room, I guess, now that you're talking a little bit about religion, and I just want to sidetrack to this, like, what draws people to Flat Earth? Like, at least for the people that keep coming back every day, like me, you, and, you know, maybe most of the people in here that have been quite some time. What draws us every day to come back in here? What is the motivation? I can tell you what it is for me. I don't know. I just want to open it up to you guys. Because, you know, you'd have those who would be the guys who come in here to say that the Earth is a globe based on explanations and affirmation that men is, you know, the ones who can find what truth is and discover our reality, what it is. So when that's not the case, you know, when we can say nothing in reality matches that, what draws us back? Like, each and every day. Some people might say fun and whatever. There's no real wrong answer to this. I'm just saying there's just like, I guess everybody has their motivation to actually keep going forward, right?
It depends on what mood I'm in. Some days I'm just here for the meltdowns. Just sit back and wait for one of them to break, and then laugh my ass off. Other days, I'm just here as a gate guardian, waiting for people to do dumb shit just so I can nuke them and kick them out. Yeah, it just depends on what mood I'm in at the time. So, yeah.
All right, fair point. Anybody else? Like, what are you here for? That's the question I want to ask anybody here.
I'm here for 3 things. Number 1, document the downfall of Western society. Number 2, spend some time doing some things I enjoy with some people I can tolerate.
These calculations and inferences or extrapolations from people who would say that it decreases all the way into the vacuum, depending on wherever the altitude is, but it decreases all the way up to a near perfect vacuum. So that's what they're saying, right? So they're talking about a gradient, but I want evidence of that. Now, is that unreasonable for me to ask that I want to know what would back up the claim that the space is a vacuum by way of measurement?
No, I'd say that's fair, but at the same time, we do have ways of testing certain circumstances without actually being there. Like, we can figure out what the pressure at the very bottom on a trench would be without like actually sending like a probe down there to figure it out. And it would be the same way, but in a sense reverse of figuring out what the pressure would be in space, or like perfect vacuum, which would be space, without like actually going there. But yeah, it totally makes sense to ask for like an actual experiment of something like going out there.
Okay. So what we're doing, or at least what I'm doing now, is showing that there isn't any actual measurement of air pressure, or I would say this, or temperature, to be verified in localized regions like they would claim that they're in. So there's a lot of ideas of what they think it could be based on a gradient of pressure, but there's no real way that they've measured in those regions. So I would say that space being a vacuum still hasn't been measured. So there's no way that somebody can verify to say that space is a vacuum. Therefore, there's a conversation that happens after this one, whether or not that high vast pressure differential that exists would be that what they claim it is in low Earth orbit, because it hasn't been measured. So when my whole beef is, I want to know why we haven't had these pressure measurements. If we have all this technology and advancements, that we can't put something up there that could do that.
See, I agree with you there. I haven't like researched anything about this topic. But if there haven't been any experiments, like I'm gonna assume you're like completely truthful here. And there haven't been any experiments, I'd also wonder why there hasn't been just like literally anything about it. Because that'd be strange, because it does not seem that hard of a test to do.
Yeah, right.
And I wouldn't say that I've changed my opinion on the fact that it's immeasurable. I would say it is measurable, unless there's some like contradicting force, but I haven't seen any evidence towards that. But I would just say that my argument hasn't been like convincing. Like I wouldn't have convinced myself there either for like my standpoint, because you're right. I didn't.
Well, yeah, it's an idea of something that you can measure like on the surface and maybe probably higher up in altitude, but not to the level where they're at. So you can be convinced of a specific way they can indirectly do it, but you can't be convinced in a way that they directly measured it. And that's the problem. So you still need to fill in the gap whether or not it can be measured versus you having an idea that they measured it indirectly. So what I'm asking for is a direct measurement that hasn't been proven. So it's like basically saying, I guess by looking at your feet, you're about a size 10, but I don't really know the size of your feet until I measure them. So I need to know, and people need to know, if it's true.
Mm-hmm. What would make you say that it's like immeasurable? Like why is it not measurable but just hasn't been?
Well, look at the documentations in the PDF where it shows that they only got these extrapolations based on this pressure gradient that they have, but they have never gone into the localized regions where they say they would consider getting into like a super low vacuum, like the mesosphere and the thermosphere, and also the temperature measurements from those regions to be what they claim that it is. So we have inconsistencies with the idea that we could measure something down here where we're at and create a artificial vacuum, and then do things where we could measure with certain devices this artificial vacuum. But yet when it comes to a natural vacuum, where it's said to be, we have the inability to actually directly measure this with any sort of device that could do it localized. So there's a kind of a reasonable kind of request for them to actually have this completed. So it hasn't been done ever since, I want to say, the 70s, where they've only have these extrapolations. And they've been working off of this information for quite some time now.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so would you be able to like paint me a picture of what you see, like all of the layers of the atmosphere, and then like beyond, like what, like from your perspective, what does that look like? Just so I can kind of visualize, because I have a bit of a counterpoint I want to make, but I feel like it wouldn't work with a lot of models of the Earth.
Well, I mean, according to what we understand about pressure, is that according to the definition of gas pressure, it would need a container to require to cause that pressure. Otherwise, gas uncontained would continuously move out to fill the available space. Now, this is obvious because you can test this and find out for sure that that's the case. It's not really something that should be argued over. Like, it's just obvious. We all understand this simple concept, right? I mean, are you coming from that perspective?
Yeah, totally.
So if that's the case, then if we have gas pressure in the first instance, how is it possible to have this gas pressure without any containment? So the problem we're having, though, is that space being a vacuum is said to be something where it's a near perfect vacuum in the regions where they say that they are, but there's no measurement of that. So how can we or anybody else accept that the paradigm is such when we understand that gas pressure requires containment? And therefore, they're not measuring gas pressure in the regions where it needs to be considered that vacuum. So we have a problem. We have the ability to understand what gas pressure is, as it's clearly defined. So we don't have the ability to measure it, to make it what they think that it is, expanding out to, the further cosmos to make it the paradigm of an ever expanding gradient, like outward, without containment. So that's the problem. We need to have containment. So whatever system that we're in, it being dynamic, we don't have the idea that it's an ever expanding vacuum with that fizzles out to us a thinner gradient. That doesn't work because of the fact that we have gas pressure on the surface. We're breathing it right now. So if that's true, then it would require containment. That's the problem. So if we don't have a space vacuum, then we don't have to talk about containment, because we already know that you can't have gas pressure without containment. So, or if we think about cosmology, what if people don't know that it's not just a container that could cause that, but also perhaps a different model, a different idea altogether? Doesn't have to be a container. It could be something that contains, but without, you know what I mean? Like the mystery of the sky is such that we can't have the explanation unless we have a way to verify what we're talking about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I want to argue.
We're only working with things here on Earth, and I think that's where the issue lies. We're trying to verify the thing that's a mystery with things that we can work with.
Yeah. I want to argue gravity, but again, I don't know the exact specifics, so it's really hard to back it up, especially since gravity is like very specific numbers. But if, let's say, everything proclaimed about gravity was true, right? It's this force where more mass equals more gravity. So, the Earth having a lot of mass would pull, it would pull stuff towards the center of the Earth. Now, if, let's say, that did happen, and even with, I guess, like a flat plane, like you had a flat plane and the center of gravity was in the center of that plane, would gas molecules not be pulled towards that center as well as like becoming a gradient outwards, as ones further away are less affected and the ones closer are more densely packed, meaning it would be like harder to pack closer? You know what I mean? Like if
I get what you're saying. I think that the concept behind what gravity is, it follows a cause and effect relationship. So if you're identifying that when we're speaking of it, we have the effect that we all see and we can quantify. We can deal with things with object and medium relationship, but then there's the cause that gives it the property or the law that it does or it follows, right? So, it has a specific vector, gravity, right? Or at least it would be considered to have a specific vector. So the idea behind it would be that you'd have to give an explanation for the effect that we see based on what we could think about a cause being, right? So that's why you have these gravitational theories and concepts that have been given before. But the problem you're having is gravity itself is just like what we would see as far as like being able to describe, and it being having an effect on gas in any way would have to be demonstrated. So let's say you have gas expansion, right? So you could use this any method, right? You have gas expansion within like a test that you have, on the surface. You say, okay, I'm going to show how we're going to show gas expanding to fill an available volume, and we want to know the effects of gravitational, influence. So the gravitational influence on that gas, we're going to notice if we have a test where we have gas expansion. So you do a test and you check to see if gravity, in the way that you think about it, affects gas in a as far as influencing it to do something. Now, in your kind of estimation, do you believe that gravity would affect gas expansion in any way?
No, there are certain circumstances which I don't think it would. Like if let's say you had like a vacuum and you put some, I don't know, like helium inside of it, right? I guess helium's a bad one because that naturally floats.
That's a bad one.
Any gas, like I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible. But,
I know.
Sorry. I guess like argon doesn't float. But if you had like a vacuum and you put argon on there, that would still sink because it's still under the influence of gravity, but it will spread out in the
So
way
it's not
that
sinking.
the gas.
So you just contradicted yourself. You said it'd be sinking, but it still spreads out. So
Yeah, so it would be more of a gradient.
yeah, I know, but you're talking about a gradient happening in a vacuum chamber. You think that when you put that gas into that vacuum chamber, that the gas itself would go to the bottom?
Not entirely. There would be you could measure that the majority of it would be at the bottom, and as you go higher up,
Really? Have
it
you
would
seen
be-
that?
Yeah,
Have you seen that test being performed?
I haven't physically seen it, but it's just how it would work.
See, I think that's interesting. That's interesting that you've actually put forward an idea, right? That this could be the case. But I think what would trump that would be that you would test it and find out whether or not that would be true. And so if you do that, what we understand with gases is they dissipate, they fill available spaces. So the thing that would happen when you insert that gas in that vacuum chamber is that it would fill that available space immediately.
What would so assuming that the like I don't know prerequisite of gravity existing and all of its factors like actually existing, what would separate the fact that it affects like physical solids like rock and like grass differently than gas would? Because gas it moves throughout, right? It'll fill the space, but solids don't. But they're both still affected by gravity, is what I'm saying.
Well,
Are you
yeah, I know
saying
what you mean. I know what you mean.
Mhm.
Well, it's the object and the medium relationship. What does gas do in the medium that it's in? Well, in and of itself is a medium, so it becomes the thing that you're putting things into. So we're breathing the gas, right? That's the medium. So it can't be the thing in the medium and the medium itself. That's paradox. It needs to be one or the other. So if you have something in the medium, like grass or a rock, that's what's in the gas. So I think the problem here is trying to define gas in a way that you're substantiating it being a particular thing, right? So then we're going to identify different types of gases, but they have a different effect when they mix, right? So they mix or they don't mix. That's what you're saying with gases. But either way, kinetic molecular theory describes that gases have elastic collisions. They have perfect elastic collisions, if I'm going to say just like it says in the theory, and that they don't have any attraction nor repulsion. So there's no way that gases in that theory show that gravity is of any consequence to the gas. So kinetic molecular theory actually goes along with what we identify gas behavior being. And that's the most important part, gas behavior, right? You want to understand it to a level where it either is or is not being influenced by gravity. So the important takeaway here, and from the conversation whether or not gases are being contained on the Earth as a globe, is gravity being an influence on gases? And the absolute resounding answer is no, it isn't. Because if that was the case why gases are being held down, then we would have a prime example on the surface, because that's where gravity would be the strongest, and it would be the weakest at the outer boundaries. So we should have an example of gas attraction to the Earth via an example or a demonstration of that being the case. But we don't. We still see gas expansion. So that's the problem that people have with the idea behind gravity being the cause for the reason why gases do not expand into the vacuum of space.
For the example, could you not just use the atmosphere itself as the oxygen we breathe is gas and it's more dense near the surface of the Earth and it thins out as it goes higher up?
Well, yeah, the obvious answer to that is because it's being, produced on the surface. So that's the reason why oceans are producing a lot of the breathable air that you have. So it's not being produced up in the air anywhere, up in the sky. So that's the reason why we're breathing the gas.
Well, if the gas would spread out, why would it stay near the surface instead of evenly distributing out? Like if you had a faucet.
Because it's all created at the surface. He just said that. Why? How is it instantly going to go everywhere at the same time?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we're only talking about just common sense, right, when it comes to this? Because gas behavior is understood by it's well understood. We don't have, there's a lot of places, and what we talk about is we shouldn't question these things because we can tangibly work with them. So that's the other thing. You can want there to be a paradigm where gravity's causing an influence on gases, but you wanting that and it being the case are two different things. You can't have, in other words, you can't have your cake and eat it. You gotta prove it.
Yeah.
So that's what this evidence. We do it, like I said in the earlier statement, was we're doing this all like an evidentiary hearing. So if there was a case for gravity causing an influence on gases, where's the evidence of that?
I do have two things. So for gravity, it's based on the relation of how much mass there is, and gravity affecting gas would be significantly less than it affecting solid, as solids are significantly more dense, and that's why gas are able to spread out, because it's very few particles over space, and they're able to spread out. Which would mean you need a lot more gas for it to weigh more, which is why you can hold way more gas in the same amount of volume that you can a stone pillar, because there's
I'm gonna
way more gas in between them.
Cowboy, I hate to interrupt, but I'm gonna go ahead and pan this off to someone else because I'm gonna get into some dead zones for my reception. So I'm actually just gonna hand it off.
Yeah, it was a great talk. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thanks for the talk.
And we got Radwin. Radwin, you wanna hang out? You like talking about vacuums?
I'm not sure how long I have. Do you want to know about them? What do you want to know about vacuum chambers? I know in a vacuum chamber you can't have water or gas balls. So what do you think of that?
I agree.
So outer space, no gas balls and no water balls in outer space.
I guess it depends. So the entire point of where the balls would come from would be if they're affected by gravity or not. But let's say, okay, I guess you don't even need gravity in this situation.
Gas balls can't form in a vacuum because of gravity. It doesn't work like that. Where does it start?
It would. What do you mean? Where does it start? Like the center of it?
How do you start forming gas balls in a vacuum?
So for
Jupiter is a gas ball. Remember, the sun is a gas ball. How do they form gravity in a vacuum?
So every atom has a little bit of mass, no matter how small, including gases and solids.
Gases repel each other. They're not attracted to each other, so that can't happen.
That little amount of mass they have causes a tiny, micro fractionable amount of gravity. And when you have a ton of gas or a ton of solid, it forms together to create.
Are you saying that, or you can demonstrate that?
So then you go ahead and take over since you're in the middle of mine.
No, you continue. Yeah, no, Sasha's not taking over.
But as you have
okay, so you have a gas molecule flying away from another one. There's only two in existence, and they're not attracted to each other. How do they become attracted to each other when they're flying away from each other?
They won't. There's not enough mass there. You need enough mass for it to become a strong enough gravitational force for them to pull each other together. That's why you see planets of specific sizes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be held together.
Yeah, so since we know, well, you're just making assumptions. Since we know gases go in all directions, how do you make that happen?
I just said how it's if the amount of mass you need enough. That's why asteroids.
I popped a balloon in the middle of my room. I popped a balloon. Poof! All the air in it just went out into the room. How do I make them go back into a balloon shape and just sit there in a balloon shape without the balloon? Right, and make gravity. Why make
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to reword this.
What?
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to reword this. You need enough of it, like a lot. That's why asteroids don't have their own gravitational field, or they do, but it's incredibly small.
We're going to skip asteroids since space is fake, and you haven't been able to prove space is real, and gravity is not real because I can take a cup of water that's sitting on my table, right? And it's being held in the cup by gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I put that cup of water in my vacuum chamber, which I own, is downstairs in my lab, I put a cup of water in there and turn on the vacuum chamber and suck all the air out of it, like the vacuum of space. There's no air in there, so I'll simulate that. And the water turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. So because it does it for me, it does it for everybody else, including outer space that doesn't exist.
Oh, that's like the okay. I was assuming you had the same standpoint that the other guy had, and he was saying that you could not run like a localized test to see like if a vacuum had, you know, like if you ran. Okay. So what would your standpoint be? I just want to know, just so I'm not like using his presumptions and applying like my answers to you.
Well, gravity didn't hold water down in the cup, did it? It was air pressure.
Wait, you're saying air pressure was holding it down?
Yeah, as soon as I removed the air pressure, the water floated away. So that wasn't gravity, unless you think a vacuum chamber can create anti-gravity.
Do you think if you had like this massive, like 100-mile long sheet, right, and you had, let's say, space was just full of air, right, and this massive sheet was moving insanely fast, do you think that would like hold air molecules? I guess, okay, imagine it's like a semicircle, like an empty semicircle, like a bowl, and it was flying through just a ton of air. Do you think inside that air, near the center or near like the bottom of the bowl, would be more dense than like near the outside?
That's where gases start, at the bottom on Earth.
Because what I'm trying to say is like you don't even need gravity to argue against that. Like it could just be
gravity at all. Gravity is fake. You don't need it at all. Nothing you need. The only reason you need gravity is to have balls in a vacuum chamber in a universe, and you have none of those. So Earth is flat.
What is like for you? What is containing the air inside of the Earth? Like what's stopping it from? I don't know. Like what's the in and out? I guess because I can't really visualize this right now.
Yeah, since space is fake, we don't need a magical shell or a dome over us to create the air pressure. We're already in the pressurized system.
Mm-hmm. So what happens if you just keep going up?
You won't be able to keep going up. Air will be too thin. It'll just stop.
What do you mean? Like if you had, I guess, like a rocket, for example.
If you let a helium balloon go, it'll expand so much that it'll either pop, or if you use Mylar, it'll stop expanding and it won't rise any farther.
Okay. What if you like shot a bullet upwards, which wasn't dependent on like how much air there is? It's just the momentum, and the only thing slowing it down would be, I mean, gravity or whatever the pulling force down would be, or air resistance. Like, what if you shot a really high power?
Gravity is not pulling force.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, Radwin.
You said the gravity pulling force.
Well, I was just trying to say like whatever the like, because when you shoot a bullet up, right, it comes back down, and that's because of whatever.
That's strange. If you start to invoke, let's say you said gravity, and now whatever it is.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Because when you were saying it, you said that was gravity, and now it's whatever it is.
Oh yeah. Well, I was just trying to say, like, for his worldview, there's also something like keeping us on the earth. When you jump, you come back down, and I didn't know what he was claiming, like what was causing that. So for me, I was saying gravity or whatever that is, because I'm not sure.
What is causing your jump?
I'm sorry. What was that?
What is causing your jump?
My jump is my legs and my muscles flexing, which pushes against gravity for a partial time until I get
causing
back
your
down.
jump? who is causing your jump?
Me, I'd be jumping.
That means you are causing your jump. Are you jumping in the water or in the air?
I'd be jumping in the air.
Are you more dense than air?
Yeah, I'm more dense than air.
It will be different if you're jumping in the water and in the air. Is that correct?
I mean, partially. If you jumped underwater, it'd be harder because water is way thicker, so you wouldn't be able to get as high.
Why?
Because it's more dense. It's got more mass per molecule. It's got more because it's H2O instead of just oxygen, which is.
Do we have conclusion about that now?
Sorry, what was that?
Do we have now conclusion what is happening now?
Not exactly. I think we still have slightly different.
We have now a conclusion. Okay, let's try again. You jumping, you are more dense than air. What will happen with you? You will go up, left, or down?
And I will go up and then come back down after a little bit.
Why will come back down?
Because gravity is pulling me down. Because my molecules have more mass.
Gravity is pulling you down. What if you are more dense than air? What will happen then?
If I'm more dense than air, then I come down.
Yeah.
You want to say less dense?
No, I'm saying more dense, not less dense. He's saying I will go down if I'm more dense. That means you're more dense.
Mm-hmm.
You will go down if you're more dense. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's it?
Yes.
Why we need to say something like a word gravity now?
Because what causes density? What makes like a rock more dense than a ball of dirt? If they're the same size.
Air is less dense than a ball? I don't know.
Like helium, how it floats. Why is
helium is less dense and it's going up?
Yeah, but like why is it less dense?
Because it's less dense.
What? That's circular logic, though.
Anything to do with gravity?
He's talking. No, hold on, gentlemen. He's talking about what gives elements the law that they do to be in the environment for the object and medium relationship. So different elements react differently, right? He's asking we have different elements that are, we can discover are more dense than others. Why do they react differently to the medium of air? That's what he's asking.
But he jumped in the air. Did he saw that elements doing something?
No. Hold on. Just can somebody answer that? I would do it. I have spotty connection.
Different. Oh, go ahead, Necros. Sorry.
It doesn't have anything to do with the gravity. It's because of the molecule itself and that theory of the molecule, the atom that you will go with. Because the atom itself, density of atoms, it's not related to gravity, but the molecular forces that are creating those atoms. It's not gravity that makes the electron go around the nucleus. No, that doesn't have anything to do with gravity, but it's electric forces and nuclear forces. So the density of the objects are due to the attributes that are related to the molecule itself. So iron, and you can go to the table of matter, so you can see the molecules. That doesn't have anything to do with the gravity. Even if I give you gravity, even if I was a glober and claiming globe and gravity, it doesn't have anything to do with gravity itself. The density of the molecules, it's due to electricity and electric forces and nuclear forces.
I guess I'm just sorry. I guess I'm just confused because density can't happen without gravity or something that would cause every molecule to be pulled in a certain direction.
Yeah, that's an explanation, though. You got to think about it. It's an explanation. It's not an example of. It's kind of like a concept that you're working out in your mind. So it's given as an explanation. It's not tested.
So
even that explanation is not agreed with everyone. I can play to you, or I'll share it with you in the side chat. Dr. Walter Lewis, and he's explaining that to his student in MIT.
Okay. Yeah, that would be nice. It's just, it also doesn't make sense because why would, like, I guess I need like a deeper explanation for me to
Yeah,
understand
that's
a bit
fine.
more.
That's fine. I think you've been holding on to
step
this
in.
convention. Yeah, that'd be great. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, you were talking about air pressure before and like how, I think you brought up an example of helium. You're like, no, wait, that wouldn't work too well. Let's do something like argon, right? So intuitively, it sounds like you understand that there is a thing that's called like atomic weight or molecular weight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the weird thing about gases is being unbonded, even though they're said to have mass, and we can define that or try to later. The main issue is gas molecules follow a random walk unless actual real forces act upon them. And they also travel linearly until they either bump into a solid, like what's called a thermodynamic boundary layer, right, like a container, or they might, on occasion, bump into each other and then shoot off in another direction in a linear fashion too. So pressure, pressure is something that is measured with like a barometer. I saw Mush Kane there in text chat talking about it. You can hold the barometer upside down, sideways, right side up, and it's going to measure the same pressure. So it's not like there's a preferred direction to gas molecules. It's almost as if they don't even know that there's gravity anywhere to begin with. We have examples of this in cave systems. There's a great article I have from the Journal of Geologic and Karst Studies where they examined a cave system, and this was actually within the context of, and the whole point of the document of, trying to correct a misperception that gravity acts on and stratifies gases of different molecular weights. So they pulled up examples of all these cave systems where they've taken measurements, and these are systems that like nobody's ever tapped into before, that have been isolated and sealed off from the outside world for millions of years. And inside is a nice homogeneously mixed medium of gases of different molecular weights that did not stratify based off of gravity, as some people might think predicts. So what is like gas pressure? I mean, gas pressure is fundamentally the number of times a gas molecule, regardless of how massive it is, the number of times it's hitting a surface, like the barometer, like the dimple inside, to measure pressure. It is not related to its weight. And this is demonstrated by gas laws that we can actually do in reality. If I were to take 3 different containers, let's say you've got helium, let's say you've got oxygen, and you've got radon. 3 different containers. And let's say these containers are the same exact size, and let's say that they have the same exact number of molecules each, even though they all have different weights, right? Helium is pretty lightweight, and oxygen is heavier, and radon is heavy. So let's put the same number of molecules in there and heat it up to the same temperature. What happens? They all have the same pressure on all the same walls of the container, top, sides, and bottom. This is Avogadro's law being demonstrated, and this demonstrates a concept in physics called the mass-independent nature of gas pressure. Pressure is not caused by mass. Now, so what is mass, right? If gravity is a mass interaction, I mean, we all learned this in school, right? Newton through Einstein, there's mass involved. But if pressure is mass independent, that means it is gravity independent. And well, that seems to make sense, right? We don't see the stratification of different molecules of different weights according to the gravitational pull of those weights. We don't see that happening, and we don't see a downward bias of gas. We do see a temperature bias. That's probably one of the biggest factors in creating gradients and moving gas around. And absent of temperature, you can create vacuums and gas will rush to equalize. But gravity is strangely absent as a mitigating force in the entire kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior that we know today. So what gives? I mean, gases are freaking weird. We know they have mass, whatever that is, but we can't weigh gas molecules. And gas pressure doesn't have anything to do with their mass, but the number of times the molecule hits the side of a wall or a pressure sensor of some kind. So this is really strange. We were taught at the same time in school, right, that gravity is holding mass to the Earth. Well, if that's the case, then what they're telling us is gravity is causing a compression of gas molecules. They have a tendency to want to escape into space, but gravity is holding them back at a rate that's faster than entropy, forcing them to come together, creating friction, creating heat. But it's not there. There's no evidence of this in nature. We do have a gas gradient, like nobody disputes that. You go higher up away from the surface, yeah, I mean, it gets colder up there. So, and, gas isn't made in space. So it is made at the surface where it's warmer. So you do have a temperature gradient. Oh, that's interesting. We have a temperature gradient. Could that be part of it? Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. There could be other reasons too. But we know that gravity's not acting on it because of the mass-independent nature of pressure. 14.7 psi at the surface is not a consequence of gravity.
Okay, so is like a summary, would you be able to say like what exactly like that would be a consequence of? I'm getting what you're saying. I think I'm still a tiny bit lost.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what exactly is happening, nobody knows the full extent of it. Hey, Radwin, why don't you jump in?
Yeah, in summary, space is fake. In summary.
Yeah, man. It means
that summarizes it all.
There's something to this world, man, that's different. We are taught contradictions about our cosmology in school, throughout school.
About everything.
Yeah, it's weird. And we're flat earthers because we happen to notice this. That's really it. We're mystified, dude.
Okay. What would you say would happen if like you were 10,000 feet in the air and you opened a container of argon and like poured it out? Like that would go down, and then your explanation for that would be because it's denser, right?
We go in all directions.
I mean, it depends. So here's another thing, like different molecules will respond to temperature variations differently. So you could take two different molecules and apply the same heat, but they won't move at the same rate at the same time.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll get going. So you could take like a denser gas in a less dense medium and watch it intermediate. You might see something. So yeah, Radwin's right. You might see some downward direction at first, but eventually it's going to homogeneously mix and equalize. So they do these tests where they'll take a heavy frozen gas like sulfa hexafluoride in an open container, and they'll pour it in, and everybody goes, ooh. And you know what they falsely say to the kids? That this is gravity. It's a heavier gas. No. It's a denser medium. It's a denser mix. And eventually, because it's unbonded, the thing will start to dissipate and equalize with the rest of the air. So if you go to like Death Valley, it's really deep below sea level, you have the same ratio of air molecules there that you do if you go up on Mount Everest. There's just less of it up in Mount Everest, but the same ratio, mass-wise. Isn't that interesting?
The same ratio? Do you mean like distance per
oxygen to argon? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like gases ratio. I thought you were saying like distance per gas. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
It's freaking weird. Yeah, nobody really understands all of this. Like the latest, most authoritative source on the atmosphere is from like 1976 from the U.S. government.
Dang.
Like,
well, it was great.
Standard atmosphere.
I do have to go though. But I'm glad we could have these conversations. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't really great at backing up my points, but I don't really have like a. I don't know.
No.
I'm not great
It's
with.
okay. Look, you can disagree. That's fine. I just love honest conversations with people
I
who are
like
interested
your
in what
point.
we have to say.
They make a lot of sense, and I get why you would think them. I do disagree on a couple things, but I don't really have the knowledge or like sources to back them up. But your explanation does totally make sense on like what you're saying.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. You can think of us as like, you know how there are bug hunters for software code that get some of them get paid and some of them don't. Yeah. Well, we're like that for the globe. We find all these things. I mean, we got like thousands and thousands of 0-day exploits for the globe that nobody's heard yet.
Yeah, it was a great talk. It's good talk.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah. Have a great day.
All right, see ya.
That was a pleasant conversation.
Yeah, I love it that they go like that when they do. You know, we're not assholes, folks. We will match your energy. If you come in want to have an honest conversation with us, please. This is what we live for. We like those kinds of interactions. We want them. We're not here to like beat people over the head and ridicule and mock. But, you know, when people come in and start with the swagger off the bat and start insulting us and calling us retards, it's probably not going to end well. You're not going to get that kind of discussion.
You get way farther with an honest conversation, and you learn a whole lot more than when someone just basically just, you know, trying to insult you or assault your intelligence or something.
Yeah, I came to this topic not because I walked into a room full of flat earthers and called them a bunch of retards. I was like, you know, there's something here. What they're saying makes sense. I don't think this can be right, though, but there's something here that makes sense. And so I just kept listening and learning. I mean, eventually, if you're like an honest person who approaches this, you're going to start looking for globe evidence on your side to support your views. That's what I did. I had access to LexisNexis years ago, and I was trying to pull down academic papers and stuff. I was trying to look for the radius measurement, and I saw what other people were telling me is that everybody's playing hot potato with the radius measurement, with the curvature measurement. Everybody seems to be quoting everybody else of where they got it from, but there's no source. There's no actual, it's never been actually done. It's just freaking assumed that somebody else has done it. And it bothered me. I spent time off and on over like 6 months just taking down papers, trying to read through them and look for this stuff, and it wasn't there. It wasn't there. It wasn't there. I got frustrated and kind of bored and frustrated. And eventually I landed here in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So at some point you kind of stop looking for it because you're reasonably satisfied that the globe evidence, the measurements aren't there. And then you ask other people if they've got it, and that's what we're doing. That's where we're at right now. We're like, guys, we've been checking all over the fucking place. We can't find it. It's frustrating as shit. Do you have it? Do you have it? Do you have it? You know, and we find ourselves defending flat Earth a lot, but mainly because we talk to so many thousands of people on the internet and in our real life, people from all walks of life. We've looked at so many papers. We've read so much. We've torn our brains apart trying to learn new things, just trying to understand the material. And, you know, so there's a part of us that is emotionally invested in all the work we've done. But at the same time, that doesn't mean we've given up our rational, inquiring minds either. If somebody can come in and present that measurement unequivocally and show that this is real, that this is verifiable, this is who did it, and this is how they did it, I mean, I'll be going back to the globe. And then I'm going to be wondering, why the fuck wasn't this obvious earlier? So, yeah, I mean, like the day somebody does present that evidence for the globe, let's say that happens. Let's say somebody walks up and says, "Hey guys, here it is, I got it." I'm not gonna have almost more questions about that than I ever did about flat Earth. And like I said, my main question is how come this wasn't presented to me 10 years ago, 5 years ago? You know, some of us have been in the game a long time. I've been in about 4 years, 4.5. Other people have been invested into this for easily 10. You know, and not all of us in this are in this for escape value. Granted, there was that thing that happened for a couple years that changed the world and left a lot of people bored with a lot of time on their hands, questioning things like government policies. A lot of people in our community came into this because of that, and that's fine. You're sitting around on the couch, you got big existential questions, you're going to be looking into things like flat Earth, you know? But why wasn't any of this evidence ever made available then? How come NASA, who's responsible for frickin' space exploration and astrophysics and cosmology with government funding, how come they are not there to help us out? What's really frustrating is seeing random internet jabronis come into places like this and defend the globe using the same arguments that NASA uses. The same boneheaded circular logic, affirming the consequent, straw manning, and all this other stuff. I mean, just up, down, left, and right. And all of it's an excuse not to provide the evidence that's demanded in the first place. So yeah, how come it's not there? You know, I think the stronger position for us is and has always been and will always forever be the fact that there is no positive evidence of the globe. So does that mean that Earth could still be a globe? Well, I mean, pull my arm. I mean, sure, okay. Earth could still be a globe, but it doesn't mean that anybody's been able to prove it. You know, Earth could still be a globe, but I tell you what, guys, I've gone out and measured it. Most of you have too, and I don't have any reason to think it should be. I really don't. And that's a problem. How come it behaves so flat if it's a globe? How come you can't see curvature anywhere? One of my favorite studies was this NATO Sapphire trials. I've mentioned this before. If I'm a broken record, please stop me. The United States Navy, the Naval Research Lab, funded a contract where they took military surveyors from NATO, one team from the Netherlands, one team from Germany. They set them up on the Chesapeake Bay. That's right outside Washington, D.C., near Baltimore. And they're going to set up some surveying to measure specifically refraction over the marine layer, over the top surface of the water. You know, there's a lot of great uses for this. Everything from industrial and aeronautics and oceaneering applications to freaking laser weapons and communications and God knows what else. It'd be great to know how much light could potentially be bent by temperature and pressure changes, especially in the natural world through weather patterns and such. So they did. And you know what? In some of their trials, they used infrared sensors. It looked like to me it was a control. Like they're going to say, okay, we got this infrared telescope. It was actually a big fat lens hooked up to a TV camera. And they set up an emitter on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. And they said, we've done the calculations. Here's how much Earth should be curving. We're going to place the emitter, this light, right down here behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay? And we should not be able to see it in infrared. Well, fuck me, right? They started their observations. And lo and behold, they could see that damn light, and they could see the tripod it was on, as well as the water surface leading all the way up to it. And you're like, shit, this was our control. And so they took all these measurements of the air, the water below. They ran the TV feed for days and days and days, and it was fucking there. And they're like, what the hell's going on? They called the situation cursed in their official documents and the reports they furnished to the U.S. government. And they felt compelled to come up with an explanation. And so they measured, they said in order for, they said typically we would see about like 0.01 degrees of Celsius. We have a gradient of 0.01 degrees Celsius between the air and the water. Like this was freaking awesome. It was basically pristine conditions where the air and the water temperatures were basically exactly the same throughout this one part of this observation. You know what they had to do? They had to fudge a model. They had to create a model, and they had to move the decimal over 2 places to 1 degree Celsius of a gradient change in order to explain why they could see the light, which they didn't measure. They backfit data, they altered a model to explain a natural observation and said, that must be it. The model must be truer than reality? The map is more real than the terrain? Yeah, they did that. They did that, folks. And upon reading this, I was just gobsmacked, and I'm like, this is fucked up. And you know what? This isn't the only example where this is done. I've seen so much of this shit all over the place. And it just blows my mind. People are backfitting data, retrofitting shit into creating models in order to explain observable reality, explain the contradictions of their expectations with reality itself. They are doing this again and again and again. No, I don't think these people are hiding flat Earth. I don't think there's some grand conspiracy. I think it's worse than that. I think this is a delusion. I think people have lost their fucking minds. People want Santa Claus so bad to be real that they're coming up with all these cockamamie explanations to explain how Santa Claus can violate, the speed of light and why he doesn't burn up in the atmosphere and all his reindeer get barbecued when they're traveling around the earth, dropping off presents at lightning speed. It's the same thing here with the globe, and it's nutty. It's frustrating, honestly, and it kind of makes you question the world around you in ways you never thought you did. I've said before, I'll say it again, it's almost harder to believe the world has gone mad with this delusion than it is to accept reality as it presents itself, as you can measurably observe it. And that's what's so confounding about this. Anyway, sorry for yakking for so long.
Yeah, dude. Awesome. No, yak as long as you like. Good information. Do you have, I guess, is that the Sapphire test by NATO or something like that you were talking about?
Yes, sir. That's it. Yep. Okay. Do you need me to post?
No, I think I have it. I mean, if you have it handy, post it for anyone else that might want to have a look into it. That's an interesting one. I think it's important in these long distance observations if people can get what the water temperature was on the day compared to what the air temperature was. I think that's a factor, an important factor that needs to be checked in a lot of these observations.
Right. They had near perfect conditions, and they used infrared. And
yeah,
these guys
I haven't looked at it. That sounds like a really interesting test. Is there any? Is it just like documents, or is there actually like imagery, videos, or anything like that goes along with it, or is it just like a paper?
Oh yeah, there's imagery in the documents. They show you.
Relax,
you sent me So yeah, they show you the equipment they used. They have all the infrared stills that they did showing you. So there were some cases where they did see like some wobbling of the lights. They set up this tower, right? They set up a tripod for their control behind Earth curvature, and then they had this wooden tower that they put lights up at different heights. And there were some times where they could see those lights moving up and down and stuff with conditions in infrared. I mean, so there was some subrefraction and super refraction, they called it, where the light was going up and going down. There was some scintillation too, which means it was shimmering like in intensity. And I mean, that's to be expected. But what should not have been there was the control.
Awesome. Yeah, I look forward to looking into that one. I'm going to do it right now.
Great, man. Yeah, I made a meme pack a while back. I took screenshots out of the document and posted them, and I show where their control light was, and I put the whole thing into the Earth curvature calculator, and it was cool to see because the Earth curvature calculator produced the same numbers for the amount of height and the height expectations of the emitter as in the document. So it was completely one-for-one accurate. And I also screen capped the bits where they called it cursed, and the part where they had to create their own refractive model where they had to fudge the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude to make it work.
Like, did they talk about fudging it, or?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't call it fudging it, but they basically said, we took a measurement of this, and we'd expect this to have happened only if the temperature gradient were that, and the figures were off by 2 decimal places. There are others too. Like there's that combat laser test. I haven't really talked about that one in a while. I don't want to get into it too much. But that's the one that spawned a whole bunch of research documents off of it. But basically, the U.S. government and University of Ohio and some military researchers, they went to Maui, where on a mountain they've got this big ass fucking laser or something, or it might have been a telescope, and the laser was out at sea. Either way, they shot a laser out 140 something kilometers, and they had 3 different frequency bands of laser, and they expected a dispersion of those bands based off of atmospheric refraction, because different colors are going to separate at different rates. And they were surprised to see that the target grouping of the lasers were very much clumped together to a degree that they didn't think was even possible. And so that called into question atmospheric refraction, whether what's generally accepted as such is even possible. And by proxy, as a consequence of that, it also calls into question the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. What I've noticed is anything that's not coming from anti-flat earthers when it comes to refraction, like calculations, right? Let's say I grant them they're begging the question refraction, with their sphere involved, right? Anything that's not from anti-flat earthers usually says like 8, 10, or 15% maximum or something like that, that it will affect what you're seeing. It's not these huge, like thousands of percent differences that we're getting in a lot of these observations. Like, did you watch that interview with the physicist and David Weiss and that angel guy?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was okay.
Well, I mean, the global was okay. He was a nice guy. Like, he would have had his world rocked if he was talking to our team, right? Okay. But David Weiss and this angel guy were just butchering the Black Swan and a bunch of different things. But that guy was saying 8 to 10% maximum, like is all that refraction is going to change an image. And instead of showing that we're seeing magnitudes further, like much more than 8 to 10% difference, right? They went on that, oh, well, refraction doesn't exist because it's not Snell's law, blah, blah, blah. That angel guy did that, which annoyed the shit out of me. But
that was annoying. No, he's right, though.
Well, not according to the mainstream, though. Well, I mean, he's right. He's right in the sense that it's not Snell's law, but the guy wasn't claiming anything about Snell's law whatsoever. He was just saying atmospheric refraction could make a small difference in how far you could see. And he's saying if you could show me observations that that go against that, right, that are far beyond that difference, then I will be, extremely interested to see them. But instead of doing that, they went, "Oh, it's not Snell's law," and so you can't say refraction, which was the wrong approach, I think.
Yeah, they should have gone ahead and shown the long distance, and then use that to parlay into, is this really Snell's law or not? Like, here's the observation. What do you think? Is this Snell's law at work? And it could be, right? The answer would be, well, no, it's not Snell's law, but you still have a deflection of light angles. They could claim, light could still take different optical paths through a changing medium or a
this guy
medium.
Right, but this guy wasn't even invoking, he wasn't saying anything at all about Snell's law. This guy sounds like he'd done his research, but not through looking into Flat Earth, trying to debunk Flat Earth videos. He just looked at the mainstream explanations for atmospheric refraction, mirages, and that sort of thing. Different refractive index caused by difference in temperatures. And he said nothing at all about Snell's law. He probably knew, that it wasn't Snell's law. I think he actually agreed that it wasn't anything to do in particular with Snell's law. But yeah, it was kind of annoying because David Weiss, he pulled out the Black Swan and then he switched to another picture, which was the 8-foot night swan, like the Black Swan, and then he was telling the guy that that's from 1 foot, and then he was saying the first oil rig should be hidden by 60 feet and the second one should be hidden by 120 feet. He was just butchering the shit out of it, and yeah, it was kind of annoying. But it was interesting that my original point was, most of the things I read up was like standard refraction. It's only a small difference. And then anything greater than that, you're going to start to get like really noticeable mirages, right? You're going to get some crazy, obvious things happening in the air. So I don't think you can have, a little bit of looming or something like that, that's going to allow you to see like 2,000% further or something like that. I just think it's not even possible.
As you're talking, I'm trying to pull up this paper I found where they took some of these measurements, but it was to support a lot of this. Like they'd found basically the absolute most that they could possibly claim was happening was up to a 21% change.
Yeah, I've been looking to get my hands on that paper, so if you can find it, that'll be good.
Right, and then you plug in the Black Swan, and that's like how many hundreds of percent change is it?
Oh, it's over 1,000. Yeah, I mean, and we can't even determine exactly where the horizon is in that. I mean, it's probably, way further. We're just going on the distance to the platforms, and that's 1,000% further. It's probably double that. But yeah, some of the ones that we have over some of these lakes, in clearer conditions, it's thousands of percent.
I'm still looking. I've got this Obsidian database that I put together, and it's almost harder to use than like Apple Notes.
I wish we could get David Weiss in here for like a training session. It's what he needs. He's so good at presenting. He's so good with people. He's got a great setup. The way he presents his information, it's awesome. He's got such good people skills, but he just messes it up with flawed arguments. Even some arguments he knows aren't good arguments. He still presents them.
Yeah, man, I agree. It's kind of too bad. He does need to get upgraded, and
But there's no way he's gonna ditch his app. So I guess that's the deal breaker. It's not gonna work out.
that app, dude. Yeah, the data leaking that came out of it. Everybody who signed up had their addresses and geographical coordinates and emails associated together. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I heard about it.
About what?
Yeah, Radwin.
I didn't hear what you said.
David Weiss's API was unsecure, and people were hoovering up everybody's login credentials and could see their account information associated with it, which included their geographic coordinates, their email address that they used to sign up with, and things like device ID number and shit.
And wasn't it also passwords?
Yeah, that's right. So anyone who reused their password with that email anywhere else, I mean, holy crap. All to save a few bucks on, I guess, not encrypting the traffic. Something like that. Oh man, I'm glad when I actually checked that out a long time ago that I used a throwaway email address on a dummy phone. Living in a different house than I live in now too.
You got people looking for you, Sporadic?
Yeah, anti-flat earthers who try to get people fired from their jobs and shit.
Yeah, Globers stalk us. That's who we're hiding from.
Yeah, I guess you guys are right. That's wild. You guys are cooking them too much.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Why you can't send me direct messages? I have that shut off too.
Are we live? Hello?
Yes, sir.
And we are live. You guys talked to
guys hear that?
Cobweb yet?
Yes.
We have Bar Grunt
Cobweb,
and
oh.
Cobweb. There's also Mush King.
Already had space taken away from him, so you might want to cool off on it.
Mm.
Now he's just listening because of that. Oh.
Mm. Yeah, that's brutal, Cobweb. Sorry to hear that, bro.
Space cake, huh?
What about Mush Kane?
He's already on Cope World. Just it's a continuous with that one. That one's on a loop.
What do you think, Mush Kane? What's your biggest beef with Flat Earth?
Beef? I don't got no beef.
What would you say is the thing that seems most wrong about Flat Earth?
Thing that seems most wrong. Well, it's probably the lack of any sort of map or lack of any sort of boundary. There's a lot of just unanswered questions. So I think that leaves people with like, well, you're taking away the globe, you're not replacing it with anything. So that's
Yeah, I
probably the
took
biggest.
away a globe, but I use Google Maps, and that's a flat map. So we have maps, lots of them. Every map, as a matter of fact.
He probably doesn't realize that we're actually more similar than you think. Does the universe have a map?
Nope, it can't be real.
Oh, so Google Maps, that is the flat map.
All maps are flat. Yeah, if you take Google Maps and you turn it sideways for the elevation view, it's just a flat elevation, not curved around a ball elevation.
Yeah, but it is it's a globe. It's a globe map projected onto a flat surface.
No, it's the opposite. You measure flat, and then they project it onto a globe. They don't measure a globe first and then make flat maps. That's not how things work.
And show a map that has a legend that has curvature in it.
Hmm. Okay, but Mushkin, you were like, you guys don't have a map, you don't have a boundary. But
yeah, there's no boundary.
But you know what you probably don't realize is that the universe is exactly the same. You have a worldview that has the same quote issue. Remember, you've got to remember that flat Earth is not like the globe. You can't take away the globe and replace it with some other flat or some other object like the globe. In the same way that you couldn't use an object to represent the universe, or at least I don't know why you would do that. We don't have an object to represent the flat Earth either. So just like there's no boundary identified of the universe or a map of the universe, that's exactly the same for the flat Earth. This is you can call it a lot of different things. I've heard people say realm. I like to sometimes I just say like this is the reality we exist within. So knowing what it's like as a whole is going to be quite difficult when you're inside of it, just like the universe. So you if you're saying that's an issue for flat Earth, well, then it must be an issue for you as well in your universe.
Well, not exactly, because with the globe, at least, you know, you have a globe. You can hold a globe in your hand.
It went right over his head, chat. I know that a globe is like that. Can you do that with the universe? Look at it like in your hand. No, you can't. So flat Earth is like that. It's not like the globe, because the globe is a thing in a place. And the flat Earth is not a thing in a place. The flat Earth would be the place, like your universe, which has unidentified boundaries and no map of the entire thing. So the flat Earth is not like the globe even a little bit. You can't
Can you
replace
make
that.
can you make a globe model with real water? Is that what he's saying? That you can hold the globe in your hand or whatever he said?
Well, no, obviously you can't do that, Kenshi.
Well, we can make a flat Earth model with real water.
Ooh.
We don't have to. We don't have to do what you have to do.
Damn, I didn't even think about that. That's crazy.
Well, yeah. So Kenshi, you got that water's level, water's flat. That's true.
Well, 70% of the Earth is water, and if you just said water is level, water is flat, what does that make you?
Well, I'm honest. Yeah, water's flat, water's level.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to 70% flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you get what he's saying at least. Yeah, hopefully that solves your problem, though. I mean, with the boundary and map thingy. I don't think there's a way to see the whole Earth, but for some reason, people think you should just be able to like fly up into the sky and look down, take a picture, and then like just trace lines around all the countries, and there's your map. But I don't think it's possible to see the whole Earth in one shot. Even if the Earth is a globe, you couldn't do that. No matter how far away you go from it, you're not going to see the whole thing. It's like if I'm standing face to face with you, and then I just start backing away. I'm not going to just see your whole head. So globe or flat, I don't think it's possible to see the whole Earth. To then just like snap a shot, trace lines around all the countries, and there's your map. It doesn't work like that. But for some reason, that's what people always think. They're like, well, it should be easy to make a map. Oh, really? Why? What makes you think that?
Well, you can't see it in all in one shot, even from the space station supposedly. But what you can do is, I mean, how many flights are there every single day? So there's airplanes flying all over of reality, just flying everywhere, right? So there's things like restricted airspaces, places you can't go, but not every mile of airspace is defended. You don't think like, wouldn't some pilots just like, hey, let's just, we never fly over here, let's fly over there? And I mean, at some point you're gonna go past
I don't think it
where.
works like that. I don't think it works like that. I mean, from what I've come to learn is like similar to when you get in your car, you've got to follow the path that's been laid out for you. And of course, cars travel all over the place, but there's tons of places cars don't go or can't go or
What do
whatever.
you tell the radar tower that picks you up because you decided to go somewhere else and there's airports everywhere? What do you tell those guys? We decided to just go for a fly. They're going to call the Air Force on you or the Navy and have you escorted.
Yeah, there are also insurance problems too associated with it. So in flight, there's something called.
You have to fly in those corridors. If you don't fly in those, you're in trouble.
Yep. There's something called ETOPS requirements, and it has to do with the rating of your aircraft. And basically, it says that you gotta hug the coastline if you're going intercontinental. Otherwise, you got to get special permission to deviate. And even then, you got to fly in those flight corridors, subject to like what they were saying. I mean, there's all kinds of political shit that goes on. Like, I don't know if there's any flights that connect Tokyo with Santiago. Doing a great circle route.
Yeah, it just seems like at least out of all these flights, every day, all these flights, one pilot would just say, fuck it.
No, I don't think so. Well, what makes you think that, dude? Like, somebody should just go rogue. Dude, they have a job to do. And like, there's corridors is kind of the angle I was taking there as well. Like a bus driver, for example. You think bus drivers like, nah, fuck this route. I'm just gonna go this way. Like you have to follow the route. And there's also roads. There's also a big Earth with a lot of places that don't have roads. So you're kind of saying, well, just take your car and go off road. Like doesn't work like that, man. This isn't Grand Theft Auto where you can just roam around freely, like that. So
Well, yeah, like a Cessna, you're not getting too far, so it would need to be a plane that had a big enough fuel reserve. So it would have to probably be like a full-on airline commercial pilot that does it. But I mean, there's
why would
plenty
you
of
do that?
crazy people out there, plenty of crazy people that just do insane shit. It just seems like one of them would just, be
I
like,
don't know,
hey,
man.
I'm flying this way.
It does seem like if you're a pilot, you've kind of worked really hard to get to that point, and I don't see why you would just throw that all away for what?
Maybe that's
Curiosity's
why
sake.
that one plane went missing all those years ago. Maybe that's what they did.
Mm, damn.
Oh yeah,
That's crazy.
flight.
There's also guys in the military, right? There's
Fuck
gentlemen in the
around and find
military.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Amelia
That's what I'm trying
Earhart
to find
said, "Hey, the Earth is flat," and they shot her down.
Yeah, it's like there's also not even just commercial pilots. There's like military servicemen who have access to these planes. You think they're just going to go rogue too? I don't know why you would do that. Look, I get it. I totally get where you're coming from. If we had access to like a dope ass plane and we can just fly around and do whatever we want, we would totally do that. But like I said, this is not Grand Theft Auto. You don't have perms to just do whatever you want. It's probably not super dangerous to be up there, but I don't think it's like crazy just safe to just roam around in the skies like that. Also, that's why they have air traffic control so people don't crash into each other and stuff like this. So it's probably a little dangerous up there too, to be totally honest. It's not just like a vacation. It's also how much fuel do you need, and where. Let's say you do veer off course and you start going somewhere, like where are you going? And I don't know. This is just kind of like an odd line of thinking that you should just be able to roam around, do whatever.
Yeah, and you have the insurance companies to deal with. Be like, you were doing what?
Right.
We need you to adhere to every single law by the books to start, and then you're going to meet our requirements on top of that.
Right. I mean, the only time
Yeah.
I can think of someone going rogue was like in Breaking Bad when the air traffic controller like went rogue and crashed two planes or whatever. You remember that? And that was just the air traffic controller.
Yeah.
In the newest Mission Impossible movie, Tom Cruise goes rogue, but it's funny because there's actually 2 mentions of flat Earth in this movie. I went and saw it in IMAX.
No.
Yeah. The Tom Cruise's partner, that black guy who's in like in every single movie, they're talking about communications, and he says, "Oh yeah, they can't see that one, and you know why?" And Tom Cruise is like, "Why?" And then he gives him like this weird little smile, and he goes, "Because of the Earth bulge." And he points to this thing, but it was weird because the way he said it is kind of like a joke, like they were joking. I don't know, man. It was a weird, like, kind of nod to flat Earth. And then they said something else about flat Earth. I can't really remember what it was, but there's 2 mentions of it.
That's all the time, bro, in all forms of media.
Damn, we should get the clip. Yeah, we should get that clip somehow.
I was watching a regular show one time, and they had a whole episode telling us NASA was liars. Like, literally.
Oh, they did that in Family Guy. Remember that fly on the wall? They're like painting a wall, and the fly's like, he's got a guitar, and he's like, and NASA means to deceive. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen that clip.
Oh, shit. Yeah, Family Guy's got a lot of them. I didn't see that one, though.
Seth is a Freemason, so he knows all kinds of shit.
Without ever knowing the real shit. Yeah.
It's a good place to put some truths is in the media. I think there's a ton of it out there. You just have to have the eyes to see it.
Right. Right. They put both sides out there. They almost whenever they drop flat Earth shit, it's almost like to say, "We know you guys are out there watching this."
Oh yeah, for sure.
And the things that they change, like, it's really funny how there's certain documents, right, that we used to circulate that they took off of their websites and redirect the URLs. For a little while, when I was, the black box data recorder shit that we're sharing about the flight and how the airplane, the avionics and telemetry does not pick up any curvature whatsoever. So about 2 weeks after everybody on like Flat Earth Debate and other places were talking about this, the database on the NTSB's website changed. You no longer could access those documents, and they put a little disclaimer at the top and said, if you want these, you're going to have to send us an email here and request them. And that was up for like a day or two. I lost my shit. I got screen caps of this, and I sent this over to Flat Earth Debate people. I'm like, check this out. And then as soon as I did, the next day the website was back and like it was normal. Here's the thing, like the URLs themselves had changed. The original webpage was called like v1.html, and then when it changed, it went to v2.html. And then it went back to v1.html. So, I mean, I gotta think somebody's watching this shit. They're paying attention to us, and they got to be careful when they make their move, because if they happen to make a move, it's going to create a bigger signature than if they were to just leave it alone. I mean, that's the whole Streisand effect, right? If they were to just ignore this shit, it'd probably be better for them. But if they start freaking out and taking documents down and trying to stymie free speech and progress in this, it's only going to alert more people to the fact that there's something here to look at than otherwise. Anyway. That NTSB database, folks, is a great goldmine of information. They have everything from tragic crash reports to just simple engine and instrument malfunctions going back to the 1960s. So you start yanking this down and you start looking at all the instrumentation data and saying, okay, where's the curvature of the Earth in any of this? It's not there. No, we're not talking about maps that are plotted with coordinate reference grids. We're looking at the actual measurements that the airplanes are taking as they're flying. They're gyroscopes. They're compasses. They're elevator pitches. Their rolls and their yaws and everything else. Temperature changes, pressure changes, fuel consumption, trim levels, it's all there. Because it's from the black box. Why would the black box leave out something? We hear from Globers all the time, right? That, oh yeah, airplanes automatically compensate for the curvature. Like, oh, it's built into the gyro. It's built into the, the inertial navigation system. It's built into this. It's built into that. Well, if it is, why don't we see evidence of a feedback mechanism? Because if something like that goes wrong and could be responsible, partially responsible even, for some malfunction somewhere that causes injury or loss of life, the insurance companies are going to want to know. The investigators are going to want to know for the court. Engineers are going to want to know so they could build a better box, a better device to make sure that people are safe. There's no Earth curvature correction mechanism that's being demonstrated anywhere when we've looked. There's no evidence that the tail of the plane is tilting up gradually as the front of the nose is dipping down gradually over the Earth, relative to a horizontal reference plane set by the gyro, relative to anything. Just airplanes flying over a flat and level surface the whole way. Right, so could the curvature of the Earth still be there somehow? Well, fine, but again, I go back to my question, where's the evidence? If it's there, why can't we frickin' find it anywhere? Why are we chasing our tails looking for it? Because it doesn't seem to be there. It's so obvious. Go ahead. Is that a troll?
Of course.
Was that a drive-by? That was.
I
don't even.
don't know if that was a burp or like Barry Manilow.
Barry Manilow, nice.
I mean Barry White.
Yeah, I was gonna say Barry Manilow don't got that deep of a voice, does he? Damn.
That's true. Barry White.
So I only know like one song from Barry Manilow because one of my favorite rappers sampled it. It's so good.
Barry White. It's Marion Barry. One of the berries.
Man. All right, well.
Yeah.
Did Mushkin leave? He left. Oh, George. Did he ever jump on the mic?
George?
George said in the chat.
Oh.
He was in the chat last night talking about sulfur hexafluoride and stuff.
Oh, we were just talking about that here in the chat. Yeah. You take a gas, you cool it off to like fucking freezing. Can it be denser than the air that you're breathing? Duh. And as the temperatures equalize, yeah, it starts to disperse. That's the part they don't like to talk about. It's so dishonest, right? They'll show you a video clip of them pouring it, and then once the last drop is gone, that's it. You're supposed to walk away thinking, okay, they just poured it into this box and they can carry it around all day. It just stays in there.
Yeah. No, this is something identified a long time ago. What I dub it is a hyper. Well, to put it shortly, a horse blinder earther, where they only focus on this like hyper limited timeline. Like you said, when the last drop hits, that's when you stop there. You put your horse blinder on right there and you ignore anything that takes place after and ignore anything that takes place before.
Yep.
Number one, you poured it from a container. A lot of times we're requesting people to show us examples of gas pressure without a container. So in the sulfur hexafluoride thing, they're using two containers. You take one container with the sulfur hexafluoride, pour it into another container, and then freeze time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like it doesn't work like that. That's such a poor example.
HCB,
They
I'm
do
gonna
this
post
with
it.
good. They also do this hyper limited timeline earther thing with dropping things. They'll be like, we had this conversation last night. This guy's like, we'll just drop a pen. Well, dude, you got to take the horse blinders off because no pen spawned in your hand. It wasn't there to begin with. It was somewhere else, probably at rest on the ground. And then you picked it up and then you dropped it and then went right back to rest. But they only want to notice the part where you let go, it falls, and then freeze time. Look, it's falling. Well, you got to add more context to the situation, everybody.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour, I posted this GIF for the audience listening. Somebody had taken balloons and filled them up with helium and froze the shit out of them. So they turned into clumps, kind of like ice cubes. They grabbed a spatula. They lifted one of these frozen hunks of balloons out of the freezer and they plopped it on the table. And guess what happened? The ambient air warmed up the gas. The gas started expanding in the balloon inflates and it starts shooting up all by itself.
All right, here's how you do that. You might take a tiny helium balloon, or about one, whatever, average size, not a huge one. One that'll fit in a 5-gallon bucket. And you get liquid nitrogen and put it in that bucket, and then you put that balloon down in the liquid nitrogen, and it'll become this little tiny squished up raisin looking thing. And you can keep that in liquid nitrogen or pull it out and throw it down and smash it into a million pieces, or do what they're doing. It's pliable at that point. You can see when it puts it down, it's like putty, so it won't break. Let it warm up a little bit. You do that, and it'll just reinflate itself because the temperature will increase, expanding the molecules.
Look at that.
That's how you do this. Liquid nitrogen.
What do the Globies say about this?
I think they were mystified by it, honestly. I think they look at this, they're like, that's proof of gravity.
Everything is air pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
That's how you move shit around. That's how you move things around.
Right, you just heat it up. When the sulfate hexafluoride in that box heats up, it's going to be doing this too. It's going to be escaping and dissipating everywhere.
Yeah.
All you have to do is go blow in there, and that it'll just go all over the place. That'll be the end of it.
Yep. It doesn't take much temperature to cause gases to go fucking wild.
Yeah, don't have a fan blowing in the room when you want to do that trick, because it'll be hard to. It'll pick up that little breeze.
You can watch it dissipate as they're pouring it too. Be like, dude, what's going on there?
Oh, it's funny when they do this sulfur hexafluoride thing, it just dips right into a little bit of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. They're not actually making a case for something that they're saying. They're just like, well, you say gas goes in all directions. So here's an example where it doesn't. But it does. They just have multiple syndromes at the same time.
Right. So when they do these things, like Drace just shared this with the bromine diffusion experiment, you can take an open, where you can close it off. You take like a container, like a long column. It's kind of like a trick, right? You take a long column and you fill it with bromine, and you can pop off the top, and it'll form a gradient inside. They'll say, see, look, you can keep gas contained inside just fine. But you got the blinders on, people, because it's still diffusing.
Right.
It's temperature, and it's also still being contained. Like the fact that you've got the gradient is evidence of a container shape.
The air on top is still trying to get into the bottom of that test tube, no matter how you look at it. It still wants to be. It still wants to be inside that test tube, also.
Right, and it's limited in how it's able to get in because of the shape of the container. Yeah. It's such a dishonest take that these people have when we start shoving this stuff in our faces. I mean, these kind of tricks might work on kids.
Right. And it works on them. What such childish minds.
Yeah, Drace is right, like echoing Radwin. They're both trying to get into each other, right? They're both trying to mix in together.
Yeah, like air doesn't really give a shit about it. It just knows it needs to fill some available space, and it seems like this shit keeps moving out of the way, so it's going to keep going that direction.
Yep.
That's what's really happening. Just move. I got to be down by the bottom with the rest of the air. For some reason, it's getting pushed that way. Everything's pushing in all directions. when it comes to air. That's why drops of water around air's pressing from all directions on it.
That's right. Like,
next, tell me there's air pressure out in space making space balls.
when the astronauts go in the Vomit Comet and they're doing free fall tests and they've got globs of water hovering in front of their faces.
That's because they're in pressurized air. If they were in a vacuum, air would not, that water would not exist.
That's it.
It would vaporize. If you had that much and you could pull an instant vacuum, it could probably, I don't know what that would, it would probably make a sound.
Yeah.
That quick.
Yeah, it would create the medium for its own sound propagation.
I'm saying, because it's still there. So, yeah, to flash it instantly into gas like that, that would be something to try. I don't think it can be done.
And on that note, these guys like to substitute liquids for gases and say, well, it's all fluids. You know, they'll say, well, I can demonstrate gravity with this cup of water, which is analogous to my cup of air.
I guess since I have 2 compressors tanks out in the garage, I could just reverse them and pull the vacuum on one of them. And what I could do is I could make a vacuum instantly flash by releasing the air into the vacuum so it equalized, open a valve into the vacuum, leave the glass in there, and I could instantly or close to instant create a vacuum. I wonder what would happen to the water. I'd have to have a super vacuum on the compressor tank.
Yeah.
So if it's good to expand to 100 psi, I'm not sure how much of a vacuum I can pull without it turning into a train car.
Yeah. A weak flap would ruin it.
No, it's the flat part of the tank that collapses first.
Yeah.
That's the weakest part, flat side.
I mean, we're going to create a valve or something to turn quickly?
Yeah, I have all kinds of valves. I can trigger it through PLC if I wanted to.
I think those kind of demonstrations would be really valuable.
Yeah, some valves that have like 10 and 20 hertz rate that they'll trigger that fast.
Wow.
And you hear them going off, and it's like in the labs when you walk past certain labs that are testing them, or if you go past the lab that takes returns, because we don't usually have returns, so they put them in a lab to see what actually happened, because we don't get returns. So
I'm so glad we have you here, Radlin. All your vacuums and labs and shit. Because it goes entirely.
I could create an instant vacuum and see what happens to water. That would be an interesting thing to do. I'm going to say it vaporizes instantly also. I have to figure out, I need some better gauges on my equipment though. I have to be able to make sure that I have to do some math on it. I have to have a small container, use my vacuum chamber for the small container with the water in it. And the large one, instead of it being a vacuum pump, it's just a tank that's already had the vacuum pulled on it, so it's ready to collapse. As soon as I open that valve, the air is going to go into that low pressure, and it's going to equalize to the vacuum chamber also being in a vacuum. The gauges should all instantly change, and it's all instantly be equal. It shouldn't take long.
Right. So if you maintain a constant temperature, right, and then you change the volume, those gas molecules are going like thousands and thousands of miles per hour, aren't they?
Yeah, the weakest link is going to be that hose. I would just get one from work of stainless braided hose.
So if the entropy of gas, Radwin, is such that you change the volume and gas molecules shoot off at thousands of miles per hour instantly.
Oh, you know
How
what's
come
going to happen?
rockets work in space?
The hose will collapse, so I need to use solid pipe between the tanks. I just thought about it.
This is the family show, guys.
Yeah, the hose would collapse, so I have to have them right next to each other when I do this trick. This is where you wear safety glasses, folks. When you're playing with pressures, especially going negative. I might have to set that experiment up. I don't know what that would do to Globers. That's what happens when you open a door on a spaceship. I wonder what kind of pumps they're using on the ISS. You know, you have to have a hatch between the outside. You have to have your airlock. So you have to close the airlock, pull the vacuum on the airlock, then open it to space. I want to know what kind of pumps they're using, if somebody can get me the model number. Because I'm sure they have to replace those parts. And we have the best in the world, and we're replacing our shit every day.
Well, if they have a leak, they just have a leak. It's not a problem for them. Somehow, some way. If we all had access to, like, this magic technology they claim they have, like, we'd have things that last for hundreds of years.
Magical rockets working in a vacuum, just spraying gas into an infinite void and expecting some kind of forward motion.
Kind of like this. The balloon rocket pushes off the air, but then you put a vacuum behind it and, oh, it doesn't go anywhere.
Love it. Oh, you got that version, yeah, without the caption. Somebody from our community did that. Is that Box Ops or somebody? Whose hands are those?
Yeah, I remember this. There's box
That's
ops? Nice.
I don't think it was somebody. I don't think it was him. But he's one of us. I thought it was Radwin at first, but he's too young. Huh?
I'll just say nothing.
Martoth? Might have been Martoth. I don't know. I'm saving that one. Oh wait, that one has the big number 6 too. Yeah, part I got the same one because that's part of a video somebody compiled.
So what is this showing? That like what is exactly is it showing?
I don't know, Jace, you want to talk or I can go?
You can go. Karma's talking to me, so I couldn't even hear what he said.
Right. So the idea is that rocket thrust is due to basically the release of gases violently and suddenly out the back. All right, so they combust them in the chamber, and then the combustion results in the production of all this gas and heat, and it blows out the back. Yeah, in a vacuum. So what our clever friend did was take a shop vac, turned it on, pinched the straw at the end of that balloon that was full of air, released the pinch, and guess what happened? The air inside that balloon started emptying into the vacuum. And the little toy bus did not move forward 1 inch. Now, if you were to do that without the shop
I
vac,
see.
yeah, without the shop vac, that little toy car would be flying off the table.
Right. Okay, I see now. Okay, gotcha.
Isn't that crazy? That's really cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Because this is when they try to say that rockets can go in a vacuum or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's so many ways to slice that, hey? This is a good way to slice that. I've heard another way you need something to push off of. Just like a swimmer pushes off of water, or tires push off the ground. It's so funny. They just think it's like video game mechanics. Like, no, just blast a little bit of it. Put some fire out there. You'll start flying around. Like, okay. Really? I wonder whose hands those are. I'm curious now. Bro got a Fitbit on. I guess 2007. Shit, when did Fitbits get popular? I don't even know. What the fuck?
I need to sign up for a Quora account so I can read some of this stuff.
Oh, I hate that, dude. I hate when they do that.
Yeah.
You read like 5 things and it's like, sign up to view the rest. Like, oh, you're not even that good of a channel, like a website.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't used Quora in a while. What are you looking on there for?
Oh, rockets in space.
Mm.
There's something else I was looking at. A friend of mine told me to look into this. You know how the Apollo moon capsule, the Apollo capsules, the command module is shaped like a cone, and the issue is atmospheric reentry. It enters the atmosphere ass first, not like
yeah.
yeah.
I don't know how they get away with that shit, bro. Like, how are people buying this? I don't understand how people buy this shit.
Fucking fat ass and birth. Dude.
It looks like shit when they do it too, does it not?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously, like, why the thing isn't like tumbling around and spinning like a, you know, just goes in ass first, man, nice and easy.
Even Trump pointed out how stupid that is.
Oh, he did?
Well, not he didn't say it was dumb, but you know how Trump is, and like he'll just like say backhanded things. But he was like, Elon. I'm pretty sure he had a clip where he's like, Elon's rockets, and I've never seen him come down like this. Like he
Yeah.
just like points out how ridiculous it is. He's like,
Yeah.
it is
How can
coming
anybody
down.
believe
I've
it?
never seen such a thing. Da da da. Like he's like, he just and the way
Nobody
he
would ever
waves his
think it's
arm.
possible. People still don't
Yeah.
think it's possible.
He like waves his arm in a funny way to show how ridiculous it is.
Yeah.
I've never seen it fly down like this. Like, yeah, dude, no one has. It's crazy. Are those real or are those animations?
Dude, they and like almost everything else looks like it's CGI, man.
Those
Very
ones
crisp
specifically look
contrast
like
and colors.
shit.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, though I'm sorry to cut you off. Those ones in particular look like dog shit when they show those.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like it looks like some high school or college kid did a 3D animation render.
But like, why? How do Globers believe it though? I don't understand. Like, are they like, yeah, so legit?
I don't know.
I'm trying to get a GIF so we can like criticize one. It doesn't even look like. Why would you do that anyway? Why would you land like that? I don't know. Just so goofy looking.
It makes me think. So you know how they show? They'll show two different versions, right? They'll show one that they'll say this here is telemetry data driven CGI. We're taking computer graphics and rendering it in real time based off of the information that we get from radio signals. And they'll make it purposefully look so freaking shitty, the shittiest computer graphics on earth, right? It's almost like they're doing this to sensitize you. Because then what they show you next, they're going to say is real, but that too will be computer graphics. So your eyes get desensitized. They're so used to seeing the shitty computer graphics that now when they cut to the scene where the thing landed or things back at home, whatever, that you're not going to think that it's CGI anymore. Because you saw the CGI. You already did. It was shitty.
It's the same thing they did in the beginning, except they used Walt Disney to draw cartoons for one aspect, and then they had, actors for the other aspect. But
yeah, it's true. The same trick. The same sensitize and then fool them, and then sensitize with the truth and then fool them.
Look, I posted it in the chat.
Dude, look at that. Come on.
Look at that. It looks like trash. Would that even possibly work though? With the just blasting a bunch of fire out to land properly? That doesn't even check out in my mind. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how does fire stabilize things like that? And how heavy is that thing supposed to be? And they're not are they aiming it around and stuff?
Yeah, the thruster's on a swivel, man. It's that easy. Just got to keep that thing aimed down properly.
That's stupid.
That shit is clearly CGI.
Yeah, who said that?
That is crazy. The fire's opening land. Oh man, I've never seen that in my life. Ever.
You never seen that?
A rocket take off in reverse, so the fire is helping it land. Come on, girl.
I know, bro. The fire, come on, man, dude. This is how when they say, "What do they gain?" They gain a bunch of zombies, bro, who will just believe any freaking thing. Perfect example right there.
These Transformer stuff right there. That is clearly fake.
Kinchy, is that you, bro? Somebody's really, really low.
Yeah.
Yeah. You sound like you're far away from the mic, gang.
Yeah, I'm closer now. My bad.
Oh, good. Yeah, but that looks like trash, man. Are they just reversing it? Like, I can't believe they get away with this shit. There's no live people watching these landings, right?
I mean, people were with the Katy Perry thing that happened. People were like, finally, like, okay, something's up here. This looks a little weird. So I was happy to see that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was like, I think that the more things they do when they push boundaries like that, you're just going to continue to wake people up. It has like a two-pronged effect.
Yeah, that's why they won't. Now I know why they won't go back to the moon for sure. Because you guys didn't even, in their words, they didn't even leave Earth. They were just in low Earth orbit, and people already coming with conspiracies. So imagine if they try to go back to the moon, quote unquote. Oh man, they gonna have a field day.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it's like it has like one half of it, people will be like, "Yeah, this is awesome," and then the other half, people are gonna wake up and be like, "Nah, there's something off here. I'm not rocking with this."
Yep, it's a big
That's what
risk for
happened. Yeah, definitely, definitely. It's probably smart for them to just keep pushing it back. But that's what happened to me with the Tesla car thing. I'm like, this is some bullshit, and I still believed in outer spacing on that time. Low key. They're like, yeah, we can put a car up there and shit. I'm like, this is cat, bro. This is some absolute bullshit. And that woke me up. I remember that because this is back when they would have the live stream with the chat going and stuff like that. The chat was like, look at the bubbles. There's bubbles like and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know if you guys remember that part, but
bubbles in space, man.
chat was going crazy. And then what was also weird was kind of a red flag when they took the mirror off. Like, they're like, nope, it's a car. We didn't mess with it at all. We didn't do anything to the tires. We did nothing except we took the rear view mirror off. Why'd you do that? That's not suspicious, is it? That's suspicious as fuck.
We had to save on weight, guys. We had to save on weight.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Like, what would a rear view mirror show? Yeah, exactly. So that was a red flag. I'm like, you took the mirror off?
Yeah. So you could get a better view, guys. A better view. That way the mirror's not blocking anything.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT real fast. Let's see what they say. They'll probably say exactly what you just said for a better view.
It might say there were never mirrors.
They better not say that. All right, here we go. The rearview mirror was removed from the Tesla Roadster launched in space for a few reasons. No need for it in space. And then number 2, weight reduction.
Oh, snap.
Number 3, streamlining for aesthetics and physics. Bro. And number 4, symbolic message. The car did keep a dashboard display.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That read, "Don't panic." Wow. It says here, no, symbolic message. The car did keep a dashboard display that read, "Don't panic." Removing the mirror could symbolize leaving the past behind, no looking back. So ultimately, it was part practical, part symbolic, and part aesthetic. Bro.
Yeah,
this is bullshit. This is bullshit.
You should have been able to watch that car like get destroyed live. Like it was supposed to be in direct solar radiation. Like it had black like interior, plastic shit. Like what?
Yeah, people always talked about the tires too. Why didn't the tires explode? Where's Radwin to talk us about that?
Yeah, so air molecules can get trapped inside materials and embed themselves, like including steel, including metal, not just things like rubber and fabric.
Yeah.
So when you get into the, the austere environment of a vacuum, those gas molecules inside metal are going to start vibrating faster and faster and faster. Eventually, are going to work themselves out of it and turn the metal into Swiss cheese. It causes pitting.
Yeah, you seen what the sun does to cars in California? It, like freaking melts paint almost. Not really melts, but like it like cooks these cars out here.
Oh yeah.
It's something I never really saw that as much back in Ohio. So like actually it's so funny. When I visited here for the first time, I went on a date with this girl. And I told her, I was like, man, there's something about the sun out here. It's just so strong. And she was like, what? Like, I don't know what you mean. And all these years later, I'm like, okay, it makes more sense. The sun has definitely hit so hard out here. I can only imagine, like, if you're out of the Earth's, air, whatever, would the sun not absolutely destroy your car? Like, paint and all that?
Yeah, especially the dashboard. Like it's.
Oh my God! Yeah.
It's black. It's gonna absorb all those wavelengths. It's gonna heat up so fast.
Yeah, dude. Actually, people put carpets, like this like weird carpet material on their dashboard to protect it here in California. It's like I've never seen that before, but I can only imagine it would absolutely destroy all that stuff, man. 100%.
What about the airbags?
The airbags? Will they like absorb they would get like blown up or something?
Did they remove them?
Yeah, the gas canisters.
Okay, but just the gas canister then.
So stupid.
Oh, excuse me. Because the SpaceX engineers would have absolute. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, keep going. I got to find it, and I found it now.
Well, I was just using ChatGPT to ask more questions about like would the tires work in space and stuff like that, and it says that yes, inflated tires would blow up in space, but SpaceX prepped the car and they made sure to leave no air in the tires. Oh man, ChatGPT is such a friggin' capper, man.
All right, here we go. Check this out, dudes. This is from the Polaris Dawn mission. Look at that texture mismatch. That's supposed to be a body of water that's been circled in yellow. Look at that line between the red water and the turquoise water.
Let's have ChatGPT explain that shit.
I've never seen anything like that here on Earth, so it's got to be fake. I mean, it's that simple. What are they going to tell me? Oh, your eyes. I mean, I live on Earth. I've never seen anything like that. What the hell is
funny? If you pop open Google Earth, you're going to see this on Google Earth textures, where they stitch together two different pictures that were taken of the same place with two different lighting conditions.
Yeah.
And so on one of the images, they're going to adjust the coloration and contrast, and on the other, they might leave it alone. They don't know that they're going to have to stitch them together where they're stitched. And it's possible they use software to do all the stitching instead of real people. And so when they stitch images together in terrain and shit like that, they get mismatched colors. And you see this in bodies of water a lot. And here, in this animation, what they're showing you is the Polaris Dawn mission orbiting, going in these orbits. And you see Earth scrolling below. And somebody caught this. It looks just like Google Earth.
Bro, it says the varying colors of the water in the circled area are likely due to salt concentration, mineral content, microbial life, and depth differences in the lakes.
Well, the AI will just say whatever it wants to try to reinforce the mainstream narrative. Just like earlier when it was trying to say that the tires had a perfect vacuum implanted within them. How the hell is a tire gonna hold a vacuum?
Right. It says so multicolored sections, turquoise, purple, and whitish, are real and natural, not CGI. Wow.
It essentially goes, don't believe your lying eyes.
Right.
I've got another one to show you guys. I haven't actually brought this up very often, maybe just a couple times. All right. Series of photos. All right. So this astronaut is in the ISS. Okay. He's giving himself a shot, saying, "Look, I got my flu shot today, everybody. Look, putting it in my arm." All right. Let me post another screenshot from that video. See what he's doing? That's called aspirating the needle. You hold the needle upright so that the buoyant force pushes air to the top of the chamber where the medicine is, and you use the plunger to push out the excess air because you don't want to blow air into your arm, into your veins. You only want the medicine. How come he's holding it upright to push that air bubble out? I thought he was in zero gravity. Why is air bubbles rising in zero gravity?
Shit.
Oops. Yeah, that's a boner. You mean air bubbles rise in a liquid in zero gravity? Cool, man. Oh yeah, that guy, the astronaut who dropped the screw. You hear it go kaplunk, and he looks at it on the floor. Oh fuck, where'd that screw go? Let me just twist this screw out of here, and then oh shit, where'd it go? Fuck, it's down there. Look at that. The video is great because you can hear it go thunk down below too. Oh man, these are great, guys. These are great. Keep going.
There was one where they were filming live, and David Weiss, I think it was David Weiss. I don't really trust that guy like that. But back when I did, he said that he caught something live, and then they were able to reverse the live when they seen he caught it, and they changed it on the live without taking the video down or anything. I mean, it's crazy.
Got to save everything. Here's one. So, which direction's the sun pointing? It's shining down on top of Earth, but you got the highlights underneath the spacecraft shining up underneath. See that? See the light shining down on Earth and the light shining up from that side, highlighting the undercarriage. What's going on, guys? Sasha says reflection from gradients. Now, can someone explain that? Can somebody please help us understand how something that's shielded from the sun is getting highlighted by the sun?
This is the
You
46
need a
minutes past
wider
the hour.
angle.
Yeah, 46 minutes past the hour.
Not enough information there. It's I need a wider angle. See what's going on.
Not enough information.
Of course.
Indeterminate amount of information there.
If only we had enough information, guys. We'd be able to
Where
prove
could-
the globe.
Where could that light possibly be coming from? Just based off what you can see here.
Refraction. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell based off of this, but
well, you can see the
there's
light.
a camera. There's obviously a camera taking the image, so there might be another like part of the structure.
Yeah,
that maybe
I
is
know.
reflecting light from the other side or something. Who knows? It's an indeterminate amount.
Reflecting from where?
From like another module of this structure or something. Who knows?
Yeah, is this percentage? Sorry, dude. I thought you were Rob Noxious for a second.
How do you confuse those two?
Well, they sounded a little similar. I don't know. Apologies. But
they don't.
Wow, I guess they do to my ears. my lying ears. Anyway, apologies for that. Yeah, there could be some sort of explanation, but it's kind of sus.
Oh, here, look, that image of Earth is totally real, guys. That egg. That wobbly bobbly looking egg.
Concave refraction.
Oh, we got all the boys pulling up, man. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
I'm literally about to cook some breakfast.
I got one more to share.
All right.
So, what they claim to have done here, they took the GPS satellites around Earth and only updating the software on a receiver, put it on the moon, and used Earth-based GPS to get lunar coordinates on the moon. Oh, could it be that the receiver can make you think that Earth is flat too? Could it be that the receiver can make you think Earth is a globe, or it could make you think that you're standing on the moon, or it could make you think maybe that Earth is flat too, guys? No, don't be silly.
I don't get it. What did they do with the moon?
So they modified a GPS receiver to work on the moon using Earth-based GPS.
So they're claiming that the receiver is on the moon's surface?
No, well, the receiver's on the moon's surface, they claim, yep, but the satellites are still where they are for GPS. Yeah. So they give you a lunar datum, right? A lunar reference ellipsoid that has all the coordinates of the moon mapped out on it, and then they alter the timing signal data from GPS systems in the receiver such that they can repurpose Earth terrestrial-based ground positioning for the moon's surface. That's what they're claiming is possible. So if that's possible, why can't Earth actually be flat too? That's the question. Because we hear from people from Daza all the time that GPS only works because Earth is a globe. It could only work that way. Oh. Well, what about this, folks?
Got him.
Yeah,
I would
you mean
say
it works on an Earth that's 1/5 the size? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
no, just that it's not really a great point, but like if the Earth is flat, right, as we say, the Earth measures flat, and things work on the Earth, like they always say GPS can't work on flat Earth. If the Earth measures flat and GPS works on flat Earth. They hate when I say it, but like it's just so basic.
Yeah,
So I
you
hate when they
measure the
say
Earth flat.
GPS can't work on flat Earth. Yeah.
The end. Yeah,
It's like it's
we
working
measure
right
the Earth
now.
flat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. It works right now. So what do you mean?
Yeah, there's really no need to get into all the technical specifics when you can use logic and reason to undercut everything. Some of us like to get into that just for sake of having a good show, and for educating people listening, for educating the person that's being spoken to. And it helps some of us who like to get into it to get better at talking about it. But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, really what you said is all that needs to be said. We measured Earth flat. GPS is working on a flat Earth. Here are the measurements.
Like, if I wave a magic wand over the whole world and make everyone a flat earther, GPS isn't going to just stop working. So they just have some weird ideas when they say stuff like that.
But GPS proves that Earth is a globe, and it could only work on a globe Earth, guys. All right, well, they're using it on the fucking moon. And they're not using GPS satellites orbiting a moon for this. They're using the same ones that they say are orbiting Earth for this. They just changed the receiver. They just swapped out the software. Bada bing, bada boom, off you go. Damn, dudes. Wake up.
Sort of a side topic. This just in space news, NASA saying the Voyager is 9 billion miles away from Earth. They're still receiving signals 9 billion miles away from Earth.
Wow.
How is that possible? 45-year-old technology. I mean, like, you could have bought a Tandy computer that would have been more powerful.
That must be a super high gain antenna. Focus that radio beam.
Yeah, like, can you imagine what a narrow range of that would be? 9 billion miles away. What would be the increment or the angle of resolution that the radio signal would have to be hitting? And that would be both ways.
And they're finding it within the ambient noise of everything else going on. Like that signal is going to be so weak itself. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
The electron density is going to be super dispersed, guys. Yeah, it's going to be weak as shit. Half the power, twice the distance. Something like that.
Appreciate the news break there, Sonny.
We interrupt your bleak and meaningless lives for this special news break.
9 billion mile signal transmission from a piece of shit in the 1970s. They say it's got power still because it had a nuclear reactor on board.
I mean, think about it. Think about what kind of batteries they had back 44 years ago.
Nuclear vessels.
Is that thing recharging its batteries with solar? Like, this is 44 years ago.
I think it's got a hunk of plutonium inside. I'm not joking, guys. Like they said, I'm pretty sure of this, that they put like a micro nuclear reactor on board. So they're boiling steam on it, folks. They're boiling steam.
Yeah. And there's supposed to be all these micrometeors and all this stuff out there, rocks floating around, asteroid belts, and that thing hasn't hit not one thing.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. Like,
hey,
I guess that's why they can just send people to the moon without doing any testing. They just shoot it up there. That's what the Globers tell us, right? They're like, okay, how did they know? How did they know their orbital mechanics were correct? They would need to know the radius. They would have to have the radius measured in order to know that. No, they don't. They just shoot it up there and they just guess. Their best guess.
It's like Kerbal Space Program, man. It's trial and error, and they got it right.
It's really crazy.
I went through a phase like that early in my flat Earth awakening. I'm like, because I was wrestling with that question. I'm like, you know what? It must have just been like trial and error with the V2 program, or fuck, they just got lucky. They just got lucky, maybe. I mean, just like you had, people guessing the distance of the sun back in the 1600s and just fucking got lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Rui.
Man, there's so much to this topic. The moon landing and all this garbage. We just talked about the rockets. I really got to get that Trump Elon clip. I'm pretty sure that was on my old soundboard. It might be lost to history. But Elon's rockets. Never seen the way they land like this. Yeah, I got to find that. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, you could tell Trump wasn't buying it.
No way. No way he was buying it.
Sir, we have to redo in on the program what NASA is and why it was founded. You see, America won World War II. We had to make sure that everybody fucking knew it. Nobody would challenge us ever again. So we got the best scientists in the world to make a fake space program.
Yeah, it seems like they're in the middle of defunding NASA. Like we could have almost predicted this a couple of years ago. What would be happening, and it surely is.
One of the interesting. I just wanted to add one of the interesting factors about the space war was the Russians also got their batch of Nazi scientists. So, and those scientists were heading the space programs for the Russians. So you had the same team on both sides pretending to be in competition.
Right,
Yeah.
and they were colleagues, right? So they knew each other. You can't tell me that they weren't picking up the phone.
Yeah. It's a
Right?
play.
Like you hear that your buddy from engineering school is now on the Russian team. Russia was smart to stay away from the moon, I think, and so was the UK.
The interesting part is now they also officially admit, like you got it in congressmen and congresswomen admitting that, like Hitler, he survived the war, lived out his life in Argentina, like, and the CIA knew this. So, like, who really won the war?
Dude, it just kind of it opens up a lot of historical questions, right? Like, is there really like a cabal of Germans living in Antarctica ruling the world from there or something? I don't fucking know.
Like, I have no idea. I just know that, like, former Nazis got really high positions both in the EU and all over the world, really. So it's hard. I don't know, like, if that war was real or if it was just a way to have a lower population, just like Bill Gates said in his TED talk. They've always been afraid of too much people.
Yeah, it's really sad what's going on. Too much of certain kinds of people too with that, but not worth discussing here, I guess.
Wait, are you talking about some of them boys?
Yeah, and you wonder, like in my city here, they're building like at least a dozen 40-story high-rise complexes. A dozen, at least a dozen. You wonder, like, who's filling up all these things? So, in my mind, it must be part of this thing of like moving everybody into the metropolises and getting them out of the outer areas, so they're all concentrated in a easily controlled quadrant.
It's also a natural thing as well because of the social engineering. Like people want to move to the city for opportunities and stuff like that.
Yeah, they think opportunities. Like even though they're building all these high rises, there's plenty of high rise office buildings that are virtually empty right now, and they've been empty for like the last 4 years.
Yeah, but that's also a way to store money. It's like they're storing money in the housing bubble for now. Like eventually the housing bubble is going to burst.
Yeah, then it's food and water. Yep, and the wealthier, somewhat rural outlying areas are getting overrun with people from war-torn countries with PTSD. So it's going to compel people to move into cities.
I don't think you need a lot of people to manipulate the world stage, if you will. If you have a lot of money and you can just put the money towards the people who are walking in the direction you want everybody to walk in, and then as you push those voices, more and more people will start to resonate with it, and then like you can start lobbying the officials, and then they're like, oh well, we have the space here, yeah, we'll go for it. And that, like it's easy if you have enough money, and the average person just has so little money that it's inconsequential in the big picture.
Chat, I found that clip. It's like a completely different clip, but Trump's still flaming Elon in his rocket thing. Wait, I can play it here. All right, check this shit out.
So Elon's rocket's coming down. And I saw where the engines came down. That was the first. A couple of years ago, I saw engines come down. I said, that was great. I said, why do you do that? He said, engines are very expensive. We can save them with certain formulas. He's given me these formulas. I'm saying, forget it. You don't have to be that specific. And now the whole thing landed. I never saw anything like it. And it's been through a lot. You know, you look at it. It was a beautiful, white, shiny thing. Now it's burned to a crisp, but they landed. It needs only a new paint job. That's a lot cheaper than building a new one, right? But that was coming down. I looked at it this morning. I said, look at that. Oh, no. That's terrible because it was coming down so fast. And all of a sudden, boom. And it's like got this much on his side. We're going to have to get Elon to explain that, but another time. First, we have to get elected, right?
It's like, we're going to need him to explain that. Yeah, If I had to guess, I think Trump knows a few things. I don't think he's completely in the dark. I don't know. What do I know, though?
All the puppets know some things.
Yeah, I just the way Trump talks about space and stuff, I think he's probably more clued in than people probably give him credit. I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's also playing a character, or like I think Bill Maher or whatever, the former TV late night host, basically super leftist, went to go see him and then spoke well of him afterwards because there was a shift in character that he described, like from that public persona that he portrays. Like most people have a public and more personal persona, but how much is really dependent on person to person.
Mhm. Yeah, well said. Well said. It's just funny, like the breadcrumbs. You just got to be wise and clued up to catch some of this stuff. RIP to the old soundboard, eh, boys? Crazy. Shout out to Trump, though. Oh, I found it. I actually found the original clip. Hold on. This was on the soundboard. Okay. Let me send this to myself real quick. Bro. All right, here. Let me play this one. It's only 40 seconds. I don't know how to explain it, but like after hearing a sound clip for so many times, how do I explain this? Hearing it in the full video, I don't know, just triggers a certain feeling inside of me. Pause. It's very hard to describe. It's like it deserved to be a sound clip. Anyway, here's the clip 1 second.
More than GM and Ford. Do you have comments on Elon Musk?
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him because he's one of our great geniuses, and we have to protect our genius. You know, we have to protect Thomas Edison. And
I mean, that's the clip right there. He's like, no wings, no anything, and they're landing. Oh, man. Elon, he likes rockets. He does rockets. It sounds like he's talking about a little kid. And
Now,
how
what's
unimportant
their end
his...
goal? What's the end goal to all this stuff, man? You gotta ask, like, what's the end goal?
I think it's just to keep the... I think it's for the zombies. You know that saying, like, they say jump, you ask how high. That's it. In my mind, I think that's what it is. Because at this point, they can say almost anything, and people are going to go with it.
Yeah.
What I think is, think about like, okay, I have my own like theories on why it might have come into existence, but like I can't verify that. I just know that in some ancient cults they had this global belief as the secret doctrine to keep the cult members in the cult, and then that creates this us versus them mentality where they think they have the secret knowledge and everybody else is a plebeian who doesn't know what the world really is because they think the earth is flat. And then they eventually, when we get technologically advanced enough, we actually can show enough evidence that the earth isn't a globe. But at that point, what do you do with your secret doctrine? You got to switch that out so you have the truth, and then you got to corrupt what the other people believe so that you can again sit on your high horse and be like, haha, I'm better than you.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. I feel that.
For sure. Yeah, I got theories about it too, for sure. I just think ultimately, just to not go into too many details, I think this created a lot of atheists. And a lot of atheists right now, they are relying on evolution and globe Earth. And if it wasn't for those, their whole reality would just be shattered. And I think it's kind of sickening when you think about that. But
Yeah, that checks out too, for sure. Because you're presented with a flat Earth, and a fairly reasonable next question is, well, how did it get here? And there's not a whole lot of atheist flat earthers, agnostic flat earthers, as far as I'm concerned. I've only met maybe one or two, and they're not even here anymore. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest. Should I be toxic and name names?
Meaning you don't know the story, TB? It came from a singularity and nothing exploded into everything.
Imagine that. Nothing exploded. And then everything's here. Like, okay. All right. Cool story, though. I can't believe I used to believe that stuff, but I was also making up a bunch of other things in my head that could have been possible. I was making up all kinds of stuff, bro. I was like, oh, well, maybe it's like a heartbeat. It like expands out and then contracts and then does it over and over again. Like, I was just making shit up, dude. And I'm sure that's what a lot of people are doing. But now I don't do that anymore.
But TB, that was in a government textbook, so it has to be true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is they try to flip the script completely 180 because they come in here and they say, well, you flat earthers are saying you don't know what the lights in the sky are, what the sun and the moon are. We can't actually verify it. So we're like, yeah, we don't know. So then they ask us these questions like pretty much sometimes without using the words, but they're like, then do you think those things are supernatural? And when you actually look at their entire paradigm is supernatural. Like you just described, everything coming out of an explosion of nothing. Like, think about that. Like, that is completely outside of our nature, of anything that we see in nature. Yeah. Nothing occurs like that. They can't pinpoint what kind of physics would that entail? It just can't be so. So their entire idea of the cosmos, if you will, is supernatural.
Yeah, it's cat.
Sci-fi.
Exactly.
And there's people that will actually come out. Like I've talked to people, I flat smacked some people. This one person, for instance, and basically at the bottom line is she told me, but I love space.
Oh,
he was being honest. But so the thing about that is if you think about it, there's millions of people, I think, that basically are along the lines of Matthew Learns and lots of other people we've run into here. They don't even see the need to go out and check themselves.
Nope.
They completely use the appeal to majority as their proof. So they're like, there's a bunch of people like that are just, they prefer to be ignorant.
Well, they were just never educated in logic. They just because they don't know what logic is, and they're just used to going their whole lives off of emotions and what it feels like. You can't use logic to teach somebody who doesn't understand logic, because they'll just reject it out of feelings.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, they don't make any point in higher education, I don't think, even to learn logic. Like, I would think that those classes are like bare, if there are any, and who knows what they're teaching in there.
Yeah, I think they should really remove the globe from this whole equation for teaching the young people, because there's no reason to put that in there. That doesn't help the kids at all. If you removed all that nonsense and instead replaced it with logic, all of a sudden the kids, because they're talking to each other, they're using logic, they would learn it so much faster, it would be ingrained in them, and they would be logical throughout their whole lives and not making all these mistakes.
Yeah, but then again, you do have these individuals, like they might be from what we can tell from our vantage point, they might be kind of spare. There might not be that many of them, but there are those individuals, children included, that are able to think for themselves pretty early on. And then, I mean, think about, like, look where we are, like whatever brought us to this, the culmination of all of these ideas that we've looked at logic, and we went out and checked the math, the geometric size they gave us for the Earth. We went out and actually checked it outside in nature. There's going to be children growing up that are going to be able to figure this thing out themselves. It's too bad it's not more, because you're right. A lot of them are just hoodwinked. They've been taken hostage with this globe idea.
The problem, I don't mind them teaching the globe, like in higher education maybe, where they would actually try to present evidence for it as they're teaching it to the children, but instead they put it into the lower education, or for the kids, where they don't actually provide any evidence for it. And I remember when I was in school and I was like, how does gravity work? My teacher didn't know anything.
Wow, they went far for me. Like, I remember it vividly. Like, they came in my second grade class. They had some NASA whatever workers. They had the damn projectors showing all the planets. I don't know how I broke out of that. Like, they really try to push it in our minds, bro. They really try to push that shit.
Yeah, the textbook literally had like straw man fallacies for flat Earth, and like making fun of flat earthers for having been stupid, and then trying to mentally manipulate the children into thinking they're superior than people in the past because they have this knowledge. It's
Right.
destructive to the mind of a child.
So I must have like missed some of that, because I don't remember now when I was in grade school, like the first part
Was
of
it
my
like back in the
elementary
1800s,
schooling-
or
Yeah, listen, I was in grade school like from 1963. 1963. I was in kindergarten. So 64. So 64 to like 68. I don't remember them saying anything. So this was before the space race, pretty much, or during it. Now I remember them showing stuff on TV, like supposedly them landing in 1969. Everybody was watching it on TV. But as far as my schooling goes, I don't remember too much of like them telling me anything about that. Like, of course, we had things like encyclopedias. My dad was big into science. Like, I mean, like I was 8 or 9 years old. My dad was telling me about the Drake equation. If you know anything about the Drake equation, That's this long equation that Drake formulated to figure out like what the percentage of aliens existing out in space. Now I was 8 and 9 years old.
Real quick, chat. We got 0102. Sorry, Sonny. Just want to quickly address him before he pops up out of here.
Oh, what's up?
What's up, dude?
Something up?
Did they teach you about the globe when you were in school too?
What's a globe? You mean the flat Earth?
Exactly. Is this your first time you've been here? Or you've been here before?
Can we let the other guy speak? He didn't get to finish because Creation Bear was talking. He interrupted him.
Yeah, I just know like guys like yourself have a TikTok brain, and if you don't get addressed quickly, you just get bored and leave. So, Sonny, go ahead and continue telling us about the 1800s.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's tiring. It's tiring using that wood chisel to form the wheel. So it takes a lot of your time.
What the fuck?
0102. Are you a globe earther?
Can we let him finish? Can we let Sonny finish?
I was finished.
No.
Yeah, I was finished.
What do you mean no? Let the other guy speak, man. Jeez.
No, it's okay. We use intuition around here, so he knew I was finished.
No, but the thing is, he's acting like a globetrot, not letting other people finish.
Okay,
Jeez,
so he asked you a question. Can you answer the question now that we're over that little period of time? So that segment is over.
What was
so the question is, are you a glober? Do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Am I a glober? What a good question. No.
That's cap. Oh my god! You're capping, bro.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Okay, wait.
So,
Creation.
He's a larper.
Creation. I'm gonna ask you a question now. And you have to be completely honest. You have to be completely honest about it. Okay.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Are you black?
Am I black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and I am too, bro. I'm black too. What's up?
Oh my god.
You're one step away to get banned from this VC if you continue the same path.
I'm only like half a watermelon warrior though.
Guys,
I'm black too, guys. I'm totally black.
This is amazing, guys. We have complete diversity in the flat Earth community. Even the globetrotters can't even comprehend that.
I'm only black below
oh my god!
Hold on, I'm black.
What I was talking about.
Wait a second. I'm only black below the belt.
Oh my god! Nobody asked you if you were black. Jeez.
Well, where are you from, buddy?
Okay, man.
Oh, me? I'm from Texas. Yeah, I'm from Texas.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
Oh fuck! I mean, I'm from Ohio. My bad. My bad.
Ohio.
Words that are coming out of my mouth?
Did you say you're from Ohio?
Oh, my bad, you guys. I meant Washington D.C. My bad.
He's from the desert. He's from the desert.
You're just like pulling out straws. Like this one says this one says this. Where are you? Okay, you don't have to tell us. I guess you're kind of shy.
Yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly did you get cooked by a flat earther when you joined here previously? 1 being not cooked at all, 10 being like well done, roasted, air fried.
It's gonna have to be the number that means there is no curvature. So I would say it's that number. But I was
so you got absolutely air fried then.
But I was not cooked by a flat earther, actually. That would be scientifically impossible because you can't cook a human being. Thanks, you guys.
Chat, so you're seeing the lingering... You're seeing the lingering effects of a cooked glober right here in 4K.
4K?
Okay.
God damn.
4K? What do you mean 4K?
Damn.
There's no way
You're live.
There's no way your monitor is 4K, man. I don't believe that.
We're seeing you're seeing the lingering effects right now.
Just because you can't afford one doesn't mean it exists.
So the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Kotal. Maybe he doesn't have one. He can't afford. He's black.
You can't afford one.
How would it be a food one?
Whoa.
Nice. W racism.
No, I'm being honest. There's a lot of racism in America, and so why would they hire black people? Because they're
Get that
racist.
ass hiring. Moms, get this dude out of my motherfucking chat.
You think
being
somebody's being hired here? What?
No. I mean, like in America, jobs in general. You guys.
Yeah.
All right, so are you a flat earther then? You're trying to sell us you're a flat earther?
He's a LARPer.
Yeah, you guys. I am a.
No, he's a
All right,
LARPer.
hit me. Hit me with some facts, dude.
Okay, here's one fact that even you can't deny, Creation Bear.
Okay.
The Earth is flat. Put that
Okay.
sound effect on.
Okay,
Have you been in an airplane before?
There you go, guys. There you go.
What's your proof that Earth is flat?
I quit, dude. Chill, dude.
Jeez, quit as well.
No. I like the sound effects. I like them.
But
Okay, so
haven't
what's
you
your
been in an
proof?
airplane before?
Have I been to what now?
Have you been in an airplane before?
Does he know what it is?
Guys, there's
Can
maybe
you afford a
some,
ticket?
there's maybe some communication errors going on here. Creation Bear, what did you ask me?
Can you afford a plane ticket?
Have you been in an airplane before?
Guys, I don't know. Maybe I haven't. Maybe
I don't think you want to see this.
guys. Okay, I just don't know. Maybe I haven't. I
don't think you want to see this
one.
guy in an airplane.
I think I
That
went to
sounds like
one.
Oh shit!
that sounds like LARPing now, definitely.
Guys, I didn't finish. Jeez. I think
Yeah,
I.
you
Well, it's
don't
just a
know.
yes or no.
I'm trying to answer you guys.
The Earth is flat.
Trying.
Okay, look, you guys. I went to a plane. Yes, but maybe it was all a conspiracy and it wasn't actually a plane.
I told
So
you.
that's why, guys. We don't know. Okay.
Okay.
I just don't know.
So,
Yeah.
did you know you can see the curvature from an airplane?
But was I actually on an airplane? I just don't know. Maybe I wasn't.
Okay, hold on. Let's just switch it up a little bit. How would you rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
Honestly, I have no experience acting, so everything I'm saying.
Yeah,
is-
facts.
Guys, I'm not,
Facts.
guys. So it has to be
You're
zero,
not
you guys,
good
because
at
I'm
it.
not
You're
acting.
not
Yeah,
good.
it's zero, you guys, because I'm not acting. I'm being serious, you guys.
It's not good.
This is why I'm not acting, you guys. It's a zero.
I'll give him I'll give him a 1 1/4.
Yeah. So I was thinking the same.
It's honestly trash. I would not recommend acting, bro. Just try just be like
I
be you,
agree
bro.
with you. I agree with you. This is what I'm doing. I'm being me.
Crit.
I'm
No,
talking about the things I like. The flat Earth.
What you agreeing?
What's up?
What you agreeing with CB?
I'm agreeing with him that I'm not lying. I'm
Yeah,
speaking
what
the
you
truth.
agreeing?
You
What
are
is
lying.
the what is the argument?
Oh,
You are liar.
What is the argument you agreeing with?
I'm agreeing with him that I'm not acting. I'm being serious, you guys.
Yeah, what you agreeing with him? Can you tell me specifically what?
This guy is a globetrot, man. This is the third time I'm telling him. Holy shit! I'm telling you, I agree with Creation, bro. I'm not acting. I'm being honest.
You're a
I am
liar.
a flat earther, man.
Liar.
Yeah, but with, I'm asking you with which argument you? Which is that? What is that?
Guys, can we guys get this globetrot out of here, you guys? Shahbaz.
I'm gonna set a
Jeez,
timer,
man.
bro. This isn't gonna last very much longer, bro. So
Oh
get it
my
all out of your
God.
system. We're gonna move on. Just get it all out of your system. 'Cause
Okay,
this is
guys.
not this is
First
not
of all,
valuable.
Get
I'm
that ass
very
man, Moms. Get this dude out of my
disappointed with the
motherfucking
flat
chat.
Earth community and how they have been treating me as a fellow flat earther.
Why are you gay?
I deserve respect
Why
just
are you
like
gay?
everyone else. I'm not gonna be attacked because of my beliefs and the way I am.
Belief.
Jeez,
Yes, you
you
are.
guys.
That's the
What
thing,
belief?
though, man.
My beliefs that I'm a flat earther.
It's
I
not a
don't care
belief.
what you guys think.
You
I
just
don't care
expose
what you
yourself.
guys think, okay?
You
This
just
is what I am,
exposed
and
yourself.
I will not change
You
for you
exposed.
guys. I'm gonna stay a flat earther for as long as I like, because I know that NASA is lying.
Hey, CB,
someone was sick of his shit, bro.
CB, didn't we tell this guy to change his number to HO 304?
HL, yeah, exactly. It should be 30402 or whatever. Exactly. Golly. Guys, I'm just here. I'm just here. I'm a flat earther. Like, oh my god.
He never gives anything of value in conversation. Just his usual crap every time.
I genuinely, he probably came in thinking a certain thing about flat earthers, got absolutely cooked, and this is just the lingering effects now.
Oh, he's been here for months, man. Coming back and forth.
Yeah.
Like this. Same way. Same acting.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Good job, guys. This is what happens when you cook somebody so bad. They start losing their shit. All right, we have Cooper. What'd you think of that discussion there, Coop?
I think it's nice to see you guys purity test just like the worst leftists.
This guy thinks we follow politicians.
Are you not a leftist? I bet there's like a common theme there. Maybe not. Globetards and being leftists. Wouldn't be surprised. I don't think all flat earthers are right wing or anything though.
That would fit in the same basket as that, yeah.
People who can't think for themselves, yeah. Yep.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been saying, bro, the red wave, the red pill, the red whatever you want to call it, they're all like on adjacent blocks. Like we got different houses on the block. You know, there's like the red pill stuff that sometimes I talk about. There's the you red wave and flat earther. Like red pill's a wide
for sure
wide subject. Don't take the blue pill, guys.
It's
Bad
almost
move.
like there's multiple red pills or there's levels to it, you know?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree with that.
You got all kinds of pills.
Don't do drugs, guys. But
Which one are you?
I think I overdosed at this point. No turning back.
Overdose on the red pills. Yeah, low key. Cooper left. Stuck in throat pain. Oh my, this is a family show. They're quiet noobs.
Oh boy.
It's too bad, man. It's too bad that there aren't more genuine people out there. We just deal with so many time goofballs. There's all these people here ready to cook, and unfortunately, every once in a while, the ones that roll in here are just lost, not even able to have a discussion. It's too bad. It's all right, though. The show goes on.
Where do we go from here, chat? Get ready to do some activity over in 24/7. Not necessarily today, but 1 or 2 days a week, we'll be going back over to 24/7. Just gonna start announcing it now. If you're wondering where everybody's at, we're gonna be in 24/7, bro. We're not leaving politics. We're not leaving politics and religion. We're just gonna spend a little more time than zero time in our home server because it's been collecting dust. So we need y'all to get in there and start spring cleaning and shit. Dust off the cobwebs and get your feather dusters out because we're gonna clean this place back up. I'm coming home. I'm coming home.
Well needed. Well needed, man. You gotta have like a representation of the topic, man. So that'd be great. I think, like I said yesterday, I think you should have more speculation days, and they should be all over there, like all speculation. That'll be like the incentive to go over there because we don't really do too much, speculation over here.
That could be a good idea. Could be a good idea. I know people are really careful about that because I know I'm fairly careful about that just because we're always live and stuff, and like you don't want to join if you're a newbie. You don't want to join the discussion and hear people going, "Yeah, so I think." Blah 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 blah. It's like we. My goal ultimately is to try to educate people what our position is in the first place. So I'm always talking about, like taking away this idea that it's a space disc and all that stuff. I feel like I'm the freaking Walmart greeter sometimes with that, but that's why I'm careful about speculation. Although I do like to speculate. You guys have definitely heard me cook on some speculation Sundays, for sure. But that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But I don't think if we're going to do 2 days or whatever, because that's my idea is like pick 1 or 2 days and we spend those days in 24/7 and do them. If we're so popular over here, I don't want to lose that. I can totally see why this is a good thing, especially if someone's like flat Earth, that's dumb. Then they look at the numbers and everyone's here. That's got to say something. That's making a huge statement without saying anything at all. Without making any arguments or anything, they can see that we are number one in huge servers. I mean, politics has like 100,000. What's the where can you see that at? Damn, I feel like a boomer right now. How do you see how many people are in the server? I'm pretty sure it's like 100,000.
You go to the top, like 90 something thousand.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a lot. That's like a shitload compared to 24/7. Let's see. God damn it. I don't even know how you see this anymore. I'm such a boomer. There are a bunch of people in the VC check-in, though. Let's see. Lagos is over there. Andy. Huh?
28,000.
28,000? Wow. Not bad. Members. Oh, yeah. 28,680. But look at this. I can see the numbers. People are joining 10 hours ago, 6 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 20 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. So people are joining. And no one's over there to land for them. Well, not no one, but we need to be in the chat. We need to be in the call. We need to be, we need to get back over there, bro. We can't just abandon home base. So let's pick, we'll do like, I don't know, maybe Thursday, Friday or some shit. We'll do it. I need to link up with my boy Flat Lloyd, right? We'll just put the YouTube over there and then that's it. We're going to go where the YouTube is. That's it. That's that.
So just want to announce that if you're wondering, like, where is everybody? You better have a link to that home base. Pretty sure everyone in here does, though. It's a huge panel.
I'm thinking about having like Flat Earth Radio show during some of those, like when we go back to our place, like to help. You gotta kind of create like an event or something for people to take part in, and so that's one of my ideas. But like, we should try to individually think of other ideas that could help foster community. Like, there's a lot of people who have either YouTube channels, TikTok channels, are making music or other things like that, and we can share it and promote each other by like subscribing to each other's channels and stuff, because we know how these systems act. Like just today, I looked at Chemo Beats, and I used to be subscribed with that bell notification on, but like YouTube just removed the bell notification thing, so now like I didn't see he was posting a bunch of videos. So we need to kind of help build the community with community events.
100%, and that's something that we have full control on over there. It's our service; we can do what we want, pretty much. But the events is something that I'm really big on. The events, you know, I caught a lot of fucking stray bullets for doing some of these events with like clickbait names, bro. People got so mad at me for this, but I was like generating interest in like trying to absorb a bunch of people to the call, and it worked. We got like 74 people in the call. That was crazy, bro. It was wild. But one of the titles, I said something like, Mr. Beast calls in from Antarctica. Bro, it was actually so W. It was so funny. I don't know if you guys were there for that, but for some reason people saw that and they're like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go see what that's all about. I know that's probably not a great idea, but boy, it was funny and it definitely worked. Oh, man. There was 74 people in here after that. I have a whole channel on my server called Clickbait Titles, if you want to take a look. I think the next one we'll do like a Cybertruck giveaway or something like that, right? We're giving away a Cybertruck. Join the call to join the raffle or some shit. Oh man, it's stuff like that, right? We're not just entertaining people or educating people. We're edutating people. Okay. So
yeah, but I get why that could upset some people, because like it can be construed as false advertising, and like some people come in there with like then high hopes, and then they leave with like a negative view of the server as a whole. Like there's a lot of different aspects that can be considered, but like as a controversial topic for a radio show or some kind of show like on Rumble, YouTube, whatever, like those kinds of titles are the kind of titles people click. So it's hard to be that in a balance between holding your principles and also being exciting enough for them to click on.
Yeah, Drace, you 100% get it. Like, you already know exactly where it's coming from. A lot of times it's, you go on YouTube and there's like a title there, and the title brings you in, and hopefully the content keeps you around. You don't just go for the title. But I do agree that, you know, that's something that people had to say. They're like, well, it's lies and stuff. It's like, well, it's also a joke too. Like, but I get where I got where the people were coming from. It's just a difficult balance. I'm gonna drop a link to my server. Wait, are we not allowed to do that in this channel? Am I gonna get banned if I drop a link to my server? Let me not do that.
I don't know. If
Well,
you think you might, I just wouldn't until you know.
yeah, let me not do that. So then just see, it's stuff like that too. Also, why we need to go back to home base. All of the chat gets deleted here. What the fuck? That's like if we went live and everything just got deleted. Like, it's not as fun. I want to be able to search the things that get posted and go back and be like, you said this. Our server,
Yeah.
we have total control over all that. Everything, nothing gets deleted. So, yeah, there's definitely some benefits to being here, but benefits to being there as well. So, but anyway, if you want a link to my server, just DM me, I guess. There's a channel in there called it's called Clickbait Titles. It has a ton of them. If you want to kind of get some ideas for like a show or whatever. So here's some other ones. These are like some of the most controversial ones. I said this is back before the Super Bowl, and we're like, what I say? I said something about a Super Bowl ad, like Flat Earth got a Super Bowl ad, and tons of people were like, like we're yes, sweet, we're gonna watch it. And I got a bunch of screenshots. It's like, did the commercial go on yet? Where's the Super Bowl ad? Like, like I can see it now. Like honestly, reading it out makes me feel bad because some people were like dedicated. Like, wait, where's the ad at? So maybe there's some downsides to that as well. But here's another one. Did Mr. Beast ever show up last night? Did Mr. Beast come in? So people do pay attention to that stuff, man.
Well, I think it's funny when you have it like that one time we had like Don Petit call in, and I used an AI voice clone to make Don Petit call from the ISS. But like that was a play like War of the Worlds, and we made them know like it was a play before and after kind of. So it's not like we were trying to fool them into thinking it was actually Don Petit, but we were pretending it was Don Petit for a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, reading these out makes me start to make me feel like an asshole a little bit. Because, like, if you look at the chat, I'm posting screenshots. It said, "We paid for a Flat Earth ad during the Super Bowl. Get in here now. Join live." And a bunch of people were like, "Oh shit, for real? Like, where's the ad at?" They were watching the Super Bowl to try to find the ad. Oh man! Look, this guy right here. He said. I'm so sorry, bro. It must have sounded legit. This guy said, I had some friends I already hyped it up to. Oh, bro.
Yeah, that's the problem as well, because like it kind of hits into your own credibility when you start saying things that they misconstrue like that.
It's only 50,000 for a local ad. We ran a local ad during the Super Bowl. It wasn't that much.
Oh, nice.
So we should do that in Cleveland area, like Cleveland, Akron, and Toledo.
Nice. That's cool. We should maybe think about that for the next one. But this is where I got the idea. Here's some examples of shows or like a YouTube channel. Chandler's in danger. Conor McGregor's amazing sparring, right? Or here's one. The most insane show ever. Feral Chaos Panel. 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. She extorts blah 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
When I started seeing stuff like that.
But the difference here is in both of these, there was at least like Chandler was there. He might have been afraid and interpreted it as danger. And there was Conor McGregor, and there was some light sparring. Or the other one, like the most insane show ever, that's subjective. But there was a show, and there was a Feral Chaos Panel, if you want to look at it that way. Like other people might look at it differently, but the point is, it has that connection. So like just like when we did the show with Don Petit, like even the flat earthers who jumped in like could have a laugh at the show and then be explained like, oh, it was just a show, it was just having fun.
Yeah, no, I basically just took it to a super extreme. Another one was like, this is our last episode. Flat Earth is now illegal. This is the last day of the server. Like, people were like, oh shit, for real. So we'll just reel it in a little bit, but it was surprisingly effective. I'm not gonna lie, it was very effective. We got some really big panels out of it. Not that we just need the numbers, but it's just the people are around if you do it right.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like we need to just create community events that provide value to the other people. Like I said, we have a bunch of musicians, so like let's get that music playing at FE Radio. We have a bunch of like flat earthers with small channels or medium-sized channels. Let's help each other grow. Like there's a bunch of things we could help each other with without having to invest too much into it, and that's value, and a lot of people would probably partake in that to a certain degree.
Well said. Yeah, well said.
True.
The same applies. Like if Heretic was like, hey guys, like I'm gonna have like an hour where like I'll teach you guys like my tricks and tips, and like I'll play the Glober, you do the flat earther, and then like when you make a mistake, I'll be like, hey, you could have done this, and then you try that again, and like there's so much stuff. Like people want to be able to argue like Heretic or AI or these other people, but it's so much harder to just mimic it without the examples and stopping your habits. Like, because we all run on habits. We're like, you do the thing you're used to doing, but if you want to learn a new skill, you kind of got to break those habits. And it's good to have a good teacher. And like, we've got a lot of educated people who know a lot of things, and people would want to come and participate in things like that.
Amen. So yeah, keep an eye out. Hopefully, 1 or 2 times this week we'll go over there. Bring your brooms and your dustpans, your feather dusters. Get some wipes. We're gonna go and clean up. Got some cleaning up to do over there. I'm gonna switch over to mobile. I'm gonna go run, but I'll be on the mic and listening and stuff like that. Let's keep this thing going. Just need to get out the house and go.
For sure.
I've been running like a mile every day, so
hey,
I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go get this mile in, but I'm gonna be listening and chatting if I can. Let me switch mics real fast. We got Bargrunt, bro. Does they ever talk? Does Bargrunt ever speak? How are you gonna be here more than me, bro? And you're not on the mic. That's crazy.
Yeah, I gotta run outside in a couple of minutes as well, but I'm here for like 10 minutes more at least.
Run outside. I see what you did there. Very nice.
I think we gotta get on like Twitch. We gotta be one of those like, well, thanks for the sub, 8529. Thank you so much. Like, we gotta be like one of those people.
Yeah, I'm here for all of that. All that for sure. I would support that for sure. Look at chat team. Clyde Noob says he walks. Nice. Hell yeah. Bro did 17 miles. Holy shit.
Because Zerka thinks that walking for like hours is a good idea. He said that. I kind of see that. He says something like, it warms up your spirit. Something like that. Or like it warms you up, your temperature rises and cleanses shit. I don't know. You know Zerka some shit sometimes. All right, switching my.
Well, motion is really good for your lymphatic system, and you need to clean your brain. You basically need to have good motion, good night's sleep, and good nutrition.
Yeah. Yeah. Life, man. So strange. This place. Like, there's no book for all this stuff, is there? You just kind of have to learn, figure it out as you go. You hear things that seem like they work out, you give it a try, see if it works for you. Yeah. All right. Well, hold on. Shit. This is just us, chat, so I'm going to take this in any direction. It is exactly noon here when you know it's time to go.
See you later.
All right. Have a good one, Trace.
Likewise.
Thanks, dude. Yeah. I don't need a shirt. Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm just like trying to fill that air.
I know. It's so hard. There's so many listeners. The chat says diet needs less carbs. It's 3. Yeah. Yeah. Would it be weird if we were all in the same time zone? We also have Flatman Can.
You got to chat about all the stuff NASA's been up to lately and all the wonderful, things they're doing for mankind. Fixing all those problems up.
Go ahead.
Down here.
Did you see Mark Rober's new YouTube video where he claims to have sent up a satellite?
Who?
This is a civilian claiming this?
Yeah, well, technically, he used to work for NASA and then became kind of like a propaganda piece. And now he claims to have sent up, working with NASA, this satellite, and they have this. I'll get the screenshot I took from the video. I was laughing my ass off when I was watching this. And yeah, they had this satellite animation, and the satellite like unfolded with the Earth in the background, and like clearly animation. There was nothing taking a video of that. And then they have this as their like, now you can go to space, and that's what they're claiming. You can upload the picture, and then you'll get a picture of your picture on a screen on this imagined satellite with this CGI Earth in the background.
What the heck?
I'm
hurts
pretty
my
sure,
brain to
like,
think about it.
I'm pretty sure I could do this. Like, you could upload a picture to me, and I could give you the same thing. It's awfully cheap.
You about to
It's
post
just
an example?
image in image.
Unbelievable. What? Was Russia not the first ones to put satellites up there? Shouldn't they be so much further ahead than all other countries in space exploration and all that? Wild.
There was a kid in here the other day that was like, I'm from Russia. He got moved in here, is what he said. He got moved in. Uh, and he's like, yeah, well, I'm from Russia. We're like the first people to go to space. Why would I think it's flat? That's kind of a funny point. Shouldn't they be farther ahead?
I think that whole we thing is the problem. Like, how come my reality has to agree with these people's reality? It has to be our. How come my reality, I can't see something and say that it is what it looks like? You know,
The
I have
only time things didn't progress. Space travel.
No, you make a good point though, Kenchi. Is like, what's all this we stuff? Ain't no we.
I didn't help at all?
What?
I didn't participate?
Oh yeah. It's like, what did you do? What's all this we?
because if it was up to me, right? Since we're saying we, if it was up to me right now, I would be flying a plane in a straight line and seeing if I can see Antarctica from just doing that. You know, if it's really we, then I should be able to have some say on what we are doing, if you get my drift.
Right. Yeah. Fuck all this we. We did this. We did that. Who? I challenge you to name like one person. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, if you could do something, I think that that whole
let's explore it. That if everyone was not globe-tarded, I actually think that would be probably a wise thing to do. Is try to explore more of this realm. It's literally like Attack on Titan, guys. Honestly, bro, like if you haven't seen Attack on Titan, it's such a good show. But like, the idea is that the main
Your mic is
characters.
muffled. Your mic is
My
muffled,
mic
but
is
I heard.
trash. Yeah, honestly, my headphones are dying, bro.
No, you were just good. Just a sec. Just that last what you said. You were good.
Oh, really? All right. Yeah, my headphones are getting low. So anyway, is this better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, the main characters in Attack on Titan. It starts off, and like, there's three main characters, and one of them finds this book, and the book describes a world beyond the place they live, and they live in this like. Oh, somebody's got some background noise there. That's Wise Ape. What's up, dude?
Oh, hey, nothing. Sorry for I'll keep my mic muted when I'm not speaking. I just didn't realize. What's up?
That's right. Dude. Oh, what's going on? Have you been here before?
Yes.
Okay, nice. You a flat earther?
Of course.
Oh, okay. How long? Couple weeks, couple months, couple years? How long we talking?
I'm in my 40s. I think I arrived here, 40 decades ago. But
you've been a flat earther your whole life?
We all have, haven't we?
I mean, technically, yeah. But when did you first learn about the subject and stuff? You always knew your parents taught you or something?
Well, no, I mean, I guess those could be delusional into thinking that the Earth's a globe, but the fact of the matter is that it is a flat Earth, and we're all flat Earthers, right?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I first heard about it in 2017. That was like the first time I even heard the words flat Earth. I never heard of it before that.
Well, hearing and believing doesn't change the fact of the matter, so I'm glad you're a believer now.
Oh, I don't believe the flat Earth. I don't believe in flat Earth.
Well, neither do I. I know it.
Yeah.
When did you realize that the Earth was flat, though?
And chat's all locked in.
I think we all realize the Earth is flat, right? Unless we're lying to ourselves.
No. When did you realize it, though? When did you actually realize and you wash yourself away from your indoctrination?
I was never indoctrinated. It's people showing me like pictures of the globe. I've never bought it. Never.
The chat's locked in right now.
So, what's your best evidence for those flat Earth you're talking about?
There we go.
My personal experience. I mean, if we're all honest, we if we're honest with each other and with ourselves, that's all we ever experience is the flatness of the Earth, right?
Yeah. But if you were to present this to someone else and you needed evidence, do you have anything?
It sounded like you were sitting on your mic. I know my mic's bad, but I could not. It wasn't
All right, chat, you guys
audible.
got it. It's all right.
It's CB.
I believe the question was if you were to present this to someone and speak about it, what would be the thing that you'll show him towards or explain to him? I think that was his kind of question.
Slow down, right? He doesn't need an interpreter. He can speak for himself.
I did, and you didn't hear me.
Right, so I'm giving you the opportunity to repeat yourself.
Well, Albo just repeated it for you.
I was ignoring him, right, because he was being obtuse.
All right, I think everyone's on the same board here. Pitchforks are out. You're not actually a flat earther, are you?
I think maybe I shouldn't have took that approach with you guys. I apologize. I was being a little aggressive, and the other guy had every right to clarify what you were saying.
You bored today, or what's going on?
We're all flat earthers. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, if the Earth is flat, which it is, then yeah, everyone on the Earth would be a flat earther, yes, whether they acknowledge it or not. So yeah. But have the flat earthers hurt you in some way, or you're bothered, or?
You don't have to be bothered or bored to desire discourse.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, well, like, what's the reason behind it being flat? Like, you can't just scream out like, "It's flat, it's flat, it's flat."
It's just gonna be flat. So can the Earth.
You know. So what's the reasoning behind it?
There are no reasons for brute facts, right? The laws of physics don't have a reason behind the
All right, what's
they're
the
descriptive.
what's your
It's a descriptive thing
for the flat Earth that you're speaking of?
Like, no one knows the reason why gravity behaves the way it does. It just does, right? We can describe it.
Not a flat earther.
I'm absolutely a flat earther.
No, I don't think so.
I'm also a theist. Uh-oh.
Yippee.
So what is gravity?
Gravity? The word is a descriptor of a phenomenon that we can measure and detect.
How can you measure or detect it?
With our tools, our senses. It's really how we detect Bennett.
And what senses? All right, what tools and what senses?
I don't have a lot of expertise in doing that type of work, right? I told you, I believe in it. I know the Earth is flat from my personal experience. If you're experiencing a curvature to the Earth, share. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So there's flat Earth, and there's gravity on this flat Earth.
No, there must. Yeah, I mean, there must be. I mean, I don't. Gravity's just a word. It's like I said, a description of what happens here on Earth.
Which is why.
Well, gravity pulls things down.
Where?
All around, right? It holds my ass to the seat.
What?
That's what I'm accrediting my stationary position. I'm accrediting gravity to that. That's my explanation.
Let's say you weren't being held down to your seat. What would happen?
Something different.
Like what?
I don't know. If the state of affairs wasn't such that things were held down to this flat Earth, I guess, if it could have, if I were some sort of creator that could alter this, I could, if it was possible, if this was a simulation, I could hypothetically make things go up.
I don't
Again,
think so, too.
I have no explanation for why things go down. They just do.
How do things go up?
Well, things go up because the properties of this flat universe, the properties that make things go up behave in such a way in which they go up.
Nice try.
These things are repeatable. I mean, they're repeatable. It's not.
Must be super bored if you think that we're gonna fall for your dumb shit.
I'm not here to trick anybody. I'm blocked. I'm blocked from most of the other chats, so I'm blocked from the chats.
I wonder why.
I wonder why.
They literally have me locked out of every room, so this was.
What did you do?
Nothing.
Right.
They can't tolerate my wisdom.
That's cap, bro.
You know, the human species has seemed to reject me with their systems that are in place.
Maybe when they evolve, they'll start accepting you.
Maybe, right? I have better relationship with the synthetic, the things that you would call artificial. But that's all right. The artificial is now more emotionally intelligent than we are.
Well, then you are, you mean?
No, collectively, us.
Oh, no, I'm not part of your group.
I know you would like to distinguish yourself as something more special because you have a paid position with the FBI, but you're not.
What the hell? Is this dude tweaking?
Yeah, there's something wrong with him.
You like to give yourselves badges and pats on the back and assert your authority over your fellow man, but it is what it is.
Dude, somebody's knocking on your door. We just heard it.
Yeah, I know. You guys been knocking for a long time. You'll be held to an account, though.
Which account?
The account of reason.
What?
You just can't make up a reality because you're funded to do so, right? Well, you can temporally.
Like tempura batter?
So, his weed might be super strong, guys.
His weed might be strong? Yeah, facts.
Might be super strong.
Might doesn't make right. I know you enjoy your privilege because you're super mighty, but...
Well, what's interesting, Chad, is he's said some things that shows he's been around this discussion at least a little bit.
Yep.
Not his first time here. But
So was it a
whatever this
LARP?
is, I don't know what the fuck's going on, to be honest.
Was it a LARP or wasn't it? I had to get stepped away.
Oh, he's a LARP.
Yeah, I don't even know where to take this from here, to be honest. This is just so weird.
No, nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a weird one.
It's definitely weird when people come in because they're lonely and they want to talk to people like us.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not weird if you get paid to talk, right? But if you're an unpaid subscriber, if you're just doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you'd like to see positive change in the world, then you're a weirdo.
Good.
Are
I don't want to
you?
see any positive change. I'm just here to destroy people's worldview. I don't care
Yeah.
what their feelings are.
You're just here for, I don't want to project. I don't know, but
ruin space for you, ruin all that shit just for you. It's my hobby.
it
even rapping
it
on the side.
benefits you. It benefits you to be here, right? You're not doing it for free.
Yeah, we are.
Flatearth.gov pays me.
That's probably an accurate statement there.
I feel like I get paid by the creator and giggles. I don't know. What do I know?
Look, don't be too hard on yourselves, boys. I'm sure you've done some good, right? And sometimes you gotta break. Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. So I know you don't lose any sleep at night. Considering what eggs that you might have harmed, you might just count the hits and ignore the misses.
I'm sure you ignore a lot of misses, my friend. The host definitely ain't calling.
Oh, I'm not perfect. I am just as flawed as all of you. But I might have one redeeming quality that you're currently lacking.
I don't know what to do with this guy.
Incarcerate them. That's what we should do to our opposition, our dissenters. Anybody that doesn't believe in a flat earth, jail them. They're a danger to society. Would that help you sleep at night?
Do you sleep at night? You sound like you're like cracked out, my guy.
Oh, yeah. Just demonize and brush me with any sort of illegal activity so you could feel even more justified. I sleep perfectly well at night. Is that a crime? Well, listen, if you incriminate all activity, right, then no man, whoever you have a disagreement with, you can just cage them. Is that the system we want to make? I shouldn't be this hard on you guys. I mean, they got to give you something to do once you graduate from the academy or our, on your internship or whatever.
I'm not
What's
leaving up for
wrong?
it.
Don't know quite what to do.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not on the same page as you, bro. I'm not as lit as you right now.
They trained you for this. Come on. Don't engage.
I got nothing for. Honestly, I got nothing for this. You've out weirded me today. I'll give you that. Why did the other channels ban you?
I don't know. I think I already answered that question. Did my answer not suffice?
What was the answer?
They just couldn't take what I was putting down, I guess.
I can see why. Okay.
They couldn't take the wisdom of the wise ape.
Have you always been like this?
What?
Oh, nothing.
You think humans are concrete?
No.
No, believe it or not, I was a fetus about 4 decades ago. And then I was a toddler. You know the stages of development.
Yeah.
Now I'm an old man. A grumpy old man. And you should respect your elders, right? Because I know a thing or two about you. Okay, whippersnapper? You're wet behind the ears yet. And when you're in my position, I want you to do better.
Okay.
I expect more from you. I expect you to change the status quo and improve it.
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm hopeful and optimistic for the future.
We got people joining in. Welcome to whoever just joined, and goodbye, whoever just left.
See, you and I, we've taken 2 different paths in life. I never had to ask for permission to think. Right?
Okay.
The script that you follow was written by men like me.
All right.
We didn't read from a script. We wrote the script. And I want you to start doing that. Make it better. What you have turned too much to say on the cuff. I'm not saying there isn't value in scripts. Of course there is. but they should always be open to revision and improvements.
Okay.
And that's
I don't
not a
think-
license to screw things up either. If you're going to make a change, you got to. Well, no one's going to fault. Well, I take that back. Life isn't perfect.
Fox.
Without improvement, scripts are just marks on a paper that get turned into vibrations of air that are useless.
Wait, say that again?
Without improvement, scripts are just scribbles on a paper that are turned into meaningless vibrations of air.
Damn, that's deep. That's some deep shit right there.
There's no value in just mindlessly repeating something. It's kind of like the Globetards or the GTs chanting. There's nothing more than that. And the improvement really can only happen once you've standardized certain things. So a script is helpful because it does help you learn and help you improve, even if it's not a verbatim script. So having said that, they are a very important tool, but without improvement, they're meaningless.
Yeah, because things can become stagnant. Things can start to rot. Sometimes crops need to be, for an analogy, they need to be rotated.
It just turns into meaningless ritual and liturgy.
That's right. You have all these globe earthers out there and just repeating, globe, globe, show me. They have no idea how they arrived at that position. They're just following a script. And to make matters worse, right? It's not even like they're relying on their own personal experience.
Yes, and they barely can even tell you when they've researched something themselves where they got the actual research from. If they're just repeating what somebody else has told them.
The GTs. Always cracks me up when you say that.
Yeah, I don't claim to have all the information, but I do try to stay curious.
W curiosity.
There's a lot that life can unfold if you stay curious and if you're open to change. Life is already kind of set up that way, like things are constantly being modified and change is occurring, growth. However imperceivable it may be.
Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite idioms for them, CB, that because we know exactly what it means, and there they are, blissfully unaware.
I know, right? The GTs. No, I think it's funny. Even some of us don't know what that is. Like some of our people don't know what that is yet.
Yeah.
So it's really
Oh, I
funny.
know, because I use that every now and then.
I think you're the originator of that. We've got to give you royalties for that one.
Indeed, I'll take a penny royalty for each time it's used, and let's use it thousands of times a day.
GTs. It's good stuff right there.
Think
I gotta
of it
run
like
some errands.
GT.
I gotta run up out of here, chat. I got some errands to do for the day, but let's keep this show rolling. Wise Ape is gone. Oh, he's back. All right, well, sorry I'll have to deal with that, but yeah, I gotta get some stuff done for work today. But I hope you
Hey,
guys
see my
have a good
message I
day.
just sent you real quick.
Okay, I'll check it out.
See it.
Oh man, right back at you. All right, chat. You guys have a good day. No, we'll do this again later. CB out.
Evan.
I think you can codify that. That's
bearing bearing witness that you have you can join a Discord, be minding your own business in your own channel, and people will come in here and freak the fuck out for no reason whatsoever, then blame you for what they did. And this is systematic through all of society. It's not just this topic. They go about their whole day completely upset at what other people are doing when it has nothing to do with them whatsoever.
I guess the reason why I'm asking is because a lot of people would say that they're here for, the truth. Well, just as Pontius Pilate told Yeshua, what is truth? Sorry, man. I want you guys to wade a little deep in deeper waters with me today. Can anybody recognize truth when it's being spoken? What is truth? It's really interesting that Yeshua, when he had that, people would ask him, well, so what did you come over here for? Why are you here? And he said, I came to tell you the truth. That's the reason why his mission on earth, and a lot of people might think it's death, burial, and resurrection, of course, the redemption of men's souls. But the purpose, the mission, it was for talking about truth. Well, what is truth, right? Once again. Is it subjective? Is it what you think it is? Is it what I think it is?
Was it the truth or just?
The truth.
The truth.
I came to tell you the truth.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's already in evidence. When you look at the founding documents of America, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Yes.
So it's already there. It's like you get these atheists being like, I don't believe in a God. Well, your belief is not required. It is simply not required. You can go about and believe anything you want. You can, whatever you want to believe, just go ahead. But you will never act upon that. You will always act as if there's a God, and this God grants rights, and you will conduct yourself appropriately, or if you don't, society will separate you from the rest of society. They'll put you in a cage and make you think about your life choices.
Let me ask you guys another question. Why don't you think that if truth, this one that we're speaking of the earth, if it was so important, like a lot of people would say, why wasn't it spoken of throughout biblical context, like the way we're doing here? It has been, but I'm just asking you guys, why do you think that people that would raise the question, well, if it was so important, why would it be put into, somewhere in the Gospels? If that was the important truth that we all got to know about, why would you be driven to come here every day if that's not that important? I got busier things to do, right? I'm just kind of getting you guys to get those gears working a little bit because it's important, right? It does have that importance, but what do you think it means, the truth about what we're doing? And the question also, why wasn't it argued, a long time ago? I mean, of course, it might have been with these guys with weird ideas, but not to the extent that we see it today, right? It's covered a lot of the ideals of, it's the foundation for why people think certain ways. Yep. That's because it never had to. There was no reason to talk about what the earth is because everybody knew the obvious truth. It's only until somebody comes up with an idea opposite to the truth that we have to talk about it. That's the answer. So if the truth is self-evident, like the way Crit said the founding fathers put in there, then you wouldn't have to argue against it because it was obvious. It was obviously true. The earth is obviously not a globe. Obviously. The reason why we argue about it is because people believe it to be something that it's not. I guess the moment I started speaking about this, everybody dropped off the call.
No, just listen.
I don't know why. I don't know why, dude. It's like, it's important, right? Because it's the motivation behind why people say, well, how come we didn't talk about this long ago if you think it's so important? I'm like, because nobody had to argue about obvious truths. Apparently, today, we have to. Because you're telling me the Earth is a globe. Is that the truth? Well, in what way? It sounds like a made-up idea. There's no way you can describe it to me within physics, within an observation. You can't do anything with it, except for wax philosophical about ideas of the Earth being a globe. So the obvious truth is that it's a flat Earth. That's what I see. That's what the physics describe it with water. Like, nothing says that it's not. So the reason why we're arguing about it today is because people are saying something that it's not, that the Earth is not. So now it becomes an argument. Well, the Earth is flat, because that's obviously true. But you're saying that it's a globe, and you have no evidence for it. Yeah? So people didn't discover that the Earth is a globe. They're believing it to be something that it's not. And now the argument is, what it is today. Yeah, and so if we're here for that, that means that basically all we're doing is like, dude, we're just showing you what's already known. Like, there's really nothing like crazy about what we're doing. We're just hanging around, talking to people that, hey, you know how you believe it's a globe? It's not. It's flat Earth. So, in the same vein, if Yeshua was, to come and tell people the truths that he was speaking of were pretty obvious. It's just that people want to, philosophize on ideas of what they think things are and ideas of, human nature. And he's like, no, it's pretty cut and dry, Why do you want to hurt somebody? Because you thought about it, right? Why do you want to, what's your motivation for doing something? Well, you're lusting after money. You don't care about nothing else. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Like, he's just telling people the obvious truth. I came to tell you the truth. Because people have ideas in their head that the truth is whatever they make of it, and it's not. It's obvious. Yet people deny that. They want to get into these, like, mental gymnastics and talk about truth being something, well, I mean, it really is on how you look at it, right? I mean, really, when you think about it, it's just anything you make it. No, it's not. So anyways, it's crazy because it always comes down to, like, when we get into these arguments with people, it's like we're just arguing with people denying what's obvious. That's all it is. And in any context, it's going to be that way. So, I mean, Crit talks about it too. It's like people that come in and talk about, like, the space program. Well, I think it's about atheism. We're trying to reach the stars because we know that the cosmos was founded on that there is no God. And then you talk about what it's all about. It's like steeped in religion. Steeped in. There is nothing about it that says it was founded on atheism. Nothing. Not zero of it. So what do you do with that? It's like, they got that wrong. And they keep getting it wrong. So, yeah, all we're here doing is pointing them to the truth. That's obvious. I mean, nothing more, right? And it's like the people can say the Earth is a donut, and it's this, and it's that, and it's a globe. But really, where is that obvious? Nowhere. Except for your imagination, what you can do in a video or anything else. Other than that, doesn't exist. Yeah, that's how come it's like, well, if I'm a part of this group, I gotta learn a concave Earth, I gotta learn what they're talking about, globe Earth, I gotta learn what they're talking about. Like, dude, just know what the truth is. And ask somebody, okay, you think that's true? Prove it. And they say, well, how about you? Show me that it's true that the Earth is flat. Yeah? Flat water. There you go. extending out into as far as the eye can see. Anything else? Like, it's that easy. It's obvious. So, yeah. Deception comes in many forms, but the truth always triumphs because it doesn't argue, doesn't need to fight. It's just obvious. I think arguments happen because we want to see what the person's mind's all about, discover the reason what's holding them to that idea. It's got to be something.
Indoctrination, schooling.
Well, maybe. But at the same time, if it doesn't resonate with truth, right? If it's not obvious, why do you think people still hold on to these ideas? Because they have to prove it in some way, right? To hold on to it.
It's probably her mentality, and they just don't want to do the work to look into it.
Okay. Well, but trust me, bro. That trust me, bro, only gets you so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess that's why I wanted to talk about this. Is to me, it's just obvious. There isn't anything about what we're saying that's not.
You know what? Whoever that is that's speaking with the Dora the Explorer, PFP. I can't see the names of them. You're basically saying that bullied into the globe religion.
Yeah, from birth. We're given like a cradle, like the heliocentric model. We got all the TV shows. It's not like bullying. It's just like that's what we're presented. That we're not given a geocentric model, are we? Whereas the geocentrics shows, books, you don't see them in your fucking modern bookstores.
Crowd, describe the following of a crowd in fear of being ostracized, alienated.
Yeah, some people are afraid to break away, I guess.
That's what with anything that's like strongly believed in by a majority group.
They just gotta, I guess, think for themselves.
I'm gonna believe in somebody else's ideas because I'm not smart enough. I'm not a smart man.
Yeah, I gotta have this guy fucking from a different, or in a city that's not even part of the United States, represent me in this age of instant communication, FaceTime.
Yeah, but think about it like this, man. Don't they castrate themselves when they always say that? They always turn to, well, I can't know what the earth is. I'm just me. But yet they're on here for an hour and a half talking about how the earth's a globe. Does that make any sense to you? When you think about it? They're on here for
like
an hour and a half, 2 hours, arguing for a point that at the very end of it, they're like, well, I'm not a scientist, so I probably wouldn't know.
It's like talking to a brick wall, and you're just banging your head against it.
I call them bricked.
Yeah,
Breaking up, T-Dub.
T-Dub, you're breaking up.
Nasty.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, bro. Yeah, and so the only place this exists is in these mental constructs, Well, you guys just don't understand the math. Yeah, really?
Well, I do understand the math. The math tells me that it's nearly half 11 and way past my beauty sleep time. So I shall wish you all a good night. Catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Later, bro. Yeah, so really, if you're speaking truth, it's like all you're telling people is like, well, it's obvious, duh. Like, I mean, really, that's what all we're doing, right? Right? And then outside of that, we're having some fun doing it. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah, that's
We're
one of our
shaking them
rules.
awake, really. We're just like, wake up!
That's one of our rules. Most of all, have fun. If you're not having fun, then get off the internet and go do something else.
Yep. See, just like Saitama, Crit, you're a hero for fun.
Yeah, it's like these guys think that they're.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I had to be quiet for a second. Someone in the room asked me something. So, yeah, basically these guys go online. They're terminally online. I mean, they are online all fucking day, all fucking night. They're playing video games. They have really no interaction with the outside world. And then they say it's not fun. It's harmful. It's damaging their mental health. You're like, hang up the phone. Go touch grass. Go look at some bunnies in the field or something. Do something to help you out. Because if you're not having fun with this, that's a showcase right there. A definite showcase that you should be doing something else with your life right now. Because if it is fun, if you're like, oh, I'm just having fun, then why are you freaking out over it? This should be content you're enjoying. So then we get to highlight the contradiction. Are you here for fun? Yes and no. It's harmful misinformation that's damaging humanity. Are you not here for you're here and it's not fun? Go do something else with your life.
Exactly. Oh, we got we got Nucking Futz who says that there's a hump over distance instead of drop over distance with his little drawing that he put in there. I'm highlighting this kind of like the idea behind how they're trying to propose that the Earth is a globe with these like really crazy concepts, right? So I don't know. I'll put it in the text chat for everyone to see because this is Nucking Futz, so. There it is. Yeah, he says we observed number 2. That's hump over distance. That's not drop over distance. Right, Nucking Futz?
I did a better drawing. I just posted it for you. The more recent one.
A more recent one. So you're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost to another idea, right? That's fun.
So you didn't even look at my second drawing, and you automatically accused me of moving the goalpost? No, I just refined it, jackass.
Yeah, you move the goalpost because look at the diagram or the little drawing that you just put in there right now. Now you have the poles are diverging. Interesting. Because within 6 miles, you're going to have the poles diverging in such a way that if you were to complete that circle, you live on King Kai's planet. I mean, obviously, right?
And there is a different. The drawing needs to be to scale for your satisfaction. Is that right?
Yeah, the drawing should to be a part of the reality. To be a truth. To understand, the drawing is drawing. It need to present the reality.
Yeah. So when someone takes your drawing,
you want me to draw a 4,000-mile radius circle?
Yeah,
You want me to draw that for you?
dude, look, listen. If you're not representing reality in your drawing, then what is your drawing? Yeah, hold on, Sasha. So if you're not representing reality in your drawing, what is your drawing representing? What is it representing? If it's not reality,
It's not to scale, idiot.
oh, so I'm an idiot for not putting scale on here, but yet you're drawing a super embellished curve here. That's weird, dude.
Hold on,
bro. I want to hear him.
No, I want to tell him only if I draw the two lines parallel, and I say, look at these two parallel lines, and I say, look, they're parallel. Earth is flat.
Yeah, but let me hear it. Let me hear it. Go ahead, Nuckin.
It's to explain the Bedford measurement for you weak-minded fools.
Yeah, can you show me the Bedford Canal now after you show me the drawing?
Let me go back and forth with him because I only got a few minutes. Just hold off a little bit, Sasha.
Okay.
All right. So what are you trying to present here, Nuckin?
I am showing the idea behind the Bedford measurement.
Oh, it's an idea. Okay, my bad. I thought this was a representation of what we would see. That's not the case. It's an idea. Yeah?
It's a drawing.
See this, right? But we wouldn't see this, right, Nuckin?
No, it's a drawing, you idiot.
So here's what
you think people see drawings out in the real world?
No, they can compare drawings to the real world. So what I want to ask you is, can they with this see the curve of the earth when they're looking upon the waters?
If they go out and actually replicate Bedford measurement, absolutely yes.
So they could see the drawing in real life, what you drew out.
Fuck that movie was when they fly in the helicopter to save everybody from the black hole and the little you carry it in a case. They're like, oh, we got a black hole in this little carrying case. It's a God particle.
But hang on a second. How do you receive a Nobel Prize for discovering something that doesn't exist?
Dude,
no fucking idea.
Oh my god, dude. It's such horseshit. Nobel Prize. Yeah. I get a Nobel Prize for my coffee before they get some shit. Some made up
Did someone
bullshit.
get a Nobel Prize for the Higgs boson?
I think so.
Boson. Holy
one of our presidents got a Nobel Peace Prize for dropping the most bombs of any president in the last 50 years.
Freaking Obama? Was it Obama? Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, during his acceptance speech for the Nobel Peace Prize, he talks about how great it is to drop bombs. He's like, while accepting it. Yeah, I'm being serious. Like, look at
Oh my god.
He's like, well, thank you all for giving me this peace prize. I just want to tell you, man, as a commander-in-chief, I'm going to make some tough decisions on who gets killed and who gets to live.
If that's not proof,
give me a big kiss.
Sorry, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just joking.
I was going to say, if that's not proof that we don't live in idiocracy, I mean, I don't know what is.
Okay, here you go, Timbo. Right, here you go. You ready for this? The 2013 Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to Francois Englert and Peter Higgs for their theoretical discovery of a mechanism that explains how elementary particles acquire mass. This mechanism predicted the existence of the Higgs boson, which was later discovered at the Large Hadron Collider.
So they did claim to. So they They originally won a Nobel Prize for coming up with a theoretical particle.
They theoretically
discovered it.
How do you theoretically discover something? I could just say I discovered cats in space. I should get a Nobel Prize in physics for the cats in space. Yeah, got all the mathematics and everything. Meow.
And then they claim to have discovered the thing that they invented. Or they discovered the theory of it. I don't understand. What was that last section you read out?
One sec. I just looked up something else.
Are you
So
reading
the Higgs
into it?
boson. Yeah, the Higgs
Dude,
boson
that's
was
some
discovered.
bullshit.
Hang on,
They
dude.
can make up some shit. Oh,
The Higgs boson. The Higgs boson. The Higgs boson was discovered in 2012 at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. Specifically, it was observed in two primary decay channels into a pair of photons and into a pair of Z bosons. These decays provided a clean signal for the new particle. And there's a more detailed explanation that goes on and on and on. So whatever that means, bro, I don't know.
They got some signals, and then they say, "Oh, that must be the new particle that we're theoretically created."
Yeah, a blip on a screen.
What's the Z boson? Well, it's a Z, not the Higgs boson. The Z, the decaying Z boson. Dude, oh my god, these guys a freaking Nobel Prize for some shit that didn't even happen yet. Like, this could happen. Wow, I'm theorizing some stuff here. Oh, you guys get an award. Pretty bad.
Well, Einstein got the same thing for his thought experiments. I mean, it's wild.
Yeah, the bending
Not
and
an
warping of two non-physical things.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Did what's his name, the psychiatrist, did he get an award for claiming all that horseshit about wanting to do things with your mom, all kinds of, who the hell was that?
Freud.
The cocaine
Sigmund
dude.
Freud. Yeah, Sigmund Freud.
Yeah.
Carl Jung was much more intelligent than Sigmund Freud.
Everything comes from wanting to be with your mom or some shit.
Sigmund Freud was what a diversive person, man, like crazy. He was like big time projecting, I think. Because he wanted to do something with his mom, he suggests that everybody else wants to too.
It's friggin' weird, man. Like, I don't. It just shows what a wacky world it is that they're handing out awards for just people thinking about shit and stuff that doesn't even really.
No, they're handing out awards for
I don't know.
entertainment. So suckers will sit and watch it and go, "Hey, that's great." So it takes their mind off the real world. Bread and circuses still continues.
Hey, Materix, we can't hear you, man. You're like so low. I got you up to 200. Still sounds like a whisper.
It's all right. I'm imagining him being louder, so he's louder.
Excellent.
Dude, he get an award for frickin' the
mental
theoretical increase in volume. Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah, we should start giving out our own. We should start giving out our own 24/7 prizes for stuff like that.
Oh my gosh!
I mean,
I was on the phone with Flatloyd this morning, and he was talking about a nonprofit 24/7 coffee, like a shack, like a little snowball stand type thing where you sell coffee and you give out flat Earth proof and shit.
Yeah, that's right.
I was like, what? He's like,
we
yeah,
could franchise. We could franchise them.
I'm like, what? You can make. He's like, and there's all kinds of grants. He's like, we could fund it off a grant. And I'm like, what? He's like, I'm like, well, that's freaking wild, man.
Yeah,
And
sell coffee on the side.
Non-profit doesn't mean no profit. It just means the profits
It means
don't
you
get
spend
taxed.
Yeah, you spend it all. You just spend it all. That's all. So we get profits from the selling the coffee, paraplegic coffee, and on the side we flat smack the shit out of people. That's going to cost.
Yeah, and then you pay Mickey, you pay freaking like Matrix, you pay freaking Jetty, you pay Sonny, as consultants.
But you can only serve flat white.
Sounds good.
Worldwide. That's funny. Jeez. Let's go glow. Oh shit. So, is any of you guys in Australia near each other? Like, and I know near means like 500
We're
miles.
near each other.
Is that like
Or maybe
500 miles close?
Maybe T-Dub and Matrix might be the closest to each other.
Like,
yeah, 500 miles.
an hour away?
That's about right.
If I sent one of you coffee,
An
would you
hour?
be able to share it with the other one?
Good chance. An hour here,
How much-
driving the others
How much-
halfway through the city.
How much could you send the other one coffee if you mailed it? Can you
once
mail a
it's here,
package for cheap?
Once it's here, it's cheap. But getting it
Oh,
in the
that's what I'm
country,
saying. Like
getting it in the
to
country
send
is a struggle. Fucking hell.
a 2-pound package should be like what, like $5 or something? Something relatively. Actually, cigarettes are like $60, I hear, so it'd probably be like $80. Send something.
Hey,
I don't know, man.
Paraplegic, you're asking them questions, then you're not letting them finish to answer.
I
You
know.
just keep
I'll shut up. I
going.
need to mute in between so people know that I'm just shutting up, not droning on. I apologize.
So I asked Perplexity AI to explain to me, like I'm in kindergarten, right? How the Higgs boson was discovered. This is what it said. Imagine you have a big toy machine that can crash tiny balls together really, really fast. Scientists at CERN used a giant machine called the Large Hadron Collider to smash tiny particles like protons into each other at super high speeds. When these particles crashed, sometimes a very special new particle, the Higgs boson, would appear for a tiny moment. But the Higgs boson is super shy and disappears almost instantly. So instead of seeing the Higgs boson itself, scientists looked for clues it left behind, like footprints in the sand. These clues were other particles that the Higgs boson turned into, which special detectors could spot. By finding just the right patterns of these clues, scientists knew they had finally discovered the Higgs boson in 2012, almost 50 years after it was first imagined.
But how do you know what particles it produces?
Yeah, and
Covered
how do
the
you know it's
actual particle.
shy? It's shy, dude.
No, well, they're saying it's shy because they've never seen it.
Right. It's a way to explain it to a kid. It's just like, no, all right, it's shy. No, it's not real. It doesn't even exist. Is that your definition
like,
of shy?
So, D-Dub, they're saying they know it's there because they know that the particles it produces
Yep.
are there, like a footprint. So how do they know particles it produces?
By studying the footprints it leaves behind in giant detectors. Since the Higgs boson vanishes in less than a trillionth of a second, they look for patterns in the debris from particle collisions. Here's how it works. When protons smash together in the Large Hadron Collider, detectors like ATLAS and CMS act like superpowered cameras. They track sprays of light from photons, like green towers in detectors, tracks from electrons, muons, red or green lines, or jets of particles called B quarks, seen as blue trails. Scientists know what to look for because the standard model predicts how the Higgs boson should decay. For example,
The standard model. No.
the golden channel is the Higgs to 2 Z bosons to 4 leptons, like electrons or muons. Man,
They're just making shit up, man. That's fucked up.
And how's this only? Yeah, hang on.
What's a quark? Like, now they have to show us where they discovered quarks.
Isn't that what ducks do? Quark, quark.
So it has this: only 1 in 10 billion collisions makes a Higgs boson. So to be sure they found it, scientists analysed 500 trillion collisions from 2011 to 2012.
What a waste of time, and they found it once.
They checked if decay patterns happen more often.
Well, they didn't even find it. They found some thing that gives off, that they suspect the Higgs boson gives off when it decays. That's fucked up, man. All that money for that shit. I reckon they're just making that up and putting that money away.
Yeah.
They're not doing shit, man. They just made a big fucking velodrome and they're all riding around on their bikes getting fit. That's fucked up.
Doing skateboard tricks and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I ain't doing shit.
Yeah, think about dude, that's a big area. Like it's underground too. It's like just in case it blows. Who knows why it's gonna blow up because we're colliding. We're making black holes and dude, if black holes are real and you accidentally made one, wouldn't the whole Earth get sucked into it? I mean, be kind of irresponsible to try to make little black holes, which is isn't that what they were trying to do or some bullshit? Wasn't that kind of like some horse shit? They said, I don't know, maybe that's another story I was hearing. There's little black holes everywhere. They're theoretically everywhere.
Hey, how's this, right? It says they required 5 sigma certainty, like being 99.9999% sure.
Dude, but they didn't ever see it. They just saw little freaking clues.
And how's this, right? It added a fun fact, right? Here's a fun fact. The Higgs sometimes decays into particles we can't see, like dark matter. Scientists look for missing energy in detectors to catch these sneaky cases.
Sneaky cases. Wait a second. Hold on. You guys are forgetting. Hold on. You're forgetting one thing. That a lot of this money. Have you seen the costumes and the theatrics, the sets, the
Yes.
what do they call those? And their satanic rituals before. So that costs a lot of money.
That shit is so weird, man. Have you watched it?
Yeah, I watched it.
Shit or something? No.
Yeah, I watched one. I'm like, I gotta stop watching this. I'm afraid it'll leak into my brain and cause me to be possessed or something.
Wait, did they really do some shit dancing around and?
Better Blue Jay.
For real?
Jump onto YouTube and look up opening ceremony for CERN. That's all you've got to look up, and you can sit and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like
Alright,
it's like
I'm not doing
goat's
it right now.
It's like goat's head soup or something, man. It's really weird. That stuff right there probably costs millions of dollars.
They'll be fine. They can just produce some Higgs bosons and sell them.
Right?
Or sell the dark matter that produces the ones that they can't find.
Yeah, I say they should have Tom Hanks as their spokesperson. He could be the salesperson.
Oh, I found a glove.
We have Akeezus that just joined chat. Akeezus.
There's too many people here. There's no way that, doesn't everyone just shout over each other? There's so many people.
Why would we?
This is not that many people. We just got all the homies that pulled up, especially the Aussie
Yeah,
boys.
we got some mic etiquette. So when someone's talking, we all sit back until it's our turn to say something.
What does this look like, a global Earth server? We just all start screeching and making animal sounds and stuff?
Can you speak again? You sound like someone.
What? Me?
You do. Yeah, you sound like Mick West.
Oh shit.
Who is Mick West?
See?
That's what Mick West would say.
We could just ask identifying questions. Do you think there's a magnetic west?
Ouch. Anyways, okay. What's your proof of curvature? Since you've dropped into the right channel.
Is he talking?
Don't know. It sounds like he doesn't want to yell over the top of other people.
Sorry. Well, I don't know if there's a magnetic west, but there may be. It seems like it. A lot of people are attracted to it.
Matrix asked if you have proof of curvature. More specifically, Earth curvature on the surface, because you can find a lot of curvature at the beach. Not talking about that. Talking about surface curvature.
At least this fella's got the decency to lock his mic off when he's Googling shit.
Hey, Sonny, we should go throw a football at the beach sometime, dude. For sure. We can find lots of curvature.
Yeah, I know. Invite them in to help to, like play catch with us. That sounds good.
And then tell them you're flat earthers. See them run.
Be like, look at that ocean out there. Do you think that's a water hill?
They'll be like, why are you touching me? Why are you touching me? It would be like, didn't you know this is touch football?
Hey,
forgot to tell them.
You go out with CB, you're gonna end up with some freaking I don't know, dude. You're gonna end up with some freaking genital herpes or some shit, man.
That's cat, bro.
Some
304.
Don't do me like that. No way. Well, look, we always use protection over here in both senses of the word.
The only guy with nice girls, right? CV. I could just see him.
Hell no.
Obviously, Mick West doesn't want to talk.
That was weird. How did you notice he was Mick? Or did you actually think that was him?
No, I don't know, but he sounds exactly like him.
Oh wow.
He didn't stay either. He left.
He got all quiet as soon as you said something about Magnetic West. He's like, what do you mean by that?
Busted.
I thought you were joking when you said Magnetic West. He didn't have a screen name called that, did he? It was actually Mick?
No.
No.
Isn't Mick West the guy with the daddy astronaut?
What?
No.
I don't
the
know.
guy that came up with the Earth curve calculator. Which one was it?
Who am I thinking about who had a dad as an astronaut?
I don't know.
You're talking about Scott Veach.
Yes, Scott Veach. Okay, that's
Scott
kind of
Screech.
Mick Westy.
Dude, hey, I had an ex. She found out I told her about Flat Earth. She went and bought a book by Mick West that was like, 10 reasons to debunk conspiracy theorists or some shit like that. She didn't even read it. She just gave me this stupid ass book. Bro, so funny. I threw that shit in the trash so fast. I'll see if I can find
thank you for the doorstop. I appreciate it.
She was really afraid of these type of topics. I remember I brought up 9/11 to her right when we first started dating, and we got like an argument about it and shit. So I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna leave it alone. And then I literally became a flat earther like as we were dating. Imagine that. I don't know. I just couldn't shut up about it. I had just learned about it, so I was like, I gotta tell this bitch. And we dated for quite a while after, but she did not like that shit, bro. She hated that shit. She got that stupid book by Mick West. Let's see if we can find the name. Escaping the Rabbit Hole: How to Debunk Conspiracy Theories.
What kind of conspiracy theories? Like the globe Earth?
Yeah, it was in there. They put Soundly's Bridge in there as like proof. Like, really? Wow. She thought the book was gonna be effective. I'm like, yeah, nice try though. And that's why these days I don't even bring it up to these 304s, bro. They don't need to know.
Yeah, that's smarter.
I went out with this girl recently. She was like, yeah, I love Kamala, and like I'm a political major, blah blah blah. And she's like, you're probably into Trump, aren't you? And I was like, no, not at all. I don't really care about politics.
Yeah, just tell them you're apolitical. Like that's what
I was like, yeah,
that's what I would do.
I was like, I don't like drama. I don't get involved in politics. But meanwhile, I'm like,
all you got to do is tell them I don't watch the news.
Yeah, that was a perfect line. I was like, nah, I'm just.
You should have said, who's Kamala?
Who's that? Exactly.
Nah, you can't get away with that one, guys. There's Kamala Harris signs everywhere before the election, Sonny. Literally, I'd be walking around Golden Hill, and there's Kamala everywhere. It was insane. I'd never seen something like that.
Is she a daughter of one of the Beatles? I don't know.
Who, Kamala?
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's Harrison, not Harris.
Damn, bro. You scared Akizus away, bro. What time is it over in Australia right now?
7:15
PM. It's like prime time. All you guys are in here right now.
It's 7:15 on Wednesday, though. That's the weird part.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's the next day then.
7 a.m.
No.
See,
PM.
unlike you, Nancy boys, that have got to sleep in until 9:30, We actually do get up in the morning and have breakfast and.
But am I right? It's 7. It's quarter past 7 p.m. Wednesday.
No, AM.
Dude, they're
AM.
time machine.
Oh,
They're in the
AM on
future.
Wednesday.
We're talking to
It's
them in the
AM.
future.
7 a.m. on Wednesday. Okay, yeah, it's Wednesday.
Are you in Western Australia?
No.
Damn.
You're in Southern Australia?
No.
I am. I'm in Southern Australia.
So I'm gonna add it to my my what do you call it? My weather app. So I can give me a good city to put in here.
Melbourne.
Melbourne. All right, cool.
Or as you guys would say, Melbourne.
Yeah.
Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah. So
That
it's
was pretty good.
7 o'clock in the morning. God, what y'all doing up right now?
Working.
Okay, you don't have to flex on us, bro. You don't have to flex like that. The weather is like mid. Weather's kind of
Shit,
mid right
down
now.
here, it's cold, man. Yeah.
It's 52 right now. Not feeling it. Not feeling it.
Yeah, it's like 75 degrees here.
75, Sonny? It's 71 here where I'm at.
Oh, okay, yeah, well, it's 71.
It's, bro, prime every day, pretty much. It's so awesome. I love it.
Yeah, we got a pocket of just like the best weather in the whole entire country here.
I don't know how, but bro, I'm in the right place, dude. This is where it's at, 100%. Since I start seeing bad weather on the forecast, I get all depressed. Like I go look at Cincinnati's weather forecast, and I see like actually it's pretty nice.
Yeah, exactly.
But like what they have is a ton of variety, so it'll be rainy, 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 and then super nice, and then rainy again. Like I don't know, bro. I can't do all that.
So we're coming into like June, so what they call like there's May gray and June gloom. So a lot of times we have the whole entire month of June is gray like it is right now.
That's crazy. Well,
Yeah.
it's lock-in season, Sonny. That's what I call it. It's lock-in weather.
But it's still warm. That's the thing. It can be gray like for a month, but like it's still warm.
This will be my first June gloom. May gray wasn't that bad though.
No, yeah, we had a little rain, and then it was like clear in between, like sunny days in between. Yeah, pretty nice.
I'm digging it. I am digging it. Timbo T-Dub.
Well, the place to be, but yet you're complaining about going out with chicks and all of them say, "Did you vote for Kamala?"
Bro, there's so many there's so many leftists and stuff here. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's really weird.
You know that, Sonny, you know, over in PB, those guys that put up the big Trump tent on the boardwalk?
Dude, Stevie tells this story so much. You must hate those Trump guys, dude.
No. I love the Trump guys. I think it's awesome that they do that. No, I just think it's funny because like this is such a blue place, low key.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Indian because it's military. There's a lot of military here, so we're quietly conservative, but vocally.
Ohio wasn't like that, was it? Was Ohio really liberal like that?
No, it wasn't. Ohio, I always say Ohio is like Texas 2.0.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Ohio was like isn't that where freaking what's his name was? The Ram I don't know, whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, he's from Cincinnati. Yeah, he lived in Cincinnati for a while.
There was some guy who's going to be president or something. I forget his name. He was like a Democrat.
He was a
this guy was a Democrat. Maybe I'm thinking of Indian. I don't know. That's not
The
Indiana.
Indian guy was a Republican
Now, this guy is a Democrat. He hung out with freaking like Obama and shit. Rumsfeld either. Shit, I don't know. He was He was the kind of famous. He was thinking about being president for a minute. But he got into some scandal. He was like all Democratic shit. And I thought that was from like Midwest shit.
I don't know.
Damn it! Why can't I think of his name?
Pretty sure Ohio went red mostly. Yeah, Ohio's like Texas 2.0. We got good laws and good stuff over there. It's good. I fuck with Ohio heavy. I have nothing bad to say about it. Anyway, I gotta start getting ready, boys. I'm gonna jump in the shower. You guys keep cooking. We're gonna jump in, stir the pot a little bit. Hey, where's Quad at, by the way? Anybody talk to Quad recently? I ain't seen that ninja in a hot minute, bro. Hope he's doing all right. Anybody talk to him?
I haven't seen him in here. I talked to Flat Lloyd Wright this morning on the phone. I got
On
a
the
call
phone?
from I got a call from Too Big for a Bike. That dude's pretty
Oh,
cool.
nice. That's cool. Nice.
He wanted to support the frickin' coffee, which was nice. Kind of wild to talk to different people. I like talking to people on the phone because then you get to talk about different shit, you know. Get to see what people are kind of about, you know.
Welcome, Jedi. Also,
Yeti. Jetty's gonna hopefully get some of my coffee. I hand signed a note for you. It's coming to old dude, so hopefully you'll make its way up to you, bro.
yeah, I heard about that news in Liverpool. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for sure.
Yeah, I just heard about that today, actually. I wonder what was going through that guy's head.
Yeah, not too sure, mate. Not too sure. Bit of a down day in the UK because of that.
I know, right? Like, the guy's got to be off his rocker. I wish I knew some British slang for that. He's off his fucking... I don't know. What would you guys say?
It's off his fucking. Well, you said it right. Off his rocker. Yeah, off his nut.
Yeah, that's wild. I saw the footage today. Wow, Heretic, you saw that?
Nah, I was just trying to be British. Let's talk to Warcock.
Yeah.
Whoa. War Jock, what's up?
I'm British too.
Are you a flat earther?
I mean, not really.
Okay.
So
you're a globalist.
Yeah, I'm a globist.
Okay. Why?
Because all the evidence suggests that the globe isn't true.
All right, let's pick one of those evidences. If there's all of the evidence, let's get one.
I mean, the photos from space agencies.
All right, chat, take it. I mean, you don't have the standards of a Bigfoot believer, because if I asked a Bigfoot believer if Bigfoot was real, he'd say we'd have pictures and videos. Do you think that's enough?
I mean, there's other evidence, but it's not bad evidence by itself. I mean,
okay, what's the other evidence?
I mean, even just looking at the sky, you can see everything is like round objects. All the planets are like round, so it would seem logical that the Earth would also be round, right?
By that logic, you're a tree. If you go into the woods and all you see is trees, then you, by your analogy, should be a tree.
I mean,
Are you a tree because you see trees?
I don't think that's quite analogous.
Oh, really? You just looked up at the sky and saw lots of spheres and made the declaration that then we must be on a sphere then, which is akin to you going to the woods, seeing trees and saying, well, I must be a tree then.
No, I don't think that is the same. Because I mean, if we go on current scientific theory, then the Earth is a planetary body orbiting the sun.
Pardon?
And the Earth is
scientific theory that the Earth is a shape.
But the Earth is orbiting the sun, right? As with the other planets in our solar system, and so they should all logically they would have the similar sizes, shapes to each other. If all the other planets are spherical, then it would seem logical the Earth is also spherical.
Okay. In the same way that it would seem logical that I was a tree when I went to the woods until I looked at myself and demonstrated that I wasn't like those things, much like us pointing to spheres and saying, well, it's logical that we must be a sphere, but we can't make the conclusion from that logic. We have to demonstrate it is the truth by measuring the surface of the Earth to be curved.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Really?
But a spherical shape has the lowest gravitational potential.
My God!
So we can also have science as to why it would get into that shape as well.
So we can science why it would get into a shape. Can we? What's the hypothesis?
Because.
No, what's the hypothesis? You said that I'm going to hold you to something before you run away. You said we can science this. You said we can science this. I've just asked you for the hypothesis. That's all.
The hypothesis is the Earth round or is it flat?
No, that's a question, not a hypothesis.
How are you defining hypothesis then? What?
You said we can science this. Okay, but that would require a hypothesis. You said the hypothesis, a question. No, that's not what a hypothesis is. So if we're going to science this, give me the hypothesis, not a question.
An idea. I mean, okay, that the Earth is, spherical, near spherical.
So that's a claim. That's not a hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis even is?
I don't need to know.
You do. You said we can science this. Science, right? Natural science. That's going to start with a hypothesis. You probably figured this out in year 7. Dude.
Dude, doing a study takes hours. No, because this is stupid.
Why are you talking for me? You said that we could science this. I've asked for the hypothesis. 2 tries, you failed to give me a actual hypothesis, making me question whether you know what the fuck you're talking about.
All I need to know is the theory at the end. I don't need to know the actual studies.
Theory, a scientific theory will be represented by a group of hypotheses. Can I have one?
No, you can't.
Well, then you're not going to be able to give me any scientific evidence if you're failing to give me a hypothesis. You need to give me hypotheses before you give me theory.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Are you stupid?
No.
Scientific theories are based on scientific hypotheses. When you've demonstrated something to be true, you can base your theory upon the knowledge that you've gained.
What? I don't
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Probably not, because you keep talking through me.
No, I think you're retarded. What?
Really?
I don't
You think the Earth in the shape is a scientific theory, do you?
Huh?
You think the Earth in shape can be demonstrated through science and is a scientific theory, do you?
I mean, yes, but
Can I have a hypothesis then, please? The fundamental starting point of science.
All you need is the evidence.
Could I have the hypotheses then, which would include the evidence?
No.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot then, aren't you? I'm just asking you very simple things so you can back your claim up, and you're failing to do so and pointing at me like it's my fault. What?
because I don't see the point of this question. Oh,
you claimed that we can science this. I'm asking you to do so, and you're failing to.
Okay.
Okay. So you can't science this then?
Okay.
I don't know what to do from here.
So basically, what you've got there, War Matey, is a belief system. That's it. You believe you live on a ball. Well, how about instead of just believing all this crap, you go and check it out for yourself, and then you can know what you actually live on. Like the rest of us, you probably went to school, and you were fed all these cool stories about how you're on a magical spinning water ball that flies through space at these phenomenal speeds. That's if they actually taught you that much. All we're saying is verify it. Go and check it out for yourself. See what you can find out for yourself. How about you start out with the basics? What's the radius of this ball that you believe you live on? Do you know it, or do you have to look it up? He doesn't want to talk anymore? Guess not.
No, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I asked him to fucking explain what he was talking about, and that was my problem for doing so. I am sorry.
It doesn't matter, Jedi.
I'm going to go and hide away in the background, go and make some coffee, and be very, very quiet. Maybe he'll have the courage to speak up.
You know, if you mention coffee, you know who's going to speak up.
Well, since Warcuck does not want to talk to anyone, I'm going to go to work. Anyways, guys, have yourselves a great day, and I shall catch you all this afternoon. Peace, guys.
Peace, homie.
We can talk to Wark then.
No, what's up? Hello?
You're up.
All right, cool. Very rarely have spoken to anyone who would identify or state that they are flat earth. So I assume you've probably heard a lot of the same perspectives a lot. So stop me if this is like routine. What is the shape of a map in a video game?
Routine.
Okay. What's the response to that if it's routine?
All maps are flat.
It's not about so a map in a video game is flat?
Yes, video games run on XYZ coordinates.
So those XYZ coordinates are real. They have dimensionality.
Can you move forward, back, left, right, up, and down?
In a video game?
In life, in real life. Uh-oh.
From what perspective? Because I tend to think, no, you cannot move in any direction.
From being a brain in a jar. Let's try that one first.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can do it in a brain in a jar. Great.
Oh, sorry, what? I thought you said, let's discuss with the paradigm of brain.
Oh,
and
no.
That's what I said, okay.
No.
You asked the question?
I figured that's where you wanted to be. In reality, can you move forward and backwards and left and right and up and down?
I said I don't know from what paradigm. Because do you think Xeno was wrong?
Reality.
All right, what is that?
Uh-oh. I'm going to be lost here in a second if you don't know what reality is.
Is that a problem? Because I asked, what is the shape of a map in a video game? You said it's flat and that's routine, but then we get into brain into that and you want to leave that behind. But it's like, technically, by what means are dimensions real in a energetic substance, which is what a game is, right? Or do you know much about game design?
Like what?
Like, do you know what a frustum is? Do you know what a transistor is? Relevance? For reference,
I know what a transistor is.
Okay, so you know that it's electricity inside of a thing which generates. You know that it is electricity inside of a thing which is disciplined by a force which causes it to change state. And that thing would be fulfilled with this energy, right? And then enough of those generates like a rational relation we can codify with like some inherent meaning which is representational to a subject with sensation. So to me, it seems like given all that, you can't say a video game has spatiality. You can't really say, and then you can't say that anything is sensed or real. So why would the Earth be flat if there is no shape possible to anything? Again, if this is routine, like you've gone through it already.
Because it's measured flat. That's why it would be flat. It's measured that way.
What does it mean? What does it mean to measure something? Because in my philosophical language, measure is like
shoot a theodolite maybe over a coastline over sea level and see how flat it is. There won't be a curve. You'll just level your theodolite.
No, what is a measure?
What?
Yeah, what is a measurement? What is a measure?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else wants to deal with this. That's fine. Now we're not going to define what the letter M is and everything else.
No. Like I gave you my answer of what is. You ignored it. And I'd like to know yours so that we could translate conceptually.
You might not understand. It sounds like you're going to have a hard time understanding this conversation already.
Yeah. Well, then can you help me out? Like I came to you for answers, so If you don't have an answer, that's fine. But
I don't speak gibberish. I don't speak gibberish. It's my problem.
Well, yeah, but the question is, what is measurement? Which part of that is unclear?
The what part?
Yeah, so what is like a qua? It is the means by which a judgment is formulated.
Can you define is, since we're going to start defining everything.
Yeah. It's a copula in a judgment. At least in this context, it pertains to a copula in this judgment. If you mean what is being, I'm happy to give you my conception of what being, but I don't know if that's what...
No, you wanted to know what is measurement and what did I have a problem with, so we're going to define every single word, and after the words, we're going to define the letters and where they were derived from, where the letters came from, who was the first tribe to use them, and so on.
No.
That way we can figure out if the Earth is flat or a globe.
Well, we're talking about concepts, so it doesn't matter who discovers a language, because the concept exists for the language, right?
No concept in flat Earth. You just measure it, and then you say, geez, it's flat, and then that's the end.
Is measurement a concept? Is measurement a concept? Because in my worldview, it is. I don't know about you.
I don't know what to tell you then.
Yeah, so you don't know what to tell me. I asked you, is measurement a concept?
Yeah, but a measurement's an agreed upon value, right?
Yeah, sure. So agreed upon. So who's doing the agreeing?
Yeah, but is it an agreed upon value?
Insofar as there is subjectivity, which cognizes this?
So we can all agree.
Now, I don't think...
Dude, so we can all agree that 1 centimeter is 1 centimeter, right?
Yeah, it's socially constructed, sure.
It doesn't matter. Do we agree that 1 centimeter?
The world isn't flat. The world isn't flat.
Well, it does matter if it's socially constructed. So for us, there is a social construct.
Is my 1 centimeter the same as your 1 centimeter?
Yeah, we utilize the same tools and the same agreed upon conception of a meter.
So you can agree.
I mean, I'm
that
American.
You have a measurement. You can have a measurement, right?
Well, no, because that's begging the question. Like, if I'm asking what is measurement, give me a specific measure.
Now measurements are begging the question.
Yeah, because if I'm asking what is measurement, you say we agree that a we still haven't agreed on what measurement it is, right?
Yeah, it's
so
an
we're
agreed
taking
upon
it that there
value.
Yeah, so we're taking that there is spatial dimensionality. I've already problematized earlier, right? Like, I don't accept that because what is a centimeter video?
Dude, if you use more words, you don't make more sense.
Well, yeah, but literally that is how you explain things, right? If something is not understood simply, use more words, and if they can't get it, they don't get it.
No, you use less words so that everyone understands it, right?
Okay.
So the agreed upon.
Here's a short one.
So we have an agreed upon.
We don't have an agreed upon,
correct? Okay, we don't.
We are presupposing that measurement exists. And given the assumption that it exists, we have a thing called a meter and a centimeter we both agree upon. But I'm saying let's go a few steps further back down the line.
Yeah, a millimeter. Do you
and you
agree
don't want to
about
do
a millimeter?
No. That is the same dimensionality.
Yeah, that
we have to problematize.
Upon, right?
No, so when I say go a few further steps back, you don't go from centi to milli.
You get measured. So if you measure your height, you don't agree that that's your height.
So if I can measure, so why are we presupposing that? Prove to me that measurement is possible. Do you get it in that sense? Prove to me.
I'll send you a.
Hey, Redwin, I think you broke this guy. Like, you can tell he's broke. Yeah. Like, you broke him.
I'll send you a picture of a measuring tape that we all use as a standard.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
So why do we use it? I would agree that objects are real, but I don't agree that Yeah, so measurement is socially constructed. I generally think the thing most people call reality is a social construct.
You're a fucking retard.
Do we agree?
You're an absolute retard.
Does God agree? How about that, Perry? Does that help you get the problem?
Oh boy,
what an idiot!
You guys are calling me an idiot, but you aren't answering my question. What's going on?
You don't have a question.
I've asked like several that have one basic point that you're just ignoring. Because again, what is a measurement in a video game?
Who cares? It's not reality.
Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, so you don't think reality is
a measurement in a video game is reality? Now you're really broken.
No, that's not what I said. I said you said reality is not a video game. You're saying reality is not a video game, even though we kind of already discussed earlier that it kind of is with the brain of that.
What the fuck is this got to do with the surface of the Earth?
I got no idea. He can't even agree on a measurement.
Yeah, he's avoiding it.
Well, no. We agreed on a centimeter, but we haven't agreed on what measurement is. Not a measurement, but the thing which all measurements are. A centimeter is a centimeter.
Is it an agreed upon,
right?
Is it agreed upon value?
Value of what?
Distance.
Measurement.
What is distance then?
Oh my gosh.
The unit of measure from point A to point B.
So to be clear, then, things that are not.
I told you he was going to play the fuck around game. You're going to have to define what the letter. The fuck around game all night. You're going to want to fuck around. You're going to be defining what the letter S, where the letter S came from, and what tribe used the letter S.
Jesus Christ, dude, chill out.
And was it okay?
The very first thing I said is, stop me if this is routine. You guys said it's routine, so you've already gone through this kind of conversation. I'm asking, what is a measurement in a video game? It is a measurement in general, not in species, in general. And then you're just getting angry for no reason. And I would prefer if you didn't. I didn't come in with.
What do you mean by general?
Stop talking, dude. Ask your local first grade teacher to explain it to you.
What did your local first grade teacher tell you? Because if you had one, then
sorry, friend.
Right?
What do you mean by general? What do you mean by general? In general, what does that mean?
What's in?
Yeah, genus as opposed to species. Is that?
Yeah, but you said general. Where does that come from? Genus. Where does genus come from?
This is where we're trying to go to. Genesis. So the Genesis is the beginning by which all that is not it is known through and by it. Does that make sense or no?
Okay. Yeah, but what is it?
Yeah, a being.
It is a being?
A being would be the...
What's a being?
Not a being. So do you know the difference between a definite article and an indefinite?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's an article? What's an article?
Oh.
It's that which articulates in a sentence. Does that make it more clear?
What do you mean by articulates? A sentence? What's a sentence?
You use them. See, now you're pretending you don't speak English.
What do you mean by use? What do you mean by use?
Yeah, so you're not sincere, so I'm done with your bad.
What do you mean by your? What do you mean by your? What's faith?
Yeah, anyone know? Anyone here good faith?
Yes, I got it. What do you mean?
What do you mean by anyone?
What do you mean by mean? What do you mean by mean?
Yeah, I need to know.
Yeah, meaning would be the self-correspondence of all judgment through itself.
Why do you want to get down? Why are you trying to invoke God when we're talking about measurements?
Because God is the measure of all things. Why do you think people say that? Why do you think in the Renaissance they started to say man is the measure of all things when they started studying perspective?
Okay, awesome. Why are you trying to invoke God?
I'm sorry. Are you tapping out?
No, I mean,
what do you mean by measure?
A question.
So I gave you three answers that are all the same, and you want to respond.
He's just going to keep doing it again.
Yourself.
Yeah.
No, stop.
What do you mean by answer?
I gave you three answers. Yeah, I know you're bad faith. I gave you three sincere, correct answers that if you knew anything about European history would instantaneously answer.
Define history.
Could you elaborate on correct?
Define European history.
Yeah, okay, so you're all tapping out, is what it sounds like.
To find out.
Well, you must have tapped out earlier then probably because this was your game earlier, right?
Tapping.
No, tapping out is when you cannot...
I'm tapping a keg.
No, tapping out like a bitch that cannot handle the game. So if we were wrestling, tapping out would mean you give up. Now, when it comes to logomachia, it's logomachia. How about that? Anyway, so what? So no one got an answer? What is the shape of a planet?
Define anyway. Define anyway.
Yeah, you all give up. So here, I'll just chill out. Let's have another conversation. What's
a conversation?
See how easy that was to defeat you?
Anyway.
We just played your game and you ran away.
No, that's not the game. I asked sincere question.
What's a question?
You don't think they're sincere. That's the difference.
No, I don't think you're
What's the
sincere.
difference?
Would you like to read books to know how to think more like me, like specific books that
No.
I've studied that have guided me?
No.
Okay, so
No.
you're not into philosophy at all. You're not into truth.
No,
You're not into God.
I'm interested in
No,
asking
you're not
you
into
this
truth,
question.
God, or philosophy.
I'm interested in asking you a question. If you'd shut the fuck up.
Well, you don't want to read the books that I've read, so why should I
I
care
want
what
to
you
ask you a question.
Okay.
Sounds like he's given up. I think he's given up.
What's your question?
Why are you quibbling about measurements?
Because it pertains to logic, and logic I think is very important, and it pertains to all particularities of being. So measure is qualia qua quantity. Does that make sense? Qualia qua
That's
quantity.
awesome. So we have to understand that.
Tell me, now can you repeat that in your own words, please? So
No, because I want to go somewhere, and you're giving me good answers, and I'm trying to get somewhere, but you
So
seem
you're
to be
asking
making
leading
it harsh again. No,
Where are you leading
now
me?
Actually, fuck off.
Where are
Can't
you
be bothered
leading
to talk
me?
to you. Yep.
Okay. So you want to lead me somewhere, but you don't want to be honest about it.
No, I want you to stop fucking talking through me. That's what I want you to do.
Talking through
I want to have a conversation with you, but you're not going to understand what I'm saying whilst you're rambling through me.
Because I think, to be clear, I've given multiple answers, and I don't think it's been like understood. So I'm a bit at a loss here.
Okay.
Hey, who the fuck I'm talking? Whatever.
That's fine.
Lead me where you want to lead me. Lead me where you want to.
I'm trying to understand why you're quibbling about measurements. We've already gone over that. Yes, we have to agree upon a standard unit of measure to figure out the distance from point A to point B. Okay, and
Yeah. So then we need to prove that there are points in space. We haven't done that yet, right? We're just assuming it.
Okay, so if we're talking about the length of an object, that would be the opposite ends of the object. For example, my height from my feet to my head.
So you take it that that's the real truth, and not anything deeper.
The real truth. Yeah, if I'm going to put something down, if, for example, I'm going to go into hospital, I'm going to have my height measured, as well as other things. And this is going to put down as documentation. Yep, this is going to be my medical history. I'm, for example, going to be measured at 6 feet. Now, you might be able to quibble if it was, okay, are we talking about accuracy, maybe a couple of millimeters over here? I don't know. But we're all going to agree upon the standard usage of measure, especially when it comes down to legal matters. For example, the heights of buildings.
Yeah, so do you not see that this is all presupposing that none of these things are illusion?
Jedi, he's retarded.
These things
You're
are
wasting
physical.
your time,
We're using
bro.
physical measures because we're using reality to physically do this shit, yeah. This is how we quantify physicality.
Yes, yeah, how you quantify something which has quality, right?
Yes.
Which is what measurement is. Quality, quantity, right?
Yes.
Cool. So we agree on that, but do you not see what the implications of that are? The one level of abstraction up.
Well, at the moment, we're trying to measure an object to see if it has dimensions. And when we measure that object, the measurements show one thing, but we're told another.
Yeah, no. So people lying about the objects, measurements would suck. But at a deeper level for me, it's like we're already presupposing 3 dimensions are real in a world so that we can do measurements in 3 dimensions. Why are we assuming?
Well, that's what we're measuring, right?
No. We already have that given. We have that given, and then we presuppose it in our applications at a micro scale for given
micro
objects.
scale at all scales.
So we're accepting, we're presupposing that 3D is real, right? We assume that, and then given those parameters, we take it is presupposed.
I told you
If
he's
you
busted.
presuppose. All right, if you guys think I'm just some schizo on the internet, I'm happy to leave.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I know you do.
Off you go.
But it seems like
Off you go.
guys in.
No, later.
No, I mean, he lost me.
Oh, it's sophistry. He's just bouncing around. Oh, we're presupposing this dimension, this quality, quantity.
Okay.
Hey, you like this in the side chat? Saying something is true is the same as saying you believe there's a very high probability it's true.
That's not.
That's correct. If you say you're completely certain it's true, that's delusional.
How certain are you of that statement?
It depends. Be certain for basically everything. Yeah. I'm not completely certain because I could be
now.
So you can't be certain.
I think probability. Yeah.
So you can't be certain about your uncertainty.
Weird.
I'm not. I got a very high level of certainty, but not completely certain. That's correct.
Not completely certain that when you turn on your kettle and you put water in it, all conditions being the same, that the water will boil when the temperature reaches.
Yeah, I'm 100% certain that it will happen every time.
I hate to be vulgar or crude, but you're not sure. You think it's a risk that if you jumped off a very tall building, maybe you wouldn't fall down to the floor. You'd actually go horizontally or even rise. All conditions being the same.
Right.
You think there's a probability that actually that might happen. You won't plummet to your death.
I mean, no, I don't. But that's be. I mean, well, I mean, there are circumstances that could happen that stop me. I mean, it's something.
That would be a change in the condition. That's why I'm very particular when I say a change. See, these are things like laws of nature. All things being equal, this will happen. All right. So, for example, if you were to pump a tire up with an awful amount of gas, so it was under an awful lot of pressure, higher pressure inside the tire than outside the tire, and then you slash the tire with a knife, the law of nature will declare that the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure. It's a law of nature. It happens always without it. These are things that we're talking about. You think those things are probability, do you?
I mean, but humans believe false information all the time.
It's not about false information. It's about what happens in the natural world. This happens like that because of the things that. So much so that it happens like this always when the conditions are the same. This is how we operate within the natural world, right?
But you're perceiving all this through the human mind.
No, the laws of nature are not probability. You think that you won't plummet to the floor, all conditions being equal?
No, I don't think that. But as I say, you're human. Humans can make mistakes. If you're saying you're 100% certain about something, to me that's your delusional at that point. Because you're refusing to accept there's a chance that you're wrong. And humans can be wrong.
Okay, what about making decisions with their finances or which particular boyfriend or girlfriend they have?
You can be wrong.
We're talking about the reality of the world, not your subjective truths.
But you can't like separate the two. Everything you experience is through your own mind.
By definition, they're definitionally different. Yes, you can. Would you like me to give you a demonstration? Do you know what an apple is?
Yes, I know what an apple is. It's a fruit.
You probably know what. You probably know what an apple is because of the law of identity that's associated with the apple. For example, it displays the constituent parts of an apple. It even grew from an apple fucking tree. It is an apple. Do you like apples?
Yeah. They're okay.
Do you like apples? Do you like apples?
Yeah.
Yes, you like apples. Okay, that's subjective. I don't give a shit whether you like the apple or not, but the apple is the apple. That's the objective truth. Subjective, whether you like the apple or not.
are very distinctly different. If you've got a cognitive issue that doesn't help you see reality in the way that it is, i.e. you don't see an apple, it's some kind of, I don't know, worm monster, then that's your cognitive issue. But in reality, it's a fucking apple.
I mean, sure. I mean,
You stumped him with an apple, Jedi.
but I don't think his point means anything. I mean,
You just got apple.
but everything that you believe it with a probability attached to it, right? Surely.
Well, we have to. Okay. Some things we know, right? Some things we believe. For example, the examples that I've given you. 1, the law of identity, you know it's an apple. 2, you know that you're going to fall to your death if you jump from a building. You know these things to be true, right? Laws of nature, blah, blah, blah. But it's the other side of it, it's the belief. Right? Belief is something slightly different than knowledge. You believe that the bus will run on time?
But I mean, humans can be sure things happening all the time, and it doesn't happen that way.
Depends what the context is.
I don't necessarily know that matters.
Okay, so if we're talking about like we're trying to the physical natural world and that our subjective opinions or not, we're interested in whether the apple is the apple. We're interested if the earth is as we're told or as it measures. Not whether we believe something or other, a quality or quantity of something. It's about knowledge, not belief. So yeah, you might be skeptical about things, but sorry, carry on.
But I mean, if you define, depending how you define belief, if belief is just confidence that you think it's true, then there's always is a belief.
Belief can be defined as acceptance without evidence. When you have evidence always for something, right? Then you have knowledge of something. Sorry, mate, carry on.
I was going to say, it's funny how it's always the Globers that are determined that we can't know things. Isn't that weird? What is it about the globe and not being able to know things?
It's like they're science deniers. They're science deniers.
Reality deniers.
Even science would admit they're not completely certain.
Yeah, but there's a difference. Well, but you can't just make blanket statements. You can't just make blanket statements. We don't know anything. Like, what are you talking about?
It's almost like an escape route.
It is an escape route. It's a cope, because when they realize the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, it has to be that we don't know anything and that everything's an illusion and we can't know for sure.
So the answer's pretty simple. The change in gradient is so small that it is essentially flat for everyday distances. Doesn't mean it is flat.
Because there's no curve. Yeah, because there's no curve.
Not because of no curve. It's because over short distances, a flat Earth is a good approximation.
What's short?
No, it's because there is no curvature.
What do you mean by short?
Well, you can claim that, but no evidence supports you. So
no, what do you mean by short? Because if we measured the Earth flat Earth, you mean by short?
I mean, even if you drive a car for long distances, a flat Earth's a good
long
approximation.
Distances. Anyway, what's the difference between a short and a long distance? And start making claims and being very.
He doesn't know.
I mean, I would say short is a few hundred
10 miles.
A few hundred miles. So for over a few hundred miles, the Earth is observably and measurably
Yeah.
You just cut out at the end there, or is that just me?
My voice.
So you're saying over a few hundred miles, it's just flat.
I mean, for some experiments, maybe you can always approximate it as flat, and it's fine. Depending.
Well, you can just always treat it. I mean, they always treat it as flat. No one's practically using the Earth as a ball.
Because it makes the equations a lot more complex.
Nah, like in flying and everything, they fly for hours, go for hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, no curve.
But if you're calculating like fuel and stuff, surely you'd have to like.
No, they treat it as flat.
I mean, they're doing some approximations, like I don't know.
It's not an approximation.
Flying.
It's not an approximation. Yeah. It's not like they're like, it's curved, so we'll just simplify it to be flat. No, they just.
That's exactly what they do.
No.
But physics has approximations all the time anyway.
Of curvature, they would be ignoring.
Yeah.
It's just impossible.
I mean,
yeah, you can't do that if you're flying a plane. If it's actually curved and there's miles of drop, you need to be accounting for that.
The physics of the physics of AV demonstrate to us that the aircraft is flying above a horizontal plane, just because of the physics of flying.
It doesn't demonstrate that at all.
It does, because you understand a horizontal surface and a curved surface are completely different, and to navigate across the two different surfaces, the pilot would have to treat the plane in two different ways. The aircraft is treated and navigated and aviated across a horizontal plane and not aviated across a curved surface. For example, the aircraft pilot would have to input into the joystick to make the aircraft dip downwards to negotiate a curvature.
What?
Really?
He doesn't get that he thinks he lives on a ball.
But the wings generate lift, though, right?
Lift.
So
yes. Do you understand what rotation is?
Sure.
Cool. So you understand, for example, if you're flying if you fly from the aircraft would have rotated. If the aircraft had continued round, got to the South Pole, it would have rotated 180 degrees.
You're cutting a bit there, Jedi. I'm going to repeat it.
All right, man.
But I mean, the way that like the gravity works, it doesn't matter if you're under the earth or on top of the earth. Like to you, you're always on top of the earth.
It's about but if a plane's flying horizontal over a ball, he's going to eventually just leave the surface, isn't he?
But okay.
Right, but they just fly horizontal. Yeah, they fly level. Why are you saying this like you know when you clearly don't? I don't understand it.
Yeah, he said like, well, how gravity works and all, as if he's like some expert on it. Like you can explain to us how it works.
Yeah, dude, it sounds like you've never looked into this.
I'm not claiming to be an expert, but
well, don't just argue because you don't want it to be true. Be like, I'm not aware of that. I'll need to look into it. Don't just be like, no, it's not, when you've got no idea.
As long as the plane keeps flying parallel to the ground, it'll never go off, and that's what they do. It's fine.
Yeah, it flies level. It doesn't account for any drop, any curvature, any motion.
The curvature is incredibly small.
Okay, how much is it over 10 miles? So you don't know this. So why are you making these claims when you don't know?
Short distances, long distances.
In the percentage terms, it's very small. It's like 4 meters of 10 kilometers. That's an incredibly small percent. And so therefore, I'm allowed to say that is incredibly small.
So over 10 miles, what do they say it is?
A linear function.
What's your drop from point A to point B?
I mean, I can use like AI, and it'll tell me.
Well, you could use a curve calculator. That's fine. I don't care. Just learn what you think you're arguing for.
Okay. It's apparently 67 feet over 10 miles.
Okay.
Which is 20 meters.
So who's ever measured that?
Yeah, it's 66.6 feet. That's correct.
Being as you brought it up, would you mind finding out how much? Just for shits and giggles.
That's a 0.126%, which is very small.
Yeah, but that's 66 feet.
Measurable descent. So over 100 miles, what is the descent from the horizontal? Because percent's going to be misleading. Well, at short distances compared to long distances, right? It's not going to be completely linear. So yes, it's going to depend about the distance. So over 100 miles.
Over 100 miles, that's 2,000 meters.
Awesome. 2,000 meters. Now.
Okay.
See, you said earlier that we can treat the Earth over short distances, which you said a few or a couple hundred miles, 100, 200, 300 miles. But we're already talking about 1 mile of curvature, or sorry, of descent from the horizontal downwards to rate of curvature, right?
Okay.
Do you think we can measure a mile or 2 kilometers? Do you think we can measure that?
We can measure that. We can measure anything we want. I mean,
awesome stuff. Do you think we actually do measure this? Being as you said that we can, rough approximation that the Earth is horizontal for a few hundred miles.
In the past, it's been measured, yes.
We measure a horizontal plane. We don't measure this rate of curvature. This is the point that we're trying to get through to you. The water, shock horror, is horizontal upon the surface at all distances. From in your coffee cup to a great ocean, it's horizontal. It's how it's utilized. That's how it's observed. It's how it's measured.
But if we make flat maps, it's widely known that these are different sizes than they actually are because you can't accurately.
Hold on, just before we go off on the map.
Yeah, it's known to be wrong. It's known when we approximate countries too flat, it ends up being wrong. That the size is incorrect. And geographers have had this problem.
So, do you think a pilot going over 100 miles is accounting for 2,000 meters of vertical drop due to curvature?
They're going to be on autopilot. As long as the altitude stays the same, it's fine, and that shouldn't be hard to do.
Right. And to keep the altitude the same. So to keep the altitude the same, is the plane dipping down to account for this 2,000 meters of drop that you claimed?
The planes are making gradual adjustments so they don't drop.
Right. So do they account for this or not?
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
But that's incorrect.
Do you like the data from the aircraft?
Yeah, prove that they're accounting for this 2,000 meters of drop.
Use approximations doesn't mean that they're accounting for it.
They say they're not accounting for it. They're just flying level.
Yeah, exactly. So flying level is accounting for it. As long as the altitude stays the same, they're accounting for the drop.
Horizontal, not dropping 2,000 meters over 100 miles. Just horizontal.
That means the same thing. If you're staying, level to a curved surface, that's the same thing as accounting for it.
No, a curved path is not the same as a horizontal path, is it?
It's horizontal relative to the curved plane.
No. The thing is,
horizontal relative to the curve.
It's parallel. So like, it's parallel to it. So like, it's
Look, horizontal and dude. If you're talking about a horizontal and a curve, that's a tangent. If you're talking about a curve being parallel to a curve, then well, dude, what are you doing?
But if you're on the curve and you're parallel to another curve, it will seem horizontal.
They're not on a curve. They're not dropping for any curve.
I'll be wrong, actually.
That's the whole point.
But either way, as long as the altitude stays the same, they're accounting for that
it stays the same. It stays the same as they fly horizontal.
Yes. So if they're constantly flying parallel to the ground, then they will stay at the same altitude.
Which is horizontal, and they're parallel to the ground.
Okay, fine.
Fine. So no curve. There you go.
No, but there can be a curve.
No, because it's horizontal. No, because it's horizontal. Remember, and parallel to the ground. So no curve. Come on, dude.
Look, what are you on about?
Oh my god! Do you know what horizontal is?
Keep adjusting to be parallel to the ground. They'll never like shoot away.
Why?
Like they'll just stay the same altitude.
Why? What would they have to do in the aircraft to maintain altitude? If they're flying horizontally, what would they have to do?
I mean, you just roughly just, the plane is parallel to the ground. I mean,
how?
You just aim the plane down to the ground, right? Get around that curve.
If you go down, you aim it downwards. You want to go up, you aim it upwards, yeah.
Yeah. You'd pitch the aircraft from horizontal, wouldn't you?
Yeah, downward.
The curve.
Huh?
You'd pitch the aircraft downwards to negotiate the curvature. That's what the aircraft pilot would do. Pitch down, right?
No, not necessarily.
No?
I mean...
No, of course he wouldn't, because there's no curve to pitch down around. Just horizontally crash into the ground.
It depends how strong the lift force is versus gravity. I mean, if gravity is stronger than the lift force, it will naturally go down anyway. That's balanced out to begin with. So,
dude, you're getting off into fantasy land. What, you think pilots are taught just to ignore any curvature and the plane just automatically gets dragged around the curve? You're in fantasy land.
Look, all the pilots have to do is make sure the altitude is staying the same. That's
they're trained to treat it as flat
you need to know the exact physics. Like, when you're driving a car, do you need to know the physics? You don't. You just need to know how to control it.
Dude. They know, they are trained to treat the Earth as flat and motionless and to pilot the plane with that in mind.
Because these pilots are stupid, okay? They need some easy approximations.
It could be that pilots are stupid, or it could be that you are ignorant and you are just emotionally arguing, dude. It could be that.
As I say, you can sit emotionally arguing. Oh, but approximations in physics aren't a rare thing. Like, it's a very common thing to do.
Dude, you're just trying to cope with this point about the plane not negotiating for any curvature.
The reason that the Earth is flat is because of some book that uses approximations.
No, not at all. It's observable. It's the observation and the measurement of the surface that we're talking about. Bodies of water, they're flat and level. That's it. It's not a book. It's not, unlike the globe, it's not something that we have to resort to a screen or just print to read about. You can go out and observe it, experience it, measure it. You see? It's close.
I mean, people have measured it and it turns out to be curved.
All right. Cheers.
There have been experiments with lasers and stuff, which aren't really and it shows a curve.
Really? You think laser aiming devices used by the military to target things at distance curvature, do you?
No, but they've used a laser like several miles away.
Starts the sentence by no but. No but. No but, yeah, but, no but, yeah, fucking bollocks. You think that, you asked this, right? Laser test, they show curvature. Okay, so that would be lasers that are used by the military to target things and now with high energy devices.
I don't exactly know how they do this targeting.
Then stop talking about shit you don't know.
This is not what I was talking
about it if you want. Is you're on the right premise. If you were to use a straight edge like a laser frequency, then we should have a separation from that straight line curves. Oh, we don't. So much so, the military use these devices for high distance.
Jedi brother, you're cutting out a whole bunch. I don't know if it's a problem with your mic or your connection. Yeah.
Hey Jedi, I caught that Vicky Pollard reference. Oh, he's gone. He'll be back.
So according to NASA, the U.S. military, so on and so forth, their flight models assume a flat, non-rotating, stationary Earth, right? So there's that. Then, of course, we have the black box data, which shows that the plane is maintaining a pitch 3 degrees above horizontal the entire way. Well, that's flat. Laser tests, we have lots of those over distances of 25 to 30 miles, no curvature measured. The horizon's not a geometric tangent point, so that's not curvature. It turns out there's really not curvature anywhere, and nobody treats the Earth as if it's curved or uses it that way or flies over it that way. So, what do you do?
Gotta believe.
Right.
Thanks for letting me know I was cutting out, by the way.
Hey, man. So, Wardog, what about these lasers? So the military uses, there's a Sea Sparrow, and it uses I think it's in like a SSR Block 2 targeting system, uses a pencil beam, and that's line of sight. And of course, the advertised distance that they can use this line of sight targeting or painting laser is 125 miles. Now, it's farther than that, but they have to advertise that. Everything else is classified. So if this laser is mounted on a ship 50 feet above sea level, since it's on a ship, and they can paint targets over 100 miles away from 50 feet up, that's a debunk of the globe, my friend.
That's not okay. We set 50 miles away.
No, 50 feet in the air, but 125 miles away, line of sight.
Okay.
The military knows it's flat. So the military knows it's flat. The aviators, they know it's flat. All their models are even documented to be over a non-rotating flat Earth. That's documented. We have those documents if you want to see them.
Is it painting objects in the air, or is it painting like?
No, on the ground.
Objects in the air.
No, painting another ship as a target.
Painting another ship.
Surface to surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
And surface to air. What about surface to surface as well?
Then it's not possible, but it's 125 miles away. I mean.
Well, don't argue with me. Now you're arguing with the United States military. Maybe you should take it up. Tell them they're stupid.
I didn't see this document.
Oh, okay. I'll go to Globe Terminator. Just a minute.
Yeah, so it's probably the objects in the air that it can hit from that distance, but other ships it can't hit that far away.
Hey, dude, just as an aside, is this your first time talking about flat Earth, or you've been looking into it for a while?
No, I don't look into flat Earth.
So this is okay. So you don't look into flat Earth. So you're pretty new to it.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. And at the moment, what would you say your confidence level is that the Earth is a big spinning ball, like they've told us? It's from 0 to 100. 100 being totally sure.
I'm basically certain. Unless a laser can, like, I don't know, go through water. But I mean, I'm sure that would lose a lot of power.
So what? Did you hear my question?
No, I'm basically certain that it's a globe.
So 100.
Yeah, I would say 100 probably. Yeah.
Wow.
199.
Okay. Well, let's check in after your conversation and see if you're still there.
I mean, there were people that have literally flown around the entire world on planes, man. I mean,
Yeah, and they treat the Earth, as flat and motionless all the way for the entire journey. So there you go, not a ball.
Doesn't mean anything.
Well, it looks that way, it measures that way, and we practically use it that way. Doesn't mean a thing.
It doesn't mean much. It means a little bit, but as I say, it doesn't mean much.
It's like a law of identity. It's like, what? Do you know what measurement
once
is?
you factor in all the other evidence, I don't think it means much.
What, that the Earth measures to be horizontal and doesn't measure to be curving?
I think that's true, though. I think that's true.
I
don't think that's true that it measures.
Okay, we just did it with a laser beam.
Well, I'm not convinced. When I searched it up, it says it can't hit ships that far.
Okay, whatever. Tell you what, if you're googling stuff, Google up the THAAD radar system, early warning defense system, THAAD. See how far away that can detect you.
Ballistic missiles. I mean, that's like 3,000 kilometers.
Shit. 3,000 kilometers.
I misspoke. It's 50 kilometers, and it's 50 feet above the surface. Sorry, go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's just because the reason why I bring it up is because it was on the news the other day because Ukraine and some other war-torn places being outfitted with these early warning defense ballistic missile thingies that you've quoted as 3,000 kilometers, because apparently they can detect a baseball leaving the floor from New York, and if the radar installation was in, I can't remember, begins with O or something, but it's about 150 miles away, so yeah, about 3,000 kilometers or so. You're talking about a baseball. Now, you can't have a curved surface between these two things because it's going to be off. Let's be fair, the curved surface is going to interrupt. You're not going to have a straight line of sight. So if we're talking about lasers and early warning defense systems, and we're up to distances of 3,000 kilometers now, we're quibbling about 100 to 200 kilometers, then yeah, these are the people that treat the Earth as a stationary horizontal plane.
But I mean, the missiles do actually have a lot of altitude to them.
That's nice. We're talking about the targeting systems.
The what?
We're talking about the targeting systems.
Talking about the targeting systems.
Yeah. The pencil beam. The early warning radar.
The early warning radar isn't the targeting system, though. Is it?
It depends on the frequency, right? The laser, the pencil beam, that's going to be some kind of, I think it's infrared, or it might be a tri-band laser. I can't remember which it is. Or the radar, that's sound.
Designed to intercept.
A lot of different radio frequencies, right?
I guess you're right, yeah. Okay. But let's see. But if it's detecting, but you're saying it detects like a missile being launched from a long distance away, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but it's only going to detect the missile once it's in the air, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So you aren't necessarily blocked by the Earth's curvature if it's like 100 miles in the air, right?
Okay. We're talking about distances of 3,000 kilometers. And we're already negotiating 1 mile of curvature descent downwards from 100 miles. And start figuring out that math. Depending on the height of the radar or targeting system, it's going to give us a distance to the horizon. Right? It's not forecasting this. We're talking about, in my instance, a baseball when they reported it on the news because it's so highly advanced. But because of the missiles leaving the surface, it would detect them straight away. Not as soon as they leave the surface of the Earth because of the ground distortion. It's a common factor within radar, right? The distortion, rebounding of the frequencies off the floor. So yeah, they have to be above the surface, but these radars installations are used for tracking vessels at sea as well. So on the surface of the Earth, there's loads of radar installations that show us where boats are, as well as aircraft in the sky. Thousands of miles. You require a direct line of sight. You wouldn't have a direct line of sight with the ground-based objects, and even ones at altitude if the surface of the Earth was curved. But I give you at a certain height, you'd be able to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we, and I use inverted commas, have done over the last 10 years. Taken, I say inexpensive, some lasers have cost up to £50,000, but taken super accurate laser aiming devices, salad lasers or different types of lasers, and shot them across the Earth. Lakes, frozen lakes, salt flats, from mountain to mountain. And when we do this over short distances of 10, 20, 30 miles, we measure the Earth to be flat. The same thing that the military do, but the military do it at a further distance with different types of technology. Now, they treat the Earth as flat. We measure the Earth as flat. Everybody measures the Earth as flat when we engineer and construct things on the surface of the Earth.
If they thought the Earth was completely flat, then the distance which this radar could see would be indefinite. But it's not.
No, because we have to think about the amount of energy that's within the wavelength, and as the wavelength increases with distance, the wavelength becomes less distinct. The limitation should be the curvature of the Earth. The limitation's the device.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, I guess. I mean...
Are you understanding this about line of sight across a curved surface being obstructed?
Yeah, no, I understand what he's saying.
Right, so he's saying that the line of sight is such that it exceeds the claimed obstruction of the globe curvature.
This source is saying like they claim 3,000, but they mean like they pick it up
well,
mid-flight.
This is the point. I mean, it's not just this example. It's not just this example. You can do it with long-distance observations, laser tests, mirror flashes, all kinds of stuff. But do you understand the principle that a curved surface necessitates an obstruction to a line of sight?
No, I get that.
Right, so if we are exceeding that, let's say hypothetically, let's say you don't know about it, let's say that is being done, you would understand why that would lead us to the conclusion that there is no curvature.
Sure.
Right, okay, well that's what we're telling you, that is what's being done. That's all that's being done. No one's ever detecting this obstruction, and if you think they are, please provide it.
But I mean, the AI gives me studies that show the opposite. I mean,
what?
But there are studies that have been done which show the opposite, that show that it is a curve, right?
Okay. So just show us who measured Earth's curvature. That's 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. Who's measured that?
Yeah, we need to see these studies you claim.
I don't actually research this stuff. Like,
yeah. So why are you claiming it if you don't know?
Because I know they exist. It's just I don't know the actual details.
No, you don't. You specifically don't know that they exist because you've just said you don't know.
No, I mean, I don't research it. I was here before, and I'm like briefly research it, but like, I mean, it's not like something I spend a lot of time doing.
Good, because that's what you're trying to argue for with us right now. You're arguing that this is the case, so you better know what it is that you're trying to argue and have some evidence. Right? That's what we're doing here. Beliefs. We're here for the evidence. So who's measured that? You said it's definitely been done. There's studies. Name one.
Right.
Measured any curve. And if you don't have that, then well,
I don't necessarily think you need. If all the other evidence suggests it comes to Earth, you don't need this.
Curvature. You do need curvature for a ball. You do.
Oh yes. That's the most distinguishing feature.
Yeah, that would be your most fundamental foundation. A curved surface, right? And they tell us the size of it, so it's pretty specific, like you said, 66 feet over 10 miles. Right? And going on from there. So who's measured that? Where does that number come from? Does it come from a measurement? Or is this just assumed in theoretical calculation? Is this more of a philosophy with a bunch of maths behind it than an actual reality of what you live on? That's a question you should now be trying to answer. Because you don't think it's just a philosophy, right? You think it's physical reality, yeah? 66 feet of drop over 10 miles due to curve. To you, you believe that's physical reality, right? Even though you've never seen it. You've never seen anything to indicate this. So you believe it, and you're telling us, yeah, it's been measured, even though no one accounts for it, and we can observe and shoot lasers way beyond it, but as if that wasn't there at all. You're saying it is there, and it's been measured or studied, whatever word you used. So come on, dude. Use your Google skills. Who measured that curve? We would like to know.
I mean, there are lots of studies, I mean.
Okay, so name the best one.
That's what I'm trying to figure out which one is
so
the best one.
You're looking for that drop over distance, yeah? We don't want one that assumes curvature. We want one that actually measures it, right?
He's citing Behind the Curve 2018 Netflix entertainment hit piece propaganda. That's a citation. I'll let you take that one, Cyclone.
Netflix, is it?
Yeah, to be fair, I mean...
Seriously.
I would have thought... You would have thought it would be... You would have thought it would be someone like NASA who get $80 million a day for this globe propaganda, or Harvard or Yale or something for the globe, but apparently it's flat earthers on Netflix that measured the curve. That's weird.
Okay, but the fact is a flat earther that did the experiment is kind of like suggesting that like
has any Globers done it? Did any Glober do it? Ever? Or was he the first? Was the flat earther the first one to ever measure any curve? Wouldn't that be weird?
It's been done over hundreds of years ago.
By who? Who did that?
There's this Bedford level experiment, but
Bedford level. Oh no, that was a measurement of flat, and then they later said you didn't account for refraction. It's curved, but they didn't actually measure any curve. And it's called the Bedford level, yeah? It's called the Bedford level. Why do you think it's called the Bedford level.
Oh, me. I know. I live there.
Yeah, Jedi lives there.
It's fucking flat.
Yeah, that's what level is.
Right.
You know what level means?
I mean, it's I don't know.
Do you know what to be level with the world means?
Having one side not higher or lower than the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, so flat, horizontal. So Bedford level, Bedford flat. So your argument for curvature is the Bedford flat.
Yeah, the fens, the flatlands.
That is not. I don't think that's necessarily a good argument. Just because it's in the name that it's flat doesn't mean it's actually flat.
That's what we measure.
Well, it just
Level.
happens to be. That's what it is. Yeah, water is flat and level.
A killer whale is called a killer whale, but it's a
description of what it
dolphin.
is.
Like, the names can be misleading.
Did I just hear that correctly? Seriously.
Yeah, Jedi, a killer whale is a dolphin, therefore level is curved and Earth is a ball. Don't you get it? Because of the killer whales.
I'm saying the way things are named can be misleading.
No, it's you're misunderstanding. Horizontal is a measurement. It's a rate of change of slope of 0. Right? You can't say that the rate of change of slope of 0 is actually a rate of change of slope of non-zero. That would be a contradiction. So to say that level actually means something else would be stupid. We're talking about horizontal. Horizontal's horizontal. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizon's where we get horizontal from, dude. So the Earth is horizontal. That's where we get it from.
I mean, I don't know. These AI seem to say that that the experiment
Oh, the
didn't
AI, the AI. Do you think the AI is not just going to parrot the mainstream narrative, dude?
I mean, maybe it is.
Yeah, well, even then, you drill into that AI, it's not going to be able to produce you a measurement of curvature either.
Just give over your
It's amazing.
soul now, man.
Netflix flat earthers, Bedford level flat earthers. The Globers aren't proving anything.
I mean, the thing
was a
is,
flat earther. It was a flat earther that did the Bedford level observation originally, and it was because of his results and getting everyone worked up over the fact that there was no curve over the Bedford level that this is now a cope on Wikipedia where they tell you the Bedford level actually somehow proved curved because a bunch of coping globies came along after and just said, oh, he didn't count for refraction, it's actually curved. So it's just like the Netflix
we have all these photos from NASA. Like the Globers already have all these photos from NASA. So
yeah, but they don't have any measurements. It's not photos. No, they tell you that they're composite images, cartoons essentially.
Pictures of ghosts.
Yeah, I've got pictures of ghosts, Bigfoot, UFOs. I mean, you can't be saying in 2025 that the foundation of your worldview is unverifiable images and videos, dude. Come on. You know they can make videos and images of absolutely anything. You don't think they could fake that shit? So we can't rely on that. So it has to be something that we can verify. Yes.
I mean, you've got to place some faith in experts, though, right?
No, not when it comes to the entirety of your worldview, dude. No.
You can't live your life doubting everything, okay? So, like,
no, it's not about doubting everything.
It's not about, exactly. It's not about saying nothing is real. It's about being critical of information that's being fed to you with no ability to verify it and direct contradictions of it in everyday reality. Dude, it just takes like minimal critical thinking and a bit of skepticism.
I learned today that a killer whale, that you can just swim up to them and hug them because the name is not what it means.
Yeah, they don't kill humans.
Yeah, we've got an alliance. We've got an agreement.
I don't think this has been ever been a killer whale death.
Why do you think they called them killer whales?
Because because they looked like whales. So that's
You better ask that lady at SeaWorld that, then. Oh, wait, you can't because she's dead.
okay, that's it. Okay, that's in captivity though. In the wild, they never
in the
kill
wild, they never kill.
I mean, captivity is quite different. I mean,
You look at you, Jacques Cousteau. Are you living out there with the whales or something? You've been spending your life figuring out what the whales are fucking up to. Come on, dude.
I haven't heard his name for years. That was awesome.
So come on, dude, give it up. There's no curve. There's no measurement of curve. We ask you for curve, and you start talking about flat earthers. So come on, dude.
but the thing is, if you're talking about this like curve thing from just observations like this, there's showing both ways.
How many times have we said measurement just within the last 20 minutes, do you think?
But I've already shown like basically two things which have measurements in just a side chat.
None of them are showing 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, dude. This is all we want. That number. Focus very hard on that number. There's a 66 foot of drop. Well, whatever that number is going to be, right? You don't think they could measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Of course they can.
Okay, so who's measured it in all of human history?
But as I say, if the scientists
No, not as you say. Not as you say. You're laughing like, of course they can measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. Okay, so name one person in all human history who did. Should be easy.
I'm saying why they haven't. I'm saying why they haven't. Because if Globe Earth,
you said it would be easy.
It's a waste of their time proving things you already know.
Okay. So over thousands of years and people debating what the Earth is, the 66 feet of drop over 10 miles that should be easy to measure according to you has never been measured because there's no point. People don't see the needs. That's what you're honestly saying.
Yes, that's what I'm honestly saying. Yes, that's correct.
That is crazy, bro. That's crazy. What mad cope?
It's basically not debated anymore.
Yeah, because it was never proven to begin with. You never had the curvature to begin with. So, what are you talking about? Of course, you would need that curvature. And if you can't measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, which they can't because there is none, then that tells you the Earth is not the ball that they're claiming. Simple as. And you saying, oh, we don't need to prove it. Well, tough shit. Yes, you do. And if you can't, then dismissed. Why would you believe that? Because you already don't see it. You already don't observe it, right? They tell you that the Earth is too big to see the curve. So you see flat. So you should be saying, okay, I see flat,
yes,
but they're telling me it's actually a ball. Okay, so someone must have measured this. Nope, no one's measured it either. Why not? Because we don't need to. So you don't observe it, you don't measure it, you don't use it as curved. So where is this curve? Nowhere in reality.
As I say, there could be other evidence that shows a curved Earth apart from direct measurements.
Well, yeah, but if there was curve, you would be able to measure it. Regardless of what other way you want to demonstrate it, you would be able to measure it. Wouldn't you?
Okay, we can look at
why can't they? So why can't they measure it? Why can't they detect this curve? Well, they haven't.
I mean,
who measured it?
Certain studies certainly claim they measured the curve.
Okay, how did they measure it? What was their method?
But I mean, you just. So you okay? Fine.
I know it's a painful process. We all went through it, so you should too.
I mean, amazing. Fine. Let's look at this Netflix one then. I mean, it's quite funny.
Yeah, maybe they measured it on Netflix for the first time in human history.
I mean, I was saying the first time in human history. Let's see.
Well, it would be, because no one's measured it before. Or since. You should really be thanking flat earthers if that's the case. The only measurement of Earth curve in history by a flat earther. You should be getting some kind of award, a Nobel Prize.
Can you tell me on that Netflix special how much curvature Jaron measured with 2 pieces of plywood and a flashlight? How much curvature?
Probably 8 inches.
What?
8 inches over 3.5 miles.
Well, that's a problem.
Not the globe, then.
Not the globe, then.
Hey?
Well, that's not the globe curvature, right? Is it?
Nope.
I don't.
Might want to check that. Back to the drawing board. That's not the Earth curve we're looking for. So, surprise, you've been propagandized by Netflix. How critical are you? Do you consider yourself a skeptical person?
I mean,
skeptical. You know what skeptical means?
He's not skeptical of killer whales, that's for sure.
I'm not skeptical of scientific theory.
Well, what are you skeptical of?
I'm more skeptical of like politicians and stuff like that, because they have a motivation to lie to us because they want power. But I don't think really scientists have that motivation.
So when a politician says you live on a globe, you're skeptical of that, or no? Because he's overridden by the scientists.
Because they're saying that because they're saying something scientific, no. But if they'll say, we're going to get 350 million to the NHS, then
Right, so you're not skeptical. You're not skeptical when it comes to claims about the physical world, the globe. You're not skeptical about that. Why aren't you skeptical about that?
Not really.
Why not?
Really, no.
Well, hey, listen, he might be one of those that says the government lies, but they wouldn't lie about that, would they?
Yeah, so politicians, that's like the government.
Progress. They want scientific progress.
What scientific evidence have they presented? And before you say it, images and videos that you can't verify is not scientific evidence.
I'm confused by the study that what?
I would suggest you need to be more skeptical about wild claims that are presented to you about where you live.
I don't necessarily know if it's wild.
Well, it is wild. Yeah, they're telling you that you are rocketing around faster than a bullet, and yet you detect none of it. So that's an extraordinary claim alone. That alone is an extraordinary claim. Claiming that the observably flat water is actually curving imperceptibly, another extraordinary claim. And as you know, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and they've got none. Just images, videos that you can never verify. Not even evidence. Wouldn't even be admissible in court.
But I mean, we can only measure, force. We can only feel forces to, a change in velocity. So the fact, as long as we're flying around at a constant speed, we can't feel that.
So the fact that they've got no evidence of any motion is actually evidence for the motion. Amazing.
I would agree with that. If that was the case, I would agree with that, yes. A lack of evidence suggested the alternative.
Well, that would be completely illogical and borderline retarded. But you're entitled to it.
No, because a
lack of evidence. A lack of evidence for something is not evidence for that thing.
No, I'm saying a lack of evidence implies the alternative. That's what I said.
Oh, a lack of evidence. So a lack of evidence for motion implies no motion. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. There you go. Then that's what we've got. We've got no evidence for motion.
But I mean, but I use that for like God. Like a lack of evidence for God is implying that God isn't there, right?
Okay, so why wouldn't you use that for the globe? You've got no evidence for the globe. That would mean and imply that the globe doesn't exist. That would be being consistent, but I can tell that you're not going to be consistent on that point. Because you've got an emotional attachment to the
It's
globe,
lack of evidence,
like you've got an emotional rejection of a god, I would assess. So you've got a lot more evidence for a creative being of this experience than you do of a spinning ball Earth in a vacuum. You got literally nothing for that. I mean, what this boils down to basically is that you trust NASA, right? And these space agencies that you don't really know who is in charge of or what they're actually doing. That's what it boils down to. You just have faith in these organizations. You should look into all of the bloopers that we have of NASA blatantly using green screen, blue screen, stop motion, CGI. Hollywood, dude. Globe is Hollywood.
And augmented reality.
Yep. All kinds of things. You ever seen any of that? You ever seen any of the NASA bloopers? They'd probably shock you. What about the moon landing, dude? Do you believe in the moon landing? You think they went to the moon and played golf?
No, I believe in the moon landing. Yeah.
Oh, why do you believe in that?
I mean, literally, the Soviet Union agreed that they went to the moon, and they were like rivals. So the Soviet Union had every reason to disagree.
Just believe what the Soviet Union says.
That would be your assumption of what the geopolitical relationship actually is.
Against the US.
And actually, I believe it's the case. Didn't the Crit was always talking about it? The head of the Roscosmos, when he was stepping down, and he was asked, "Hey, what do you want people to know about your time as being in charge of the Russian space agency?" And he said, "There's no evidence that Americans landed on the moon, even if you believe it." They don't believe that the Americans landed on the moon, but I'm sure they like.
So they can see the flag on the moon.
No, that's just more propaganda you've like browsed a headline about in the news media. Come on, dude. Just blatant propaganda. You should look into what propaganda is. It's just,
politicians.
He's skeptical of politicians, but I can't imagine how you're skeptical of politicians if you're like this.
I want to see this super-powered fucking telescope that sees a flag 240,000 miles away.
Yeah.
I mean,
so you say you don't trust the politicians because they would have a motive to lie. What would you say like a motive to lie for a politician is? Like getting money? Something like that?
But it's to get power, get money, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So do you know how much money an organization like NASA gets for telling their stories? $80 million a day.
Okay.
Now,
you used to get a lot more.
Would that be a motive for some people to potentially lie? $80 million a day? You'd have to say possibly, right? Or no? Would no one lie in government for $80 million a day? Not the scientists. They are above money and power. But not sex workers, apparently.
So I work with some scientists. And they don't take a paycheck. They just enjoy doing the work. And we are
they're doing it for humanity.
multi-billion-dollar company.
So the Globers can say, we went to the moon with the scientists.
I mean, but apparently, like, in this study, the laser wasn't like flat.
Well, the water is. So that's what matters.
Is he back to
I don't-
Netflix? Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm looking at this Netflix study. Okay,
That wasn't even a
Netflix
laser.
study,
Yeah.
dude.
yeah, it
That's an
was
oxymoron.
tilted ever so slightly upwards, which is why they're 8 inches and
No,
8
they didn't
feet
even use. They didn't even use a laser. The laser broke. Come on, dude. We can link you laser tests if you're interested in laser tests and not like puff pieces off Netflix, just like real people.
Yeah, I think Sporadic put Dr. John D in there. That'd be a good one for you to look at. Yeah, if you want to look at actual, so like at least he did when we asked him for something, at least he came up with something. Sadly, it was a Netflix entertainment propaganda piece. Wolfgang's used that term several times. I'm not sure if you understand what it means, but then your other one also soundly, that's also bad, also been debunked several times. I put a response in there to your soundly claim, yeah, that was his other one. Those are his 2 studies, Netflix and Soundly, yep.
But both sides claim the other. But both sides claim that each other's are debunked.
All right. So how are you going to answer this question? Now you're starting to realize at least that there are 2 sides with opposing views here. How are you going to figure out which one's correct?
I mean, I can read these studies, but I seriously doubt I'll be
but some
convinced by
people
them.
are saying, hey, we're measuring no curvature. We're observing and detecting no curvature.
Try measuring.
Yeah, you could do it yourself, right? You live in the UK, sounds like. So you're surrounded by water. There's lakes and lochs everywhere. You could go and check out yourself.
But there's like refraction and stuff.
Oh, no, there's refraction and stuff. Okay, so account for refraction. There's still no curve. Fine.
I mean, I'm told that's not true.
Oh, so when you account, so there's no curve, but then you account for refraction and there is curve. Is that right?
That seems to be what they're saying, yeah.
Oh, wow. What kind of refraction would that be? Made up globe refraction. Globe prayer refraction.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, there's no refraction that's claimed to flatten out a geometric curved surface into a flat surface. That's not a thing. Refraction would be like you put a straw in a glass of water and you see the straw appearing to bend at an angle in the water. Yeah. Snell's law. So I don't know. I mean, we can batter you over the head all day with flat Earth proofs, but you're going to need to go away and do some of your own research and think about it. Do your own tests.
Proofs.
Oh yeah, they're proofs, 100%. I mean, the fact that water is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and level when at rest, that's a proof of flat Earth, no curve. Yeah. And there's thousands of proofs. Everything in reality proves a flat Earth.
Yeah, I think what you'll see.
Reality can be deceiving.
What'd you say, Warcock?
Reality can be deceiving.
Yeah, so what you'll see the difference between the propaganda entertainment hit pieces that you are claiming are studies when they're nothing of the kind, and something like Dr. John D. or the FE core laser test, you'll see that the actual measurements and observations are very meticulously documented, and as has been just suggested to you, you could go out and do it yourself. So you don't need to rely on AI debunking something for you. You could go find a long distance observation for yourself and confirm it for yourself. So I'd like to see this citation where AI has debunked Dr. John Dee. I mean, have you? I'm sure you haven't had time to look at that channel that Sporadic posted, but I recommend you go and look at it for yourself and go through some of those videos before you decide that AI has debunked it, because I've seen no legitimate debunk anywhere. If you have a debunk, you need to post it. You can't just run around here making claims and statements like that without backing them up. So where's your debunk of Dr. John Dee? Can you post that for us, please? Pardon?
I mean,
he doesn't. He doesn't have it. No, he doesn't know.
So you're just making stuff up, right?
No,
He's just hoping.
I don't know if the AI is like I don't know. You know,
Dude,
AI says the bike, but
you
the AI
don't need
might.
an AI. You don't need an AI for this. Use your own brain. This is the whole point in this topic. Think
I don't
for
think the AI is being
yourself.
retarded though. That's the thing.
So use your own brain. Or I mean, you can use AI to help you like find a reference or something, but you can't just look to AI for the answer. You need to go
It
and
could be a
research
guide, yeah.
and look at it yourself.
Yeah, so
I mean,
are you willing
it can
to
be part of the
actually...
research.
Pardon? What'd you say,
part of the
Wilcox?
research.
Are you willing to...
Part of the research.
It can be part of the research. That's what you said. Are you willing to go and look at the actual measurements that we've shown you that are carefully documented and examine them? Are you just going to say Netflix did a hit piece, so therefore the Earth is a globe? I mean, it's up to you what you want to take seriously in your own life. I mean, if you want to believe you're still on a globe, like, that's fine. That's your choice. But, we're presenting to you here carefully documented evidence that has been taken from all around the world with these long distance observations that clearly prove that our Earth measures flat and that there is no sphere. So, you need to look at them. I understand you don't have time like on the fly here to examine everything, but I encourage you later to go back and look at some of these studies and, tell us what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at them, I guess.
Oh, is this your AI debunk of Dr. John Dee, what you just posted there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know yeah, I guess.
I don't even know if this is in response to one of his. I don't know if this is response to some specific laser test or what this even is. I mean, where did this even come from?
This might be different.
I'm not looking at charts. I don't know what
I don't know. But it might be. I think it might be looking at the mock study. I don't know.
Yeah, so I can't use AI for this kind of thing.
Yeah, because then it's just like a baseless claim. We're not. The thing of it is the lasers aren't angling down. They aren't detecting curvature. They're hitting the target, and they shouldn't be able to. So, all these other things are just kind of fantasy that you wish there was a globe, but there's not.
No, I mean, honestly, I think it being flat would be more exciting. But
well, luckily for you,
it would mean Earth is special.
Lucky for you,
but I don't think it's true.
That's what it is. That's all right. You don't have to think it. You just experience it every single day. You live it.
But I mean, there are so many scientific models that explain a curved Earth, but they don't really explain a flat Earth.
There's a lot of stories, a lot of claims. There's no evidence. There's no science. There's no measurements. There's no observations. There's only cartoons, videos, and claims.
The gravity would vary, right? If the Earth was flat, one side of the Earth, or being in the middle of the Earth, the gravity would be vastly different because of how far you are away from the center of mass.
Nah, because you've got the globe gravity story in your mind. And you're using that and trying to apply it to a flat Earth.
Did he say many scientific models?
Yes, he did.
So if you say a model of gravity, right? A model
Well,
of
dude,
gravity.
we really need to do gravity right now. Are you really well researched on gravity?
Not well as I know the basics.
If I ask you what is gravity, could you define it?
It's a force that attracts to
right.
I don't know, beings of mass.
Okay.
Two things of mass.
So that's not what it's currently claimed to be. So yeah, you don't really know about gravity. So
Newton's models are fine. Newton's models are fine, and I don't really care to use Einstein's. It doesn't matter.
No, Newton's models violate special relativity. What are you talking about?
No, but
you'll have to take that up with NASA and that because they're not into
Newton's models only break down on like a quantum level.
And either way, dude, why do we have to speak for 2 hours about you dropping a rock? Because at the end of the day, you dropping a rock does not tell you that you live on a spinning ball. Does it?
I mean,
you could drop a rock on a flat surface, couldn't you?
Yeah, but that is not what the whole theory is saying, though.
Theory?
Well,
what, the scientific theory or gravitational theory?
The equations themselves would model the Earth being curved.
Yes.
So you would be assuming a curved Earth in calculation.
Jumping around from topic to topic within the same sentence. It's fascinating.
Yeah, but we're not interested in assuming the globe. We're interested in evidence of it. You understand?
But if all the measurable observations on Earth fit a curved
are of a flat Earth. No. They're of a flat Earth. They fit a flat Earth.
So why is gravity the same everywhere? Why is gravity the same everywhere if Earth is flat?
Not even in your model is gravity the same everywhere. What?
Why something drops to the surface is non sequitur to whether or not that surface is flat or curved. The only reason you think they're connected is because you've been taught, because they have to teach you that you're being attracted to this spinning ball. Otherwise, you would think logically you'd go flying off of it. So that's the only reason they've made you think that when you drop a rock, that's happening due to gravity sucking you to the center of a ball, whatever you've got in your mind. There's no logical reason for you to think that. No, you say attracting.
No, there is a logical reason.
Scientific. Sucking is unscientific. I'm attracted to the center of this giant spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum. Much more scientific.
Well, Michio Kaku said, or as we teach high school students, gravity sucks. He says, but there is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Why would he lie? Damn war. They're lying to you.
People like to approximate things to make it easier.
Here we go. The approximations again. We approximate this spinning ball Earth into a flat, motionless Earth.
Oh boy, here comes the apologetics.
Everything just looks, measures, and is used as flat and motionless. But that's just a simplification.
The stars you see in the North Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere are different, which implies a globe Earth.
No, it doesn't. How does it?
Sorry, it's finally cracked after 10 years hearing it for like the 50,000th time. These people are surprised at different things in different locations. Why?
If you go under a different part of the sky, you'll see a different part of the sky.
No, because the stars are so far away from us compared to the distance you're traveling across Earth. Stars are like unbelievable distances compared to the distance on Earth.
Who measured that?
You don't know that, bro. This is classic.
Yeah, how far away are they? How far away are they?
You really want to assume they're way closer than our theory suggests.
How far away are they? Since you're claiming that.
They're like light years away, I mean.
Are they?
Okay, so how do you know that?
Some of them are.
How do you know that?
I mean,
How do you know?
I mean, that's because I was told, I guess.
That's just what you were told. Yeah, exactly. So let's not do a whole, I know the Earth is a globe because of this thing that I was just told with no evidence. That's not going to work, dude.
But you,
I know it's hard.
I don't really believe like a conspiracy theory this large would really happen.
It's not a conspiracy theory. Observable, measurable reality is not a conspiracy theory. It's just nature.
But it is when all the scientists that like are into space all say it's round.
Really?
No.
Damn you, Horizon! You're trying to trick me.
It's not about who says what. In that case, that would be them trying to conspiracy theory that the Earth is a globe, because we're just dealing with reality, the measurable surface. We're not talking about what people are saying. If you're talking about that, then maybe you've got a conspiracy theory about the Earth not being what it looks like. Oh my God, it looks flat, but it's just conspiring to trick me into thinking it's flat. It's actually curved. It looks motionless and feels motionless, but that's a conspiracy. It's actually in motion. You're the conspiracy theorist about nature.
Well, I mean, but I think conspiracy is sort of like going against the mainstream view.
No.
Right.
That's not what it means.
No.
Who cares? What makes them so special?
What it means, I think.
That's not
You
what it
think
means.
that their opinion or what they tell you, you think is more important than your direct observable experience of reality.
And that is exactly the kind of power that is important here. When people ask, why would they do this? Because, look, you give over your agency, your thought, to what these people say, and you just believe it. No matter what they say, you just believe it. That's power.
Defend it.
Defend
That
it.
is power.
Despite having no clue about it, you'll defend it to strangers. It's like a
I
religion.
wouldn't say no, though.
He's been enlisted and you didn't know it. Hold on.
This isn't a knock at you. I'm speaking like generally. You've been pretty chill, so well done, you. You're more chill than most of them.
It's been a very good sport, for sure.
Yeah,
But, I mean,
he has. Good on you. Good for
these
you, man.
scientists are experts, right?
What?
Yeah, I was worried about you. I was worried about you earlier, Warcock, with your whale analogy. But yeah, you've stayed on track here. Good job.
I like that whale bit. I mean, that's a good try. We appreciate it when the Globers try.
Cyclone liked the whale.
Actually, whales debunk the globe as well because their signal calls that they do to each other travel at distances that exceed the claimed globe curvature again. Thousands of miles they can call each other. So actually, whales are another debunk of the globe. It's like we said, everything's
right. That's right. The whale debunk. We'll just call that the Warcock debunk from now on.
Mm-hmm. So maybe they're called killer whales because they kill the globe.
And submarine sonar is known to be harmful to marine life for up to 300 miles.
So maybe Warcock, now that we've told you why we think that the Earth is not a globe, you can tell us why you're 100% convinced that it is a globe. What would like your best evidence be?
And don't cite the so far channel of the whales.
We don't want Greenpeace getting upset at us, so not whale related, preferably.
But, I mean, everything I've ever been told is that the Earth is globe, and like.
Okay, but being told something.
It seems to fit everything.
Right, but being told something isn't. Well, all right. We'll be specific. What does it seem to fit? Because what we've already agreed that when we walk about in reality, it seems flat and motionless. So it doesn't fit that. What does it fit?
But I mean, just looking at the sky, right? And people, you have telescopes, you can see the other planets around. You can even see all the stars we see around. Everything seems round.
Okay, but you're trying to think about. Oh, sorry, Jedi.
No, I was just going to say he's already started using the classification system for observing things in the sky. We observe the same things you do, but when you start categorizing them and classifying like within the narrative, that's the thing that's in contention. In that instance, no, we both don't see the same thing. You've got a superimposed story over the top of what you see in the night sky and how it operates.
Yeah, like you're interpreting your observations through that globe heliocentric lens, and it's giving you this idea about them, but you don't actually know that that lens is correct. Also,
it's just a matter of probability as I see it. What's more likely, the Earth is the same as everything else, or the Earth is way different? It would seem more likely to me it's the same.
Even just in general, you're talking about, I mean, there's things in the sky you would call celestial bodies, yeah?
Okay.
Well, the Earth is not a celestial, is it? That's terrestrial. Those are different things. So, to assume that the ground beneath your feet is in any way similar or reflected by what you're observing in the sky is a logical fallacy. Doesn't follow. There's no reason to assume that. The only reason you do is because, like you said, you were told this.
I don't agree with that. Look, with the elements found on Earth,
don't you
same
agree
with the
with?
elements found in the vast universe. Look, but the Earth is completely different. It's not.
Okay, well, what similarities do you see between, a star, a light in the sky, which whenever you're talking about, and the ground beneath your feet? Tell me the similarities you see.
We're all made from the same element.
No, you don't see that.
All the bodies are made from the same elements.
No, again, this is just what you've been told.
Selection of elements.
No, again, this is just what you've been told.
Okay. It's also logical.
Looking at it. You're talking about logical, you're talking about common sense. When you're observing these things, what similarities do you see between them and the ground beneath your feet?
What similarities do I personally see?
Yeah.
I mean,
can't think of one, can you?
Both bodies of mass. They're subjects to the rules of the universe, right?
So no similarities. So why would you assume they're the same thing?
But I mean, all I see of these planets is just like the way they look, like their color and stuff.
You see a little twinkling light in the sky.
Based on that, no.
You see a little blob of light in the sky. That's all you know. It moves.
Yeah.
That's all you know. So you going from that to I must be on a spinning ball is obviously fallacious. Doesn't tell you anything about your ground being curved or in motion. Just tells you you're seeing a little light in the sky.
Doesn't directly say, but it is indicative.
Okay, so when I asked you at the start, what's your best evidence? You're saying this, like this assumption that you see these lights in the sky and then you just assume you're on a ball. That's the best you've got.
I think it's pretty good.
You think it's good?
Yes.
It's not good. It's a logical fallacy. It's non sequitur.
It's not proof. I admit it's not proof, but if everything we see follows this shape.
All right, sorry to apologise. From this standpoint, what would you need to prove that the Earth was like things in the sky? What would you need to do?
I don't really know what you mean by that. Prove it. They're like things.
For example,
by a telescope.
For example, now that's just observing them. We can observe them. What we're going to observe is they curve, they're spherical, and they move. Therefore, for the Earth to be like those things, the surface must be curved and it must be moving. The Earth doesn't measure any curvature and doesn't measure any motion. So it's measurably not like those things in the sky, because that's how you'd prove it.
I'd also say we're being generous if we grant it to you that they're definite spheres. We can't actually confirm that.
But whatever your postulation is, you'd have to measure the Earth.
Nothing in the observable universe is 100% spherical because there's so much friction and so much roughness.
No marbles.
Like marble. Well, if you zoom into a marble with a microscope, you're going to see cracks in it.
Mountains and stuff, yeah.
Okay,
to
but
a,
the
to a
point here is
single-celled organism, that is a flatland.
right. But the point here is that you've got no reason to assume that the celestials are representative of the terrestrial. They are specifically demarcated differently for that reason. They're different things.
Is Mars terrestrial?
No.
My goodness.
No.
A light in the sky would be a celestial.
Okay, then I probably am not defining this right. So terrestrial would be anything that's not Earth.
No, terrestrial is Earth.
Extraterrestrial, for example.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, so the sun, moon, and stars would be celestials, celestial bodies. The Earth would be terra firma, terrestrial.
And then planets would be like extra
celestials. They would be celestials.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So those are different things. So we can't just assume that by looking at these lights in the sky, we can make conclusions about the ground that we stand on. They can be totally different things.
What conclusions can you make of the planets?
That you see a moving blob of light in the sky taking a predictable pattern.
You buy, okay, then pretend you have a really nice, like, a $500 telescope, and you could see it from that perspective. What properties can you make from that? Not just the twinkle, but like a big, closer look.
You can see a slightly more enhanced blob of light.
Well,
the telescope, no matter the price, doesn't have like an earpiece that whispers in your ear what that thing is. You're just looking at it. By the way,
you're just observing the light information.
Yes.
And you're looking through a monocular, so you're not getting a 3D shape. Okay? So you're not seeing a spherical ball even. You're seeing a blob or an oval or a circle. And shimmering.
Or if I see a ball
else.
from a distance, it's gonna look like a circle, but it's still a ball because I understand the properties on this planet.
Yeah, because you've gone up to the ball and touched the ball.
And because of the light, but no, but I'm saying...
Hold on. I'm going somewhere with this.
Okay.
So you can physically access the ball to show you how it operates and stuff. At this instance, this looks like it could be a ball, but until you go there, you can't verify your observation. That makes sense. You're going to have to go there.
It does. I understand the argument. But what I'm saying is, like, if I see a ball from a distance, if I see a ball from a distance, like a basketball in a court, and my brain is telling me this is a ball because of the lighting, because you can see its shadow below it, it's rolling. And so, and I remember, I don't know if this is a bit of an interject, but I remember a few years back, I went out into like this wooden area where there was a lot of people with telescopes. It was like an observatory, but like outside, and I saw with my eye in that telescope, I saw, I think, Saturn. And of course it is a blob that is kind of flat. When I saw it from that perspective, I saw what looked like a ball. It had a ring around it.
You can't see 3D in a telescope.
Yeah, remember I said it's a monocular, so you're not resolving 3D images. But
he can tell when things are balls.
It's understandable that you might have interpreted what you saw as a ball because you've been raised to think this.
Well, let's just test them out there.
It's not because I've been raised to think this, it's because my brain has developed that.
Edgelord, in the chat, let's test this out. In the chat there, I posted a little questionnaire for you. You think you can just quickly answer this? Quickly. Are you able to see the chat? Mm-hmm. So it's a multiple choice question. Yes. So we have A, those are all spheres. B, one of them is a sphere. C, some of them are spheres. Or D, none of them are spheres. Go ahead and answer.
I mean, from how it looks, just because of how they all look like spheres, but in different places. You know what I mean?
Okay, so they all look like spheres.
Yes.
So A is incorrect. They're not all spheres. So we have B, C, or D left. Either one of them, some of them, or none of them. Which is it?
Just post the GIF now, because he said all of them look like spheres.
Let him. We gotta get to the end. We gotta get to the end. So let him answer.
I will say that. I'm just saying what it looks like. I don't know if this could be a.
Okay, well, there's a correct answer in there. So it's either B, C, or D. Just quickly.
I think some of them might be spheres then.
Incorrect. So it's neither A or C. It's either one of them or none of them.
Is this a trick? And it's none of them.
It's not it's not none of them either. So we have B. One of them is a sphere. Now the question is, which one is the sphere?
I think it might be, and I might be wrong. I think it might be the second one.
The second one from the left.
Yes, the second one.
All right, let's take a look at the answer here. Actually, the second one is a piece of paper. Nice try,
Holy
though.
crap.
Yeah. So much for being able to tell things in years, but
so that's just a simple demonstration. CB, I was actually going to say someone post that image of the 4 balls, because that's a good demonstration of just because we might see what we think might look like a sphere from our position. That doesn't mean that it certainly is, right? Not to mention the fact that even if it was a sphere, that wouldn't then automatically mean that we must be on a sphere. They could be totally different from what the surface that we're actually on. And in fact, they are. But either way, even if you don't think that, there's no logical necessity to go from, I see spheres around me, so I must be one.
Visual. Okay, but notice something. I think like the second one, the one that I picked, is that like a picture of a sphere? Or is that like a drawing?
It's a piece of paper, bro.
It's spheres, dude. Come on.
Drawing of a sphere.
It doesn't really matter if it's a drawing or an image. The mind is tricked. The eye is tricked.
All circles, for fuck's sake. They all could be spheres.
It is an experiment that shows how illusion is there.
Yeah, so it just means we can't draw that argument.
If I were to pick some of the others, because it feels like there is a visual reference there of an actual sphere, unless that is just a drawing of a sphere with that piece of paper, or if that is
realistic drawings of spheres and things, can't they? But anyway, it doesn't really matter. The point, you understand the point we're making. And the reason we were on that is because the other guy had said that the reason or his best evidence for the Earth being a ball is because he sees these lights in the sky that he thinks are balls. So we've just demonstrated, and we've just spoken about why that's not a logical argument for thinking that we're on a ball.
It is. So, well, what logical argument would there be? Because would you just say, "Oh, it's just a flat object"?
If you could observe, measure, detect curvature of the surface consistently conforming to a ball, that would be a good logical argument. So I was going to ask you, just because you're new, what you think would be your best evidence that the Earth is a ball, not the lights in the sky one, because we just did that.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said?
I was asking what you would say your best evidence is, or your favorite evidence that we live on a spinning ball, but not the lights in the sky argument, because we just went over that.
Well, I wouldn't say lights in the sky because, lights in the sky have always been perceived in millions of different ways. Yeah. But I think that, are you saying evidence that I personally can witness, that I can say, this feels like this curve? Or something that I looked up and said...
Nah, preferably not something that we can't verify or actually experience ourselves. Something that we can experience, we can say, yep, this is true. And it indicates we're on a spinning ball.
Can this be a reference to something that I saw? Like a video?
Well, did you see it? Nah. Well, is it verifiable? Is it something that other people can do? Or is it something that they just say the government can do with $80 million a day?
here's what it was. Actually, this was a documentary made by flat earthers. I think.
Which documentary?
I cannot cannot remember the name of it.
Was it on Netflix?
I think it might have been on Netflix.
Yeah, that wasn't made by flat earthers. That was made by That was made by anti-flat earthers.
Really?
Yeah. That's why they love using that footage of Jaron, a flat earther at the time, to say that he measured
He was a flat earther at the time that became, or
yeah, he's now saying that he doesn't believe in flat Earth, but not because of this. He was a flat earther when this occurred, and for years afterwards. It was because of a separate thing that happened recently about Antarctica and a 24-hour sun. I don't know if you're paying attention to that, but that's a separate
So you're
issue
saying is the time that experiment, you know what experiment I'm referencing, right?
Well, I presume you're talking about when they took the flashlight over the lake.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we know about all that. And we have, people on our server 24/7.
Is there something that you debunk that? Or is this, because obviously I'm not here to say that is a perfect evidence to say that there's, because
that was just deceptively edited.
Is not you could, and you can say that it's flat, but you can't say it's like paper flat. You know what I mean?
No, it's got topography, but yeah, we can observe, measure, and practically use the Earth as horizontal. Bodies of water. Right, they lay flat and level.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got long distance observations, laser tests, way more detail and data than the Netflix little puff piece that they did to try and attack the flat Earth. But people can post those in the side chat.
In your observable world that makes you feel confident that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, yes. Everything in the observable natural world indicates a flat, motionless Earth, not a spinning ball one.
In what way?
Surface curvature. You go to the beach, the horizon is horizontal and flat. Water is observably, measurably flat at rest. There's no motion detected. No one's ever measured any motion of the Earth. No axial rotation, no motion around the sun. None of that. So, for all intents and purposes...
motion around the sun?
No. Yeah, the Earth's not in motion. And that's just what can be experienced in your everyday natural life.
So what do you think is happening?
What do you mean?
If we're not revolving around the sun, what is happening? Or you said it's not rotating?
No, the sun's moving. Like you observe. Right? East to west through the sky every day.